In the quietest corners of medieval Europe, where candlelight wavered upon rough-hewn walls, the hearth was more than fire. It was warmth, it was breath, it was survival. The hearth stood in the middle, or just off-center, of a peasant's home, ever large, never roaring, just present, just enough. It was made from stone, from clay, or from hardened earth. Around it straw was swept, swept again, and sometimes left alone. The firewood, when there was firewood, was kept dry in bundles near the wall, but not too near. A spark could end what little the peasant had, and so they were careful, always careful. Wood was precious, twigs gathered from the woods, fallen branches, scraps of old furniture when available, but always used sparingly. Sometimes peat was burned, sometimes dried animal dung, sometimes nothing at all. Sometimes they slept cold, the fire was not constant. It was coaxed alive at dawn, let to fade by dusk. At night it smoldered low, just. At night it smoldered low, just. Coals, just embers, just barely enough to keep the frost from crawling too far in. They used bellows, if they had them. If not, breath, blowing gently into ash-covered coals, hoping the red would rise again, hoping that orange would bloom beneath gray. In winter, every ember mattered. And they knew, they always knew, that to keep the hearth alive was to keep themselves alive. In the deep of winter, when the wind clawed through the thatched rooftops and whistled between the wooden beams, the medieval peasant prepared for sleep not as a luxury, but as survival. Sleep, to the peasant, was never restful in the modern sense. It was cold, it was cramped, and it was communal. There were no mattresses as we know them. There were sacks of straw, piles of hay, sometimes, if the household was lucky, wool-stuffed bedding layered in worn linen. The straw would grow musty in time. It would collect the smell of smoke, of feet, of dampness. But it was warm. Warm enough, or at least not cold enough to kill. A family did not sleep separately. No, they huddled. Parents, children, siblings, sometimes even neighbors or laborers, curled together beneath rough-spun blankets, cloaks, tunics, or whatever else they had. Layers were precious. One cloak might serve during the day and again at night. A tunic that never came off. Linen shirts stained with ash, but never washed in winter. Washing meant water, and water was cold, too cold. They slept close, very close, body against body, breath against breath, and this was not strange, it was necessary. Some nights animals slept beside them too. A dog, a chicken, a goat, and on rare, particularly frozen nights, a pig. Not because it was allowed, but because it was warm. The warmth of a living animal was sometimes the difference between numbness and sleep. Between sleep and death, sleep did not come all at once. It came in phases. First sleep, then waking, then second sleep. In that middle space, between midnight and the earliest light, peasants would stir. They would speak softly, they would stoke the embers, they would relieve themselves, or they would sit, quietly thinking before returning to the straw. The cold crept in through the floor, through the gaps in the wood, through the roof where snow might melt from the daytime sun, then drip, then freeze again overnight. Icicles formed indoors. Breath curled visibly with every exhale. Even then, the peasant wrapped tighter, pulled cloth higher, and waited for warmth that might never come. Nights were long in winter, far longer than the laborious summer days. There were no clocks, only darkness. Time moved slowly. One might lie awake for hours listening, to the distant bark of a dog, to the creak of old beams, to the slow rise and fall of shared breathing. Life slowed, but it did not stop. And still, every morning the cold returned. The straw of every morning, the cold returned, crunched beneath rising bodies. The coals were stirred. The day began again. But the night never truly ended, not in the winter, not for the peasant, because winter was not a season. Winter was a state of being. The houses of peasants, if they could be called that, were not fortresses. They were not warm, sealed structures with layered insulation or solid foundations. They were shelters, they were boundaries against the wind. They were imperfect protections against the endless cold. Wattle and daub, a method known and used across centuries. Thin branches woven together like a fence. Wattle coated with a sticky blend of clay, mud, straw, and sometimes dung, daub. Pressed in layers, allowed to dry. It was cheap, available, and practical, but it cracked. It crumbled. The wind found its way. Stone, if used, was reserved for the lucky or the better off. Even then the stones left gaps. They allowed drafts. And when storms came they howled through the holes like spirits. Wood, used in frames or walls, expanded and shrank, it split, it bent. It let the cold in with the same patience with which it had once been grown in the forest. Thatched roofs were perhaps the most common form of sheltering cover, reeds layered thickly. Over time, they grew heavy with damp. In summer they dried and flaked. In winter, they froze. Mice lived in the thatch, insects too. Birds nested in the warmer seasons. Snow piled atop in silence, its weight bearing down like time itself. The peasant tried to block the gaps. They stuffed moss in the cracks, shoved old cloth beneath doors, packed hay along the base of the walls. Sometimes the wind was strong enough to blow the coverings inward, to rattle shutters, to shake beams. And yet, the houses stood, somehow they endured, the cold breathed in through every surface. But so too did the warmth leak out, a losing battle, always, inside the walls, bore witness. Always, inside the walls, to coughs in the night, to shivers, to whispered prayers in the darkness, to the creak of joints as they rose from hard straw. The walls did not comfort, they contained, barely. Paintings did not hang on them, tapestries did not adorn them. Most often, they were blackened with soot or coated in the grease of a dozen winters. They smelled of smoke, of mildew, of whatever had lived in them last season. Sometimes, a peasant would lean against the wall and feel the cold pass through it, as though the night itself lived just inches away, and it did, because it was never truly gone. Only waiting. To the medieval peasant, clothing was not changed with the seasons. It was not changed at all, except when it rotted, tore beyond repair, or was passed down to someone smaller. Clothing, especially in winter, was not an expression of self. It was a second skin, a barrier, a shield, one that was never quite enough. The first layer was always linen, coarse, off-white and homespun. It clung close to the skin, not soft, not smooth, just there. Linen absorbed the sweat of long labor and the damp of long nights. It soaked up smoke and soot, and once soiled, it stayed. Soiled. In the coldest months, washing clothes meant plunging them into freezing water, often outdoors, and so, it was avoided. A linen shirt might go unwashed for weeks, sometimes months, sometimes until spring. Over that came wool. Thick, scratchy, heavy wool. Tunics dyed in earthy hues, if dyed at all. Browns, grays, faded greens. Faded greens. Some were undyed. Some still held the scent of the sheep they were shorn from. Wool was warm, or at least warmer than nothing. It repelled light rain. It trapped body heat. A peasant might own one good wool tunic, two, if they were fortunate. One for wearing when the first was wet. Woolen hose covered the legs, not soft leggings, no. These were rough, footless tubes pulled up over the thigh and tied with string, sometimes mismatched, often patched. Pulls were inevitable. Mending was constant. Feet were wrapped in rags or pushed into leather shoes so worn the seams gaped. On colder nights the shoes were left on, even in bed. Over the tunic came the overtunic or the cloak, a heavy layer that hung down near the knees or lower, fastened with a brooch if they had one, with a bit of cord if they did not. Some cloaks had hoods, shaped not for style but for function. The hood stayed up in the wind, in the sleet, in the snow, and indoors it was rarely taken down. Hands, if covered, were covered in mittens knit from old wool or made from leather scraps. But often they were bare, scarred, cold, cracked from work. Only when the frost truly bit did the peasant take special care. Then hands were tucked into sleeves, into the warmest place available, sometimes even under the arms of another person. Underclothes were rarely changed. Outer layers were layered again and again. At night there was no changing for bed. There were no pajamas. The clothes of the day were the clothes of the night. Only the outermost cloak might be draped over the straw like a blanket. Only the hood might be loosened slightly to rest. Clothing was layered, but it was never plentiful. Even the wealthier peasants lived with limits. Most garments were homespun, home-sewn, or handed down. When a sleeve tore, it was stitched. When a hem frayed, it was tucked. When a tunic could no longer be saved, its fabric was cut into patches to mend others. Children wore smaller versions of the same, sometimes no hose, sometimes no shoes. Their feet grew calloused, their legs turned red in the wind. But they ran and played and adapted. They did not know comfort, and so they did not miss it. Not yet. When spring came, the same clothes were worn, just with fewer layers. Perhaps the cloak was set aside. Perhaps the hose were lowered. But the garments were never stored away, never folded into chests. They were worn, always ready, always needed, and when the cold returned, as it always did, the peasant returned to their layers. Wool over linen, cloak over tunic, hood over hair, dirt upon, every thread. Because warmth, when it came not from comfort. It came from endurance. The cold did not only drift down from the rafters or slip through cracks in the walls. It also rose, slowly, steadily, from beneath, from the ground itself. Because beneath every peasant's foot, beneath every bed of straw, beneath every ash-laden hearth, there was only the earth. The earth that froze in winter. The earth that never stopped breathing cold. The floor of the average peasant home was not wood, not stone, not tile, it was dirt. Packed earth hardened over time by footsteps, by moisture, by pressure. It absorbed everything, spilled water, sweat, food scraps, soot droppings, blood. And in winter it absorbed the cold, deeply. It held it. Even after the sun rose, even after the fire crackled, the ground remained cold. Cold like old stone, cold like a riverbed, cold like memory. It chilled bare feet, even through rags. It crept up, through the soles of simple leather shoes. It reached ankles, knees. The chill of the ground traveled the body like a message, a quiet reminder, this place is not warm. It never was. There were no rugs, no carpets. Sometimes straw was scattered over the floor, not for decoration but as insulation. Hay, if plentiful, was laid out thickly. It softened the hardness and muted the chill, but straw grew damp, it molded, it flattened beneath weight, and when it was swept out more had to be found, always more. In wealthier homes, if one can call them that, a few flat stones might be laid near the hearth. These stones were warmer to the touch when fire was near. But when the embers died, so too did their warmth. Stone held cold longer than earth and it gave it back freely. A bed set upon stone in January was a bed set on ice. In the deepest winter, the earth beneath the house froze, not all at once. Slowly, at the corners, at the edges, along the doorway, a layer of frost. Then more. The hearth might melt it briefly, only for the wetness to freeze again before dawn. On the worst nights, peasants woke to find the floor sparkling faintly with thin ice, breath visible, limbs stiff. There were stories of mice frozen mid-scurry, of water jugs stiff with ice, of small puddles near the walls, unmoving, of chickens whose feet stuck to the ground. These were not unusual, these were reminders. The earth beneath was not dead. It was sleeping, and in its sleep, it shared its silence with everything above it. Even beds, raised slightly from the ground by wood or brick, did not escape the cold below. The air near the floor was always the coldest. Children curled into themselves. Mothers wrapped arms around the youngest. Elderly peasants often took the innermost spots, seeking warmth in the press of others. The fire helped. Sometimes, but fire rose. Its heat lifted up and away, leaving the earth untouched. Only the ash, warmed briefly before fading to gray. Some tried to trap the heat. They laid old sacks beneath straw. They buried hot stones in hay. They placed embers in iron pots and moved them cautiously near the bed. But every measure was temporary. The ground remained. It waited for the fire to go out. It waited for feet to return. And every night, without fail, the cold rose again. Peasants learned to sleep not despite the ground, but with it. They knew where it stayed driest. They knew which side of the hearth held less frost. They knew how to position their bodies to share warmth, and how to layer hay and cloth beneath them so the earth would not touch skin. And in the morning they would rise slowly. One leg out first, then the other. Feet on cold dirt, a breath, then another. A step, then another. And so the day would begin, just like every day before, just like every day after, because the ground was always there, always beneath, always waiting. In the medieval winter, food was not merely sustenance, it was warmth. The flicker of heat in the stomach, the illusion, perhaps, that one might be protected from the endless cold. In truth, a bowl of something hot was as close as a peasant might come to comfort, and even then, it was fleeting. The meals of winter were not rich, they were not varied, they were not flavorful, but they were hot. That was enough, that was everything. Iron or clay, hung over the hearth, if they had one. Otherwise, it balanced on stones above a fire pit in the center of the room. Smoke curled up into the thatch, into clothes, into lungs. But no one complained. Where there was smoke, there was heat. And where there was heat, there could be food. Pottage was the meal of the season. It was a kind of soup, a kind of porridge, a kind of stew, but always thin, always grayish, always changing with what little was available. Boiled grains, barley, oats, barley, oats, barley, oats. Rye thickened the broth. Turnips, leeks, or wild onions added body. If lucky, a peasant might have cabbage, or parsnips, dried peas, a carrot maybe. But not often. The pot was never emptied. The same base boiled day after day. Old pottage became new pottage, scraps were added, bones, bits of fat. Sometimes a crust of stale bread dissolved into it. The flavor deepened, but not always in a pleasant way. Still, it was warm, it filled the belly, it was shared. Each member of the family, from the smallest child to the eldest grandparent, took turns with the same bowl or spoon. Dishes were rare. Washing was rarer still in the heart of winter. The hot broth cut through the chill, if only for a moment. Lips steamed, noses ran, fingers thawed. Then the feeling passed, but for that instant the illusion of warmth was real. Meat was rare. Salt pork, smoked last autumn, might remain if well kept, but often it had turned. A slice was scraped clean. The fat melted into the pottage, enriching it for a day or two. Small birds were sometimes caught. Sparrows, thrushes. But they were bones more than meat. Still, every scrap mattered, every ounce of fat, every drop of warmth. Bread, if available, was coarse and dark, made from rye or maslin, a mix of rye and wheat, flavored with whatever seeds or husks remained in the flour. It grew hard quickly in the cold, but was soaked in broth or toasted near the hearth. Crumbs were never wasted. They fell into the pot, into hands, into mouths. Sometimes there was cheese, sharp, hard, and sour, not fresh. Nothing was fresh. Nothing was fresh. Nothing was fresh. Eggs were uncommon in the coldest months unless the chickens had been brought indoors. Milk soured quickly unless frozen. Even ale stored in earthen jugs could freeze if left near the walls. Still, a hot bowl could soften the bones, ease the coughing, steady the hands. It was routine, ritual. A meal shared in silence or in whispers, a moment ritual. A meal shared in silence or in whispers. When the family came together and let the warmth settle in their bellies, hoping it would last until sleep, hoping it would stay until morning. On the worst days, when the fire burned too low and nothing could be boiled, they ate what remained cold. Gelatinous porridge, frozen bread, cracked nuts, and still, they survived, because food was never about pleasure. It was about fire, not in the hearth, but in the body. A small flame, flickering. And when the bowl was empty, the pot was scraped, and the coals began to dim, they waited, not for more food, not for the next meal, but for the next brief moment of warmth. Fire, in the life of a medieval peasant, was not warmth. Not entirely, it was survival. It was ritual. It was a flickering presence that had to be courted, tended, kept alive, not for comfort, not for beauty, but because if it died, if it truly died, starting it again could take hours, days, or not happen at all. In winter, wood was currency, not coin, not metal, but power. The power to dry wet shoes, to boil a pot, to silence a cough, to survive another frost. Peasants did not have piles of seasoned logs stacked neatly in sheds. That was a luxury for manor houses, for lords, for those whose fingers did not crack in the wind. Instead, peasants gathered what they could: fallen branches, dead twigs, bark, straw, dung, old thatch, dried roots, anything that would burn. Much of it was wet, or green, or both. The smoke choked the air. The fire hissed more than it crackled, and yet it burned. Sort of, enough to warm a pot, enough to offer a few feet of radiant heat before dying down again. The hearth was small, stones blackened with age. A low fire pit, often in the center of the room. No chimney, the smoke rose into the air and collected beneath the rafters. The higher parts of the room darkened. The thatch dripped with soot, but the people stayed below, eyes watery, throats raw, still warmer than the wind outside. Fires were not left to burn high. High fires consumed too much. Instead, peasants learned to bank coals. They raked ashes over glowing embers before sleep. Let them smolder slowly through the night. In the morning, if the gods were kind and the ashes had not gone cold, they stirred the coals back to life, added straw, a breath, a spark, then flame. But sometimes the coals did die, the warmth fled, then came the walk. A child wrapped in cloak and fear might be sent to the neighbor's house if the family had one nearby, carrying a bucket, a pot, a hollowed horn, hoping the neighbor still had a flame alive, hoping they were kind enough to share it, hoping the wind didn't steal it along the way back. Matches didn't exist. Flint and steel, if a family possessed them, required skill, dry kindling, patience, a strong hand and a steady aim. Even then it could take hours. Smoke would rise before heat, and all the while, the house would remain cold, bitterly cold. The fire was never left unattended during the day. Someone always stayed near it, feeding it with bits of wood, turning coals, watching, listening. If the fire grew dim, so did the house. If it grew too bright, it wasted fuel. Balance was everything. Too much wood, and they'd have none left for tomorrow. Too little, and the fire would vanish. Peasants slept near it, curled close, faces turned toward the ember glow. Dogs, if they had one, nestled beside them. Chickens sometimes slept on rafters above the hearth, benefiting from the rising heat. Even in sleep, even in sleep, listen to the pop and hiss. The rhythm of fire, the language of warmth. The worst nights were those when wind howled down through cracks and gaps, threatening to extinguish everything, when snow gathered beneath the door. When the fire became a small, red memory glowing beneath a pile of gray dust. In those moments the entire house hushed, waiting, praying it would not go out. Because for a medieval peasant, fire was not just a source of heat. It was a companion, a guardian, a god. In the medieval peasant home, sleep was not a reprieve. It was a duty, a cycle, a nightly pause in the ongoing work of survival. There was no comfort in it, no softness, only straw, silence, and the slow, steady return of the cold. Beds, as we imagine them, did not exist for most peasants. There were no frames, no mattresses, no pillows fluffed for dreams. Instead, there was straw, old straw, flat and dry, or damp and sour, depending on the season. It was packed into cloth sacks or layered loosely on the ground, and upon that they slept. Whole families, 4, 6, 8 people, shared a single sleeping space, not for affection, but for heat, bodies pressed close together. Parents in the middle, children to the sides. The smallest curled into the curves of older siblings. The old pressed against the fire's dying edge. The dog, if there was one, found its way beneath the blanket pile. Chickens might roost in the loft above, silent. Feathers might roost in the loft above, silent. Feathers puffed against the air. The air inside was cold, always. Breath clouded even indoors. Ears grew numb. Fingers curled beneath cloaks and tunics. Blankets were few, if they existed at all. Mostly, layers were formed of whatever could be found. Wool if they had it, patched linen, old cloaks, worn sacks, animal hides, anything to block the chill. The straw made a dry rustling sound with every movement. At first, loud, then forgotten. It poked, it shifted, it thinned over time. In the worst weeks of winter it grew moldy. But there was no alternative. No one replaced straw unless they had spare to do so. And spare anything was rare. Peasants didn't sleep through the entire night, not always. There was a first sleep, then a second, sometimes interrupted by the need to add wood to the fire, or to tend to a coughing child, or simply to sit up in the dark and listen to the wind. It howled around the corners, slipped through the slats, tapped gently, like fingers at the door. In these waking hours between sleeps, families whispered, or prayed, or lay in silence. Some believed the night carried spirits. Some believed the devil passed through villages before dawn. Best to stay quiet, best not to draw attention. There were no candles burning at this hour, no torches. Oil was precious, so they watched the embers glow. Or they closed their eyes, knowing the darkness within was no deeper than the darkness around. When sleep came again, it was heavy, deep. Cold had a way of slowing everything. Thought, breath, time. It pinned the body in place. Dreams were not always welcome. Sometimes they were strange, frightening. Sometimes they were simply absent. In the morning the waking was slow. A limb moved, a blanket shifted, a child murmured. Then came the groan of cold muscles stretching. Feet touched the ground. The rush of earth chill traveled the spine, and the day began again. Beds of straw were never made for comfort. They were nests, dry corners of a cold world, where peasants gathered not to rest, but to wait for morning. To a medieval peasant, clothing was not style, it was not choice, it was not fresh or clean or ever fully dry. Clothing was armor, a shield against the cold, a second skin that rarely left the body, day or night, day or night. In the deepest winters it became a peasant's only defense. There were no closets, no wardrobes, no changes of clothes waiting in chests. Most peasants had one set of garments, maybe two, if they were fortunate, but more often just one, worn every day, slept in every night, never washed during the cold months, washed rarely even in the warm ones. The base was a tunic, wool, coarse, thick when new, but often patched, worn and thinned by time. Beneath it a shirt, if they were lucky, made of rough linen or flax, stiff from repeated wear and the absence of soap. Leg coverings varied, hose or breeches, often wrapped with strips of cloth, tied tightly for warmth. Feet wore rough boots or leather shoes, sometimes stuffed with straw or wool, scraps to fill the holes. Hands remained bare unless labor required wrapping them. Gloves were rare, so were proper socks. Mittens, if they existed, were crude and shared between siblings. Hats, however, were treasured. A hood or coif, lined with fur if a miracle had occurred in the household. Otherwise wool, always wool. Scratched at the skin but kept the heat in, or tried to. Clothing was not removed to sleep. Peasants went to bed fully dressed, adding whatever blankets or rags they could find atop it. Removing garments meant losing heat, and for what? Cleanliness? There was no luxury of clean, just survival. Just warmth, and the smell of wool mixed with smoke, the stink of sweat, old straw, animal hair, and soil. These were not things people noticed. Not in themselves, not in others. The nose adapted, the senses dulled. What mattered was whether the cloth still trapped warmth. Layers were everything. One tunic over another, a cloak, heavier, if they had one, over both. Patches upon patches, elbows mended a dozen times, knees stiff with mud, shoulders bowed not just from labor but from the accumulated weight of cold, damp cloth wrapped day after day around a shivering body. Children often wore hand-me-downs, garments 2 sizes too big, tied at the waist, or sleeves rolled, or trousers cut and restitched. Some wore only long tunics in winter, bare legs turned red and raw from cold. But they ran, moved, laughed. Moved, laughed, because that's what children do, even when the world around them is cold and gray. Clothing was never enough. Not truly, even with layers. The wind found its way in. The snow clung to hems, rain soaked through seams, and nothing ever fully dried. In front of the hearth, garments steamed. But the moment they left the warmth, they chilled again. Damp cloth growing stiff in the icy air. Peasants dreamed of furs, of sheepskin, of cloaks lined with rabbit. Sometimes those dreams became real, if an animal died and its pelt could be saved. But even then, fur belonged to those higher on the chain. The lord, the reeve, the priest. A peasant might line a cloak with fur scraps, but only if they could spare the meat that came with it. Every garment was patched, mended, reinforced, and when it could no longer be worn, it was repurposed. Rags for bandages, strips for shoes, padding for walls. Cloth was too valuable to throw away. In the deep of winter, a peasant's clothing was not changed, washed, or removed. It was endured just as the cold was, one day at a time. In a medieval peasant's world, a home was not a refuge from winter. It was a thin shell, a fragile outline of protection. It barely kept the wolves out. It certainly didn't keep the cold from seeping in. The houses were small, often 1 room, sometimes 2, built of wattle and dowda, a woven lattice of wood packed with clay and straw. It cracked over time. It bowed. In heavy rain or prolonged frost, it crumbled in patches. Repairs were done with whatever was at hand. Mud, reeds, animal hair, temporary, always temporary. The roof was thatch. Dried reeds layered thicker, if the family had enough to spare. It held some warmth in, but not much. Snow would settle on it. Water would drip through it. Wind would push through the loose ends. Rats made their homes there. Birds, fleas, sometimes even the cold itself. There was no insulation, no glass windows. The tiny openings that served as windows were covered in oiled cloth or wooden shutters or left bare. A hole might be stuffed with straw on especially cold nights. It helped. A little. Doors were rudimentary. A slab of wood hung on pegs or tied with leather strips. Gaps were normal. The wind slid beneath them, whistled through the frame, and left ice along the inside edges. Blankets were hung behind doors when possible. But often, the blanket needed for the door was already on the bed. Floors were earth, hard packed, sometimes covered with rushes, sometimes not. Moisture rose from the ground, especially in winter. It turned the floor cold and then colder. It crept into the bones through bare feet and worn shoes. Children sat with their knees drawn up, trying not to let their skin touch the earth too long. The cold from the ground was worse than the cold from the air. It lingered, it soaked. Every wall had a memory of the wind. Cracks and seams where the outside slipped in. Peasants plugged them with rags, moss, dung, whatever held, but every repair was a contest against time, against the weather. And the weather always won. Even the hearth betrayed them sometimes. No chimney meant the smoke from the fire filled the house before it rose. It left black streaks on the beams. It stung the eyes. It kept out some of the insects, but it never kept out the cold. The smoke rose, the heat did not. A single fire struggled to warm more than a few feet. Those nearest the hearth were warm on one side, freezing on the other. Those farther away felt nothing but a vague memory of warmth, and in the corners were always cold, silent, still, sometimes coated in frost. Some tried to hang old cloths on the walls, a tapestry, if one could be found or made, but these were rare, and more often spoken of than seen. The poor had no wall hangings, no wool to waste on decoration, just bare walls, stiff with the freeze. On the worst nights, when snow blew sideways and the air felt thin as paper, peasants listened to their homes groan, rafters creaked, doors shifted, walls shuddered. The cold wasn't just outside, it was already inside their boots, inside their clothes, inside their lungs, and still they endured, because there was no choice. When dawn was still a whisper in the sky, a faint gray promise, the medieval peasant's day began, not with rest, but with work. Outside, the world was stiff and silent. Inside, the chill clung to every breath and every bone. No one lingered in bed, the cold was too sharp, it pressed through clothes and blankets alike. The hearth's dying embers demanded tending. But beyond the walls, the real work waited. First came the animals, chickens, pigs, cows, goats, if a family had them at all, needed feeding before the frost could steal their strength. Frozen water in troughs had to be broken with a stone or a wooden stick. Ice cracked with a sharp snap, shards falling like glass into the dark water beneath. Hands, wrapped in ragged cloth or bare, stung with cold. Straw was scattered in stalls or gathered from the loft, to warm the animals' resting places. Without warmth, the beasts grew weak. Without beasts, survival was impossible. So the chores were done, no matter how frozen the fingers, how stiff the back. The ground outside was often covered in snow or frost. Paths were obscured, mud turned to ice. Each step was careful. Every journey from one shed to another was a slow test of balance. The wind bit at the face and hands, carrying a sharpness sharper than any blade. Water had to be drawn from wells or streams, wherever it was accessible, and not frozen solid. Buckets clattered, feet slipped. The cold made the task longer, heavier, more exhausting. Fields waited for the spring, but in winter, they were empty and unyielding. Yet, there were always small tasks, repairing fences, gathering firewood, mending tools. The cold made every task harder, every motion slower, every breath deeper and more painful. Meals were prepared over the dying fire, pottage, bread, thin and lumpy. Hot food was a rare gift in the cold mornings. Often, people ate little before heading out to work. The day's labor was a ritual of endurance, a continuous battle against frostbite, exhaustion, and hunger. Work was survival. Survival was work. The two were inseparable. Even as the sun rose higher, the cold lingered. It settled in the bones. It sapped strength. It made faces pale and hands tremble. But no one stopped. There was no rest until nightfall. No warmth except what could be earned. In the depths of winter, when the soil lay hard and frozen beneath snow, the peasant's table was as bare as the trees outside. Growing food was impossible, and stored provisions were scarce. Hunger was a quiet companion, lingering with every cold breath. Most peasants relied on what had been harvested in the fall. Root vegetables, turnips, parsnips, carrots stored in cellars or pits, sometimes wrapped in straw to keep them from freezing solid. These were often tough, bitter, and watery after months in cold storage. Grains, barley, rye, oats were ground into coarse flour for bread and porridge. Bread was dense and dark, often made with rye, and hard enough to wear down teeth. Porridge was thick and filling but plain. It might be made from barley or oats, cooked slowly over the hearth fire. Sometimes peasants added wild herbs or whatever scraps they could find to flavor it. Meat was a rarity in winter. Animals had to be carefully rationed. Meat was a rarity in winter. Animals had to be carefully rationed. Some families preserved meat by smoking or salting, but these were costly processes, and most peasants did not have the resources. Often, meat came only on feast days, or after a successful hunt, which was unusual for the poorest. Fish was sometimes available, particularly near rivers or coasts, but fresh fish was seasonal, and salted fish was an expensive luxury. Peasants might dry fish in the cold air, but it was not common. Dairy products, milk, cheese, butter, were important, but in winter, animals produced less milk. Cheese, often hard and crumbly, was a staple, eaten with bread or porridge. Butter was precious, and used sparingly. Legumes, peas, beans, lentils, were dried and stored from the summer harvest, and made an important protein source. They were slow-cooked into stews or pottages, thick and filling but lacking in variety. The food was plain, repetitive, thin, and yet it was enough to keep bodies moving through the cold months. Often, hunger pressed just beneath the skin, a constant reminder of scarcity. Water was boiled when possible, but fuel was limited. Often cold water was drunk directly from wells or collected rain. Sometimes peasants would eat snow to quench thirst, despite the dangers of chilling the body further. Meals were quick, often shared quietly around the hearth. No luxury of utensils. Hands dipped into bowls of pottage, bread was torn and used to scoop. Conversation was minimal. The cold made words fewer and breath shorter. Despite scarcity, food was sacred. Wasted morsels were rare. Leftovers were saved for another day. The act of eating was a moment of warmth, a brief shelter from the cold outside and inside the body. The long nights and frozen days turned eating into ritual, small moments of comfort in an otherwise harsh season. The cold was an unyielding enemy to the medieval peasant's body, creeping silently beneath layers of wool and patched cloth, gnawing at flesh and bone. Winter was a season not just of hardship, but of illness and slow decline. Frostbite was common, though not always named as such. Fingers and toes grew numb, pale, and swollen. Peasants' hands, always exposed to work, often bore cracked skin, sores, and wounds that refused to heal in the biting cold. Infections could fester beneath the surface, sometimes leading to loss of digits or limbs. Chilblains, painful swellings caused by repeated exposure to cold and damp, were a daily discomfort. They itched and burned, making simple tasks unbearable. Yet there was little relief. No ointments, no doctors with cures, just layers of clothing and hope. Respiratory illnesses thrived. The smoky, poorly ventilated homes filled with ashes and damp created perfect breeding grounds for coughs and colds. Pneumonia struck quietly but swiftly, taking the weak and the old before the thaw. Tuberculosis was prevalent, a slow-wasting disease worsened by malnutrition and cold. It stole breath and strength, leaving victims pale and coughing blood. The cold months stretched its grip, weakening bodies until they could no longer fight. Nutritional deficiencies were a silent drain on health. The winter diet, sparse and repetitive, lacked essential vitamins and minerals. Scurvy, caused by lack of vitamin C, was not fully understood, but its effects were evident. Bleeding gums, weakness, and slow healing of wounds. Children were especially vulnerable. Their small bodies burned energy quickly, but could not store warmth. Many did not survive the winter months. Those who did often arrived in spring weaker, smaller, and more prone to disease. Women faced particular challenges. Pregnant and nursing mothers struggled to nourish themselves and their infants amid scarcity and cold. Infant mortality rates were high during winter, as was maternal exhaustion. Despite all this, peasants rarely saw physicians. Medicine was rudimentary and often intertwined with superstition. Healing herbs were gathered in the brief warm months, dried and used sparingly. Faith and prayer were as much medicine as any remedy. The body was a fragile vessel in winter's grasp. It fought with every breath and every heartbeat, but the cold demanded a toll few could escape. Even so, life persisted, slowly, enduringly, waiting for the warmth of spring. The hearth was more than just a fire. It was the heart of the medieval peasant home, the fragile beacon that pushed back the endless dark and cold. Without it, there was no warmth, no light, no gathering place for body or soul. In the small, smoky homes, the hearth was a simple pit in the floor or a stone-built fireplace, often with no chimney. Smoke rose sluggishly, filling the room with a heavy haze before escaping through holes in the roof or walls. Fires were kept burning day and night, fed with wood gathered from forests, hedgerows, and discarded branches. Fuel was precious and never wasted. The fire's glow was dim but constant, a thread of life in the long winter nights. Around the hearth, families gathered for warmth and rest. It was where food was cooked, water boiled, and clothes dried. The air near the fire was thick with the smell of smoke, ash, and cooking. The hearth was a place of stories and silence. Children curled close to parents or siblings, sharing the scant heat. The elderly sat near the flames, their faces lined and eyes tired from years of enduring harsh seasons. But the hearth was also a source of struggle. The smoke stung eyes and lungs. Soot blackened walls and ceilings. Ashes needed constant clearing, and the fire's warmth reached only a small radius. Beyond that, shadows held the chill. In the coldest times, families layered themselves close to the fire, pressing together for shared warmth. Blankets, straw, and even animals crowded the floor. This closeness offered some defense against the cold that seeped through walls and clothes. Lighting a fire was never guaranteed. Wood could be wet or scarce, rain and snow limited gathering. When the fire faltered, so did hope. Yet the hearth endured, a symbol of survival, of home. of human resilience against the winter's relentless grasp. For medieval peasants, sleep was less a refuge than a fragile pause between the demands of cold and hunger. Nightfall brought no relief from the winter's bite. Instead, it introduced new struggles beneath threadbare blankets and on cold, hard floors. Beds were simple and sparse, often just a wooden frame if that. Most peasants slept on pallets, mats stuffed with straw or rushes, spread on the dirt or wooden floorboards. The stuffing was seldom changed, compressed over time into a thin, uneven layer. Blankets were precious, usually made of coarse wool, patchworked from old clothes or donated cloth. They were heavy but thin and rarely sufficient to keep out the chill. Sometimes families shared a single blanket, pressing bodies close to conserve warmth. Sleeping clothes were layered but inadequate. Woolen tunics and hose were worn to bed, but even these offered limited protection against the cold that crept up from the ground in the drafty walls. Nights were restless. Cold seeped into bones, stirring discomfort and pain. Bodies shifted constantly, seeking a warmer spot, a less icy patch of floor. Children often slept with adults, seeking shared warmth. Animals, if indoors, curled beside the family, offering some heat but also adding noise and dirt. Fires rarely burned all night. The risk of fire in small flammable homes was great. Often the hearth was banked down, smoldering embers barely glowing. The warmth faded, replaced by the silence and cold. Dreams were broken by shivers and coughing fits. The cold made sleep shallow and fleeting. Exhaustion was heavy, but rest was thin. Dawn was awaited as a small mercy. Dawn was awaited as a small mercy. When the first light crept over the frozen fields, peasants rose, stiff and aching, to begin another day in the grip of winter. As the frozen months dragged on, the medieval peasant's gaze often lifted toward the horizon, toward the distant promise of spring and thaw. But the wait was long, slow, and filled with relentless work even amid the cold. With fields locked beneath ice and snow, peasants turned to repair and preparation. Tools dulled by last season's use were sharpened and mended. Wooden handles splintered or cracked in the cold were replaced or bound with leather strips. The constant chill made every repair a slow task, fingers stiff and clumsy. Animal care remained a priority. Feeding, watering, and cleaning stalls was a daily ritual. Some peasants tried to cut wood to prepare kindling for the warming days ahead, but thick snow and frozen ground made gathering fuel exhausting. There was also the quiet work of planning. Seeds saved from the previous harvest were sorted and stored carefully, protected from rodents and damp. Preparations for planting began long before the ground thawed. Planning crop rotations, deciding where to plant grains and vegetables, and saving the best seeds for sowing. Winter was a time of survival but also a time of hope. Peasants whispered of the returning sun, the melting snow, and the chance to work the earth again. Yet hope was tempered by experience. Not every spring was kind, and many winters had ended with more hardship. Families repaired homes where the cold had made cracks wider or the thatch leak. Small improvements were made when possible, but resources were thin, and the cold left little energy for much beyond what was necessary. Days lengthened slowly, the sun climbing higher in the sky, but the cold remained a constant companion until the final thaw. Until then, peasants endured, working, waiting, and holding on to the fragile thread of survival. The first hints of spring brought no sudden relief. Instead, the thaw arrived like a slow, bitter tide, melting snow and ice into muddy fields and swollen streams. The cold lingered in the air, stubborn and unyielding, reminding peasants that winter's grip was not yet fully broken. Mud replaced, frost turning paths into slippery traps. Fields once frozen solid became thick, sticky quagmires. Walking became difficult and carts stuck in the muck, delaying the all-important planting season. Flooding was common. Rising rivers burst banks, spilling over low-lying land and washing away stored crops and seeds. Peasants watched helplessly as precious supplies were swept away by spring waters. The cold winds persisted, chilling damp bones and soggy clothes. Nights remained frosty, and frost could still kill early sprouts and tender shoots in the fields. Yet, the thaw also brought renewed energy. Animals emerged from winter lethargy. Streams flowed freely again, offering fresh water. Birds returned, their songs tentative but hopeful. Peasants seized every opportunity. They worked tirelessly to prepare the soil, turning over the heavy earth softened by thaw. Seeds were sown carefully, with fingers numb from cold but determined. Every day brought new challenges. The thaw meant long hours in wet clothes, laboring under unpredictable weather. Yet it also carried the promise of growth, of food to come, and of life renewed. Spring was a fragile season. a bridge between survival and renewal, where hope and hardship walked hand in hand. With the thaw slowly transforming the landscape, peasants turned their attention back to the earth, the source of their survival. The frozen, inert soil, now softened and moist, was ready to receive the seeds that promised sustenance and hope. Planting was a careful, deliberate process. Grain, barley, rye, oats, was scattered by hand or sown in rows depending on local customs and available tools. Lentils and peas followed, nestled in the earth with hopes of quick growth. The work was exhausting. The ground was still heavy with moisture, often sticky and clinging to boots and tools. The air remained cool and damp, slowing growth and keeping peasants vigilant against late frosts that could ruin tender shoots. The tools were simple: wooden plows pulled by oxen or even by hand, sickles and hoes fashioned from iron and wood. These implements had to be maintained, sharpened, and repaired continuously to withstand the heavy labor. Planting marked the beginning of a long cycle of tending and hope. Fields had to be weeded, pests fought, and crops protected from hungry animals and unpredictable weather. Peasants watched their fields with anxious eyes, knowing that a failed crop meant hunger, hardship, or worse. Each sprout was a fragile victory, a sign that life could return despite the harshness of the past months. Alongside the planting, animals were led back to pastures, their strength renewed with fresh grass. Families mended fences and prepared for the busy months ahead, when survival would depend on hard work and the mercy of the seasons. The arrival of spring was a time of cautious optimism. The cold still whispered warnings, but the earth's slow thaw had brought the promise of renewal. As spring unfolded fully into summer, the rhythm of peasant life shifted into relentless toil under the sun's growing heat. The promise of crops growing and animals thriving was tempered by the long hours of work that stretched from dawn until dusk. Fields required constant attention. Weeding was a daily task to prevent unwanted plants from choking the young crops. Hand-pulling weeds was backbreaking, done on hands and knees, with no relief from the heat or dirt. Irrigation was minimal and mostly dependent on rainfall. Peasants watched the skies anxiously, praying for enough water to nourish their fields but fearing storms that could wash away seedlings or flood homes. Pests presented a continual threat. Rabbits, birds, and insects feasted on young shoots. Without modern pesticides, peasants relied on traps, scare tactics, or simple barriers to protect their harvest. Animal husbandry continued with urgency. Cows, sheep, pigs, and chickens required feeding, cleaning, and protection from predators. Animals were a vital food source and asset but needed constant care, especially during the vulnerable summer months. Summer brought longer days and warmer nights, but also storms and droughts. Peasants adapted as best they could, patching roofs, draining fields, or hauling water to thirsty crops. Despite the hard work, the community maintained traditions. Markets and fairs offered brief respite where peasants could trade goods, share news, and rest from labor. Religious festivals punctuated the year, providing moments of celebration amid hardship. Yet, even in summer, hunger was never far. A poor harvest or illness could erase months of effort. Peasants lived with uncertainty. Their survival hinged on seasons, weather, and a little luck. The long days of summer were a test of endurance, strength, and hope, a battle waged quietly across fields and homes. Harvest was the most important and intense period in the peasant calendar. After months of toil, the fields finally yielded their bounty. Grain ripe and golden, vegetables swollen and ready, fruits hanging heavy on the branches. The work began early, often before the sun rose, and lasted until dusk. Scythes and sickles cut through stalks of barley, rye, and oats, gathering the precious grain that would sustain families through the coming winter. Bundles of sheaves were tied and stacked into ricks, towering piles designed to dry and protect the grain from rain and pests. Every handful counted. Loss meant less food and greater hardship. The harvest was a communal effort. Neighbors helped one another, sharing labor and tools, knowing that speed was essential to beat weather and prevent spoilage. Threshing followed cutting, beating the grain from stalks using wooden flails or by driving oxen over the sheaves. The grain was then winnowed, tossed into the air so the wind could separate the lighter chaff from the heavier kernels. This process was exhausting, dusty, and slow, but it marked the reward for a year of hardship. A good harvest meant grain to grind into flour, seeds to save for planting, and surplus to trade or sell. But harvest also brought stress and anxiety. Storms could ruin crops even at the last moment. Poor weather during the season meant smaller yields, and the constant fear of theft or damage by wild animals lingered. Despite the strain, harvest was a time of cautious celebration. Families feasted on freshly gathered food when possible, sharing simple meals to mark the occasion. Yet the work never truly ended. After harvest came storage, preservation, and preparation for the next cycle, as peasants faced once more the long, cold months ahead. As the golden hues of autumn faded, peasants turned their focus once more to preparing for the harshness of winter. The successful harvest, carefully stored, was their shield against hunger and cold. But the months ahead demanded vigilance and hard work. Grain was stored in granaries or simple earthen pits, sometimes lined with straw to keep moisture at bay. Baskets, sacks, and wooden barrels were filled with preserved vegetables, root crops like turnips, carrots, and parsnips, harvested late to last through the frost. Meat and dairy were conserved as best as possible. Salting, smoking, or drying were common methods, though expensive and labor-intensive. Surplus animals were slaughtered before winter, providing food and hides but reducing the number of creatures to feed through the cold months. Homes were repaired and reinforced. Thatched roofs were patched, walls sealed with mud or clay, and doors fitted to keep drafts out. Peasants often stuffed cracks with straw or cloth, seeking any way to hold back the cold. Wood and peat were stockpiled meticulously. Fuel was life itself during winter, and running out meant freezing nights and frozen bones. Families gathered what they could before snow made collection impossible. Clothing was mended and layered. Woolen cloaks and tunics were patched and reinforced, sometimes lined with fur or additional fabric scavenged or traded from markets. Winter stores of food and fuel brought a fragile sense of security but also anxiety. The knowledge that once the cold set in, movement and gathering would be limited, kept peasants alert and cautious. The cycle of seasons continued relentlessly, a rhythm of survival measured in planting, growing, harvesting, and enduring. Each year brought new hardships, but also the quiet hope that life would persist once more. Winter slowed the world to a near halt, but for medieval peasants, it was a season of constant, quiet labor. The cold confined movement, yet the needs of survival demanded daily attention. Chores inside the home took priority. Firewood had to be fed into the hearth, to keep the faint warmth alive. Ashes were cleared, pots hung over the flames for cooking stews and boiling water. The smoke-filled air was thick with the scent of burning wood and simmering broth. Animal care was relentless. Livestock sheltered in barns or byres needed feeding and watering, their shelter cleaned despite frozen hands and biting winds. Animals exhausted from winter's scarcity required as much care as possible to survive and reproduce come spring. Clothing and household goods were mended by firelight. Needles and thread moved slowly, patching worn garments and fraying wool. Sometimes, new clothes were fashioned from old ones, cut down and reshaped for children or elderly family members. Food preservation continued inside cold cellars or outdoor pits. Peasants checked stored vegetables, salted meats, and dried herbs. Any spoilage threatened the fragile stores that meant survival through the months ahead. The slow days also allowed for small comforts, storytelling by the fire, simple prayers, and moments of rest between labor. Yet the cold pressed in, a reminder of the season's harshness. Movement outside was limited. The snow and ice made travel dangerous and slow. Peasants ventured out only for urgent needs, fetching water, checking fences, or gathering scarce firewood. Winter was a test of endurance, patience, and resilience. It was a season when the pulse of life slowed but never stopped, each day bringing peasants closer to the hope of spring. Winter nights in the medieval world were long and unyielding, stretching across the hours when cold deepened and silence settled over the village. Darkness was an ever-present companion, broken only by the faint flicker of candles or the hearth's glow. Light was precious and scarce. Candles made of tallow or beeswax were expensive and burned quickly. Most homes relied on the hearth fire for warmth and illumination, its orange glow casting dancing shadows on rough walls. The long nights invited reflection and quiet, a time when families gathered close, huddled near the fire, sharing stories or simple prayers. In these moments, the harshness of daily life softened into memory and hope. Without modern distractions, peasants found solace in oral tradition, tales passed down by elders, songs sung to children, and the rhythms of folklore weaving a sense of community and continuity. But the darkness also carried fears. The cold shadows seemed to stretch endlessly, and superstition flourished. Tales of spirits, witches, and curses whispered in the flickering firelight, mixing with real dangers like illness and isolation. The stillness of night was punctuated by the crackle of firewood and the occasional sound of wind, rattling shutters or animals stirring in stalls. Sleep came fitfully, disturbed by cold or worries about the days ahead. Winter nights were a time of endurance and quiet resilience, a pause in the endless cycle where survival rested on small comforts and the strength of family bonds. The hearth was the heart of every medieval peasant household. More than just a place to cook or keep warm, it was the center of daily life, a source of comfort, survival, and community. In the chill of winter, the hearth's fire was a lifeline. It provided warmth that kept frost from creeping too far into the home's corners and soothed aching limbs stiffened by cold. Meals were prepared over its flames, simple stews made from root vegetables, grains, and occasionally salted meat or fish. The cooking fire was a constant presence, crackling and sputtering as pots boiled and food simmered. Beyond its practical uses, the hearth was a gathering place. Families huddled close, sharing stories, mending clothes, or weaving baskets. The firelight created a small oasis of warmth and light in an otherwise dark and cold world. The chimney hearth also held symbolic importance. It was often seen as the protector of the home, a sacred place where offerings or prayers might be made for safety and prosperity. Careful tending of the fire was essential, and letting it die out could be seen as a bad omen. Smoke from the hearth carried out through a hole in the roof or a simple chimney, though often imperfect, filling homes with a smoky haze that clung to walls and skin. Despite its central role, the hearth was modest, simple stone or clay constructions, sometimes just a pit dug into the floor, yet its importance to peasant survival and culture was immense. In every sense, the hearth was the beating heart of medieval peasant life, providing warmth, food, light, and a fragile sense of security against the cold and dark. The diet of a medieval peasant was simple, modest, and closely tied to the seasons and the fruits of their labor. Survival depended on what the earth and animals could provide, shaped by a cycle of planting, harvest, and preservation. In spring, fresh greens and wild herbs became available, offering a welcome break from winter stores. Nettles, wild garlic, and dandelion leaves were foraged from fields and woods, adding some freshness to meals. Summer brought a bounty of vegetables and fruits. Peas, beans, cabbage, onions, and leeks grew in small kitchen gardens, while berries and apples were gathered from hedgerows. These provided vital vitamins and variety. Though crops were vulnerable to weather and pests, the staple was always grain, barley, rye, and oats, used to bake coarse bread or make pottage, a thick, hearty stew of grains and vegetables. Bread was often dense and dark, far from the soft loaves of wealthier classes. Meat was scarce and precious. Peasants kept small animals, chickens, pigs, sometimes sheep. But large animals like cattle were valuable and rarely eaten. Meat was usually reserved for festivals or emergencies. Dairy products, milk, cheese, butter, were more common though limited by seasons and the health of animals. Butter was prized for cooking and preserving flavor. Preservation was key. Root vegetables were stored in cellars. Grains kept dry in sacks or bins. Meat salted or smoked to last. Peasants ate what was available, when it was available, often subsisting on whatever could be saved through the cold months. Meals were simple, repetitive, and filling rather than flavorful. Hunger was a constant risk, and famine was never far away when crops failed or winters were harsh. Despite scarcity, the peasant diet was a testament to resilience, a constant adaptation to the rhythms of nature and the challenges of survival. Medieval peasants faced bitter cold, especially during long winters, and their clothing was essential for survival. Yet garments were simple, homemade, and often insufficient against harsh weather. Clothing was typically made from wool and linen, materials that were practical and widely available. Wool, spun and woven by peasant families themselves or local artisans, provided warmth and some water resistance. Linen, lighter and softer, was mostly used for undergarments. Garments were layered. A basic outfit might include a linen shirt, a woolen tunic, and a cloak or mantle for extra warmth. Hoods and simple hats protected heads from wind and frost, while leather boots or wooden shoes shielded feet, though they offered little insulation. Clothes were hand-stitched and patched repeatedly. Instead of discarding worn-out items, peasants carefully repaired holes and tears, sometimes repurposing fabric from old garments to make clothes for children. In winter, additional layers were added. Thicker cloaks, lined with fur or extra wool where possible. Fur was a luxury but sometimes available from hunting or trading. Scarcity and expense meant clothing was often thin and inadequate against extreme cold. Peasants endured frostbite, numb fingers, and stiff joints from insufficient protection. Still, clothing was adapted to conditions. Cloaks could be wrapped tightly, hoods pulled low, and multiple layers combined to trap body heat. Seasonal changes also affected attire. Spring and autumn saw lighter layers and more practical work clothes, while winter called for all available warmth. Medieval peasant clothing reflected a constant battle against cold, raw, patched, and functional, embodying resilience in the face of hardship. The medieval peasant's home was a humble, sturdy refuge against the harsh elements, a critical shelter in a world shaped by cold winters and unpredictable weather. Built from locally available materials, these dwellings were simple but functional. Most peasant houses were made of wattle and daub, a framework of woven wooden strips coated with a mixture of clay, straw, and dung. This combination insulated against the cold but required regular repairs and upkeep. Roofs were thatched with straw or reeds, thick layers that provided reasonable protection from rain and snow. Thatched roofs needed constant maintenance as wind and moisture could loosen or rot the material. Floors were typically packed earth, sometimes covered with rushes or straw for some insulation and to reduce dampness. Stone or wooden floors were rare and reserved for wealthier households. Interiors were dim and smoky. With few windows, light came mostly from the door or a small opening near the roof. Smoke from the central hearth filled the room, lingering and settling on walls and ceilings. Space was limited, often a single room served as kitchen, living area, and sleeping quarters. Furniture was sparse, a wooden table, benches, a few chests, and straw-filled mattresses laid on the floor. Doors were simple wooden planks, sometimes reinforced with iron. Gaps and cracks in walls and roofs let in drafts, which peasants tried to block with straw, cloth, or mud. Despite their simplicity, these homes were vital for survival. They provided a barrier from wind, rain, and snow, a place to store food and tools, and a sanctuary for families enduring the cycle of seasons. The peasant home was a testament to resourcefulness, built from the earth itself. Humble yet essential, sheltering life through cold nights and uncertain days. Medieval peasants relied heavily on a handful of simple but essential tools to manage their daily work and survive the seasons. These implements were usually handmade from wood, iron, or bone, and their care was crucial for continued use. The most vital tools were farming implements, wooden plows pulled by oxen, or horses broke the earth for planting. Though primitive by today's standards, these plows were the backbone of cultivation, allowing peasants to turn heavy soil and prepare fields. Sickles and scythes were indispensable for harvesting grain and cutting hay. The curved blades required sharpening and careful handling, as a dull blade slowed work and increased effort. Hand tools like hoes and spades helped with weeding, planting, and soil management in small plots or gardens. Buckets and baskets carried water, food, and harvests, often woven from willow or rushes. Household tools included wooden bowls, spoons, and churns for making butter. Needles, awls, and simple knives were used for mending clothes, crafting, and butchering. Many tools were shared among villagers or passed down through generations, their upkeep a communal responsibility. Repairing tools required skill, from hammering iron blades back into shape to reweaving broken basket handles. The durability and availability of these tools shaped the rhythm of peasant life. When tools broke or were lost, work slowed dramatically, threatening the fragile balance between survival and hardship. Though rudimentary, these implements were the quiet, constant aids that allowed peasants to feed themselves, build homes, and endure the cycles of medieval life. Medieval peasants rarely lived in isolation. Their lives were deeply rooted in the village, a tightly knit community where cooperation and shared effort were essential for survival. Villages typically clustered around a central manor or church, with homes built close together. This proximity created bonds forged through daily interaction, mutual aid, and shared hardship. Work was often communal. Fields were divided into strips, but peasants helped each other during planting and harvest seasons. Shared labor was vital, especially during the intense, time-sensitive tasks that could not be delayed. Villagers shared resources such as tools, draft animals, and knowledge. When a plow broke or a roof needed repair, neighbors would band together to help, ensuring no family was left helpless. The village green or common land was used for grazing animals, gathering firewood, or communal events. This shared space was both a resource and a symbol of collective responsibility. Social life centered around the church and festivals. Religious observances offered a rhythm to the year and moments of respite from toil. Feasts and fairs provided opportunities for trade, storytelling, and community bonding. Disputes were resolved locally, often under the guidance of the manor's lord or village elders. Custom and tradition held significant sway, reinforcing order in an otherwise precarious existence. This interconnected web of cooperation was a Alone survival would have been nearly impossible in the harsh medieval world. Together, peasants endured cold winters, poor harvests, and daily hardship. Village life was not easy, but it was rich in human connection. A network of interdependence that made endurance possible through the coldest nights and beyond. Life for a medieval peasant was shaped by an unending cycle of seasons, work, and survival. A rhythm as constant as the turning of the earth. The year began in early spring, when fields were plowed and seeds sown. Each day brought the hope of growth, but also the risk of frost or drought. Spring was a time of planting, tending, and preparation. Summer offered relative abundance and hard work. Crops grew tall, gardens flourished, and fields required constant care to keep weeds at bay. Harvests promised sustenance but demanded swift, exhausting effort. Autumn was the season of gathering, harvesting grain, fruits, and vegetables, slaughtering surplus animals, and preparing stores for the cold months ahead. Every moment counted as winter approached. Winter slowed life to a quiet, laborious routine. Peasants tended fires, cared for animals, repaired tools and homes, and preserved food. The cold and dark were constant reminders of nature's power and the fragility of survival. This cycle repeated with relentless persistence. Each season brought challenges and small triumphs, shaping the very fabric of peasant existence. Despite hardship, this yearly rhythm was life itself, simple, harsh, and enduring. The peasant's world was one of patience, resilience, and deep connection to the land and each other. Through endless winters and fleeting summers, their story was a testament to human endurance in the face of nature's trials. Animals were indispensable companions to medieval peasants, providing food, labor, and warmth through harsh seasons. The most common animals were chickens, providing eggs and meat. Chickens required minimal care and could forage around the village, supplementing the peasant diet. Pigs were highly valued for their ability to convert scraps and foraged food into meat. Pigs were often allowed to roam woodlands and hedgerows, fattening on acorns and roots until slaughter. Sheep offered wool, a critical resource for clothing and occasionally meat. Wool was spun and woven into fabric that shielded peasants from cold. Oxen and horses were essential for farming. Oxen, sturdy and slow, pulled heavy plows and carts, enabling cultivation of larger fields. Horses, though rarer and more expensive, were used for transport and labor. Cats were common in homes, valued for controlling rodents that threatened stored grain and food supplies. Dogs, though less frequent, provided protection and assisted with herding. Animal care was a year-round responsibility. Winter was especially challenging, requiring shelter, extra feed, and vigilance against illness. Animals were more than property, they were lifelines. Their survival directly impacted the peasant family's chances through winter and beyond. For medieval peasants, surviving the long winters hinged on their ability to store and preserve food gathered during the warmer months. Without modern refrigeration, preserving what little they had was a constant challenge. Root vegetables like turnips, carrots, and onions were stored in cool, dark cellars, or buried in pits lined with straw to prevent freezing. These cellars were often simple underground spaces dug beneath or near the house, where temperatures remained more stable. Grains were kept dry in sacks or wooden bins, sometimes sealed with beeswax or clay, to keep out moisture and pests. Careful handling was essential to prevent mold or insect infestation, which could ruin the season's harvest. Meat preservation relied heavily on salting and smoking. Salted meat was packed in barrels or wooden tubs, slowing decay. Smoking added flavor and further prolonged shelf life, often done in simple smokehouses near the home. Dairy products like butter were churned and stored in cool places, sometimes packed in salt or wrapped in cloth to extend freshness. Cheese was a vital staple, made in various forms and often aged to last longer. Fermentation was another method for preserving vegetables, creating early versions of pickles or sauerkraut, which provided necessary nutrients during scarce times. Despite these efforts, spoilage was common and food shortages frequent. Peasants learned to ration carefully and make every scrap count. Food storage and preservation was a quiet, essential art, one that shaped the rhythm of peasant life and helped families endure the harsh, unforgiving winters. Sleeping in a medieval peasant home was a modest and often uncomfortable experience, but it was essential for survival, especially through the cold nights of long winters. Most peasants slept in the same single room where they cooked and lived. Privacy was rare, and families shared close quarters, sometimes huddling together to conserve warmth. Beds were simple constructions, wooden frames topped with straw-filled mattresses or sacks stuffed with hay. These beds provided minimal cushioning but helped keep sleepers off the cold hard floor. Blankets and clothing were used to keep warm, often layered woolen cloaks or coarse linen sheets. Feathers or down were rare luxuries but sometimes available for those with a little extra means. The hearth fire was critical at bedtime, providing residual warmth. Peasants tried to keep the fire burning as long as possible, or banked it safely to rekindle in the night. In some homes, a small wooden partition or curtain separated sleeping areas, offering little protection but a sense of personal space. Animals, particularly dogs or cats, might share the sleeping area, adding body heat and companionship. Despite limited comforts, the act of sleeping was vital rest, allowing bodies to recover for another day of labor and hardship. The cold was a constant adversary at night, but through shared warmth, layered clothing, and the fire's glow, medieval peasants found fragile moments of rest and refuge. In the harsh conditions of medieval life, constant repairs and maintenance were vital to keep homes, tools, and possessions functional through the seasons. Peasant homes, made from wattle and daub with thatched roofs, required frequent patching. Storms and cold weather could damage roofs and walls, letting in drafts and rain. Peasants would patch holes with mud, straw, and clay, often working communally to thatch roofs or rebuild fences. Wooden doors, window shutters, and furniture needed sanding, oiling, and mending. Iron nails and fittings might rust or break, demanding repairs by local blacksmiths when possible. Tools were sharpened, cleaned, and carefully stored to extend their lifespan. Scythes and sickles needed regular grinding. Plows required wooden and iron parts replaced or tightened. When materials wore out, peasants recycled whatever they could. Old cloth was turned into patches or rags, broken wood was reshaped for smaller uses, and bones or horns might be carved into needles or handles. Maintaining possessions wasn't just practical, it was essential for survival. A broken plow or leaky roof could mean lost crops or exposure to deadly cold. This endless cycle of upkeep shaped peasant life. Even in scarcity, they showed skill and resourcefulness to protect what they had, clinging to shelter and tools as lifelines in a demanding world. In the chill of medieval winters, heating was a daily struggle for peasants who had few resources to keep their homes warm. The central hearth was the heart of the home, the primary source of heat, light, and a place to cook. Peasants built open fires on packed earth or simple stone hearths, carefully tending the flames to last through the evening. Wood was the main fuel, gathered from nearby forests or communal woodlots. Collecting firewood was a vital ongoing chore, as without it, cold nights became dangerously unbearable. Peasants often banked the fire days before sleep, covering embers with ashes to keep them smoldering for an easier restart at dawn. This method preserved precious heat and saved wood. In some regions, simple clay or stone stoves were used, though these were rare and often limited to wealthier households. Most relied on open hearths with smoke escaping through thatched roofs or small vents. To conserve heat, doors and windows were closed tightly, and gaps in walls were stuffed with straw or cloth. Heavy woolen curtains sometimes hung to reduce drafts. Warm clothing and bedding helped trap body heat. Peasants might huddle together or share sleeping spaces to maximize warmth. Despite these efforts, cold remained a relentless foe. Heating was never constant or guaranteed, and surviving the long dark nights required endurance, resourcefulness, and a bit of luck. The cold, damp conditions of medieval winters often brought sickness and injury to peasant households who had limited access to medical care. Without doctors nearby, peasants relied on traditional remedies passed down through generations. Herbs and plants gathered from fields and woods were central to their medicine chest. Common ailments included respiratory infections, frostbite, arthritis, and digestive troubles, many worsened by cold and poor nutrition. Herbal teas made from chamomile, nettle, or thyme soothed fevers and colds. Poultices of crushed herbs and honey were applied to wounds to prevent infection. Churches sometimes provided healing prayers and blessings, believed to aid recovery. Superstition and folk remedies mixed with practical treatments, reflecting a blend of faith and experience. When injury struck, cuts, broken bones, or animal bites, peasants used splints, bandages, and rest to aid healing. Severe cases were often fatal or resulted in lasting disability. Winter's harshness made recovery slow and difficult, as cold weakened the body and limited movement. Despite these challenges, peasants persevered, relying on their knowledge, community support, and simple remedies to survive the ailments that came with the cold. Sanitation in medieval villages was basic at best, and cleanliness was often a secondary concern compared to survival. especially during the cold months when outdoor tasks were limited. Most villages had no formal sewage systems. Human waste was typically disposed of in cesspits or simple latrines located away from homes and water sources. These pits required regular emptying and could become sources of foul smells and disease. Wastewater from washing and cooking was often dumped near homes or into ditches, contributing to unsanitary conditions. Bathing was infrequent. Many peasants washed their faces and hands regularly, but full-body baths were rare, limited by water availability and the difficulty of heating large amounts of water. Clothing was washed seasonally, often beaten on rocks near streams, and dried outdoors. In winter, this became challenging, and so clothes were worn longer between wash-ins. Villagers used straw or rushes inside homes, which were replaced periodically to reduce dirt and odor. Floors of packed earth were swept but rarely scrubbed. Despite these conditions, peasants developed practical routines to cope. Household waste was managed as best they could, and community spaces were kept relatively clear. Sanitation was a quiet, ongoing struggle, one more aspect of medieval life shaped by scarcity, weather, and the limits of their time. Amidst the hardships of daily life and the coldest nights, medieval peasants found moments of relief and joy in their seasonal festivities, times when community spirit and celebration offered warmth beyond the hearth. Festivals were often tied to the church calendar, marking holidays like Christmas, Easter, and All Saints' Day. These occasions provided breaks from toil and opportunities for feasting, music, and dance. The winter solstice and harvest festivals were particularly important, symbolizing hope, renewal, and gratitude for the earth's gifts. Villagers gathered to share simple but hearty meals, often featuring preserved meats, bread, and ale brewed from barley. These feasts were communal affairs, strengthening bonds and renewing social ties. Music, dancing, and storytelling brought laughter and distraction from the cold and hardship. Traditional songs and folk tales passed through generations, preserving culture and history. Games and contests, such as wrestling or archery, sometimes accompanied celebrations, adding excitement and competition. Even in scarcity, these festivals were vital for mental and emotional survival, reminding peasants of shared humanity, resilience, and the promise of better days. The brief warmth of fellowship and festivity illuminated the long, cold winters, weaving joy into the fabric of medieval peasant life. Education for medieval peasants was informal and mostly practical, passed down orally from generation to generation rather than through formal schooling. Most peasants were illiterate, as schools and books were largely the privilege of the clergy and nobility. Instead, knowledge was transmitted through stories, songs, and direct teaching within the family and village. Children learned essential skills early: how to tend animals, farm the land, prepare food, and maintain the home. Elders taught younger generations about seasonal rhythms, medicinal herbs, and community customs. Oral tradition preserved history, legends, and moral lessons. Storytelling by firesides was a vital means of education and entertainment, embedding social values and survival wisdom. Religious instruction came through church attendance, where priests conveyed teachings and prayers, reinforcing community beliefs and ethics. Despite limited formal education, peasants developed a deep, practical understanding of their environment, agriculture, and social dynamics. This body of knowledge was the foundation of peasant resilience, an unspoken curriculum shaped by necessity, experience, and tradition. Clothing was a crucial defense against the biting cold that marked medieval winters. Peasants wore garments designed more for practicality and warmth than for style. Wool was the primary fabric, prized for its insulating properties. Coarse, homespun woolen tunics, cloaks, and hose formed the basic wardrobe for both men and women. These garments, though scratchy, retained heat even when damp. Layers were key. Peasants often wore several layers of clothing, including linen shirts beneath woolen outerwear, to trap body heat and block cold winds. Hoods and caps covered heads and ears, preventing heat loss. Gloves or mittens, when affordable, protected hands during outdoor work. Shoes were typically made of leather, sturdy but simple, and worn with woolen socks or wrapped in cloth for extra warmth. During winter, peasants might wrap themselves in heavy cloaks or blankets, especially indoors or while sleeping. Clothing was mended and reused extensively. Scraps of fabric were patched, and old garments repurposed to extend their usefulness. Though basic and often uncomfortable, peasant clothing was a vital shield against winter's harshness, enabling survival through long, cold seasons. Medieval peasants relied on simple yet essential tools and technologies that shaped their ability to work the land. build shelter, and survive the elements. Wooden plows, often reinforced with iron, were the backbone of farming, allowing peasants to till heavier soils that hand tools could not manage. These plows were pulled by oxen, the strong beasts that turned fields into arable land. Hand tools such as sickles, scythes, and hoes helped peasants plant, tend, and harvest crops. The sickle, with its curved blade, was especially important for cutting grain during harvest. For processing grain, peasants used querns, hand-operated millstones to grind wheat or barley into flour, a laborious and time-consuming task essential for bread-making. Simple woodworking tools like axes, saws, and knives enabled construction and repair of homes, fences, and furniture. Metalworking was limited, but the blacksmith's craft was vital for making and repairing iron tools, nails, and horseshoes, often done at the village forge. Watermills where available harnessed river power to grind grain more efficiently, easing labor during busy seasons. Though rudimentary by modern standards, these tools and technologies represented the ingenuity and adaptation that helped peasants endure a challenging world. Each tool was carefully maintained and passed down, a small but powerful asset in the relentless struggle to survive. The daily diet of medieval peasants was simple, repetitive, and designed to provide enough energy to endure long hours of physical labor and the harsh winter months. Grains such as barley, rye, and oats formed the staple of their meals, often ground into coarse flour and baked into dense, dark bread. This bread was eaten daily, sometimes dipped in broth or accompanied by vegetables. Vegetables like cabbage, onions, turnips, and beans were common, grown in small garden plots or gathered from wild plants. These provided essential vitamins and roughage, helping peasants maintain health. Protein was scarce and usually came from occasional consumption of salted or smoked pork, poultry, or small game, caught in nearby woods. Eggs were valuable supplements when available. Dairy products like cheese and buttermilk supplemented the diet, offering fats and nutrients important during winter. Soups and pottages, a thick stew made from grains, vegetables, and sometimes meat, were frequent meals, warming and nourishing in cold weather. Sweet treats were rare, limited mostly to honey or dried fruits during special occasions. Despite monotony and scarcity, this diet sustained peasant families through harsh conditions, providing enough calories and nutrition to survive and work the land season after season. While peasants were not knights or soldiers, they played a vital role in defending their villages and lands during times of conflict or raids. Villages were often vulnerable to bandits, rival lords, or invading forces, especially during unstable periods of war or political upheaval. Peasants used simple weapons such as pitchforks, staffs, and axes to protect themselves and their homes. They relied heavily on collective action, neighbors watching out for one another, and sounding alarms at the first sign of danger. Village militias were sometimes formed, where able-bodied men trained occasionally in basic combat skills. These militias helped guard the village perimeter, especially at night or during harvests when people were dispersed. Defensive structures such as wooden palisades or moats were constructed around villages or important buildings when resources allowed. During larger conflicts, peasants might be called upon by their lord to serve as infantry or laborers in armies, though they often returned quickly to their farms after brief service. Though lacking formal military training or armor, the resilience and cooperation of peasants were crucial to community survival in a violent and uncertain medieval world. Nighttime in the medieval village was a mysterious and often unsettling time, filled with shadows, quiet, and a strong belief in the supernatural. With no electric lights, darkness reigned soon after sunset, broken only by flickering candles or the hearth's firelight. Peasants hurried indoors, locking doors and windows to keep out the cold, and imagined dangers. Superstitions about spirits, witches, and ghosts were widespread. Many believed that the night was when otherworldly beings roamed, and certain rituals or charms were used to protect families. Common practices included hanging herbs like rosemary or garlic near doors and windows to ward off evil. Some kept iron objects nearby, thought to repel malevolent forces. Stories told around fires often included warnings about the dangers lurking in darkness, a way to teach caution and explain the unexplainable. Fear of the night shaped daily routines. Most work was done in daylight, and activities ceased once darkness fell. Yet, night was also a time of rest and quiet reflection, a necessary pause before the hardships of another day. The interplay of fear and routine created a medieval night rich with both anxiety and necessity. In the absence of modern electricity, medieval peasants relied on firelight and simple candles to illuminate their homes during the long dark hours of winter. The central hearth provided the main source of light, casting flickering shadows on the walls and creating a warm, if dim, glow. The fire's brightness varied with the size and type of wood burned, often barely enough to see clearly. Candles were expensive and relatively scarce. Those available were usually made from tallow, rendered animal fat, which burned with a smoky, unpleasant odor and emitted limited light. Beeswax candles, which burned cleaner and brighter, were rare luxuries. Peasants also used rushlights, dried rush plants soaked in animal fat, inserted into simple holders. These provided short, flickering illumination, but required frequent replacement. Lighting was sparing and purposeful. Activities requiring good light, such as sewing or tool repair, were done during the day or early evening. After chores, families gathered quietly by the hearth, conserving light and heat. The subdued lighting contributed to the quiet, contemplative atmosphere of medieval nights, reinforcing the cycle of work and rest dictated by natural rhythms. Religion was deeply woven into the fabric of medieval peasant life, offering comfort, structure, and meaning amid hardship and uncertainty. The local parish church was the center of community life, where peasants gathered for mass festivals and rites of passage like baptisms, marriages, and funerals. Faith shaped their understanding of the world, interpreting cold winters, poor harvests, and illness as part of a divine plan. Prayer and ritual were essential, believed to bring protection and blessings. Saints and relics held special importance. Peasants often sought their intercession for healing or help in daily struggles. Religious holidays marked the calendar, providing rare breaks from labor and opportunities for communal celebration. Pilgrimages, though difficult, were sometimes undertaken by those seeking spiritual aid or penance. Despite limited formal education, peasants possessed a rich oral religious culture. Prayers, hymns, and stories passed through generations. Faith was both solace and guidance, a steady light through the darkest, coldest nights. When night fell and cold crept in, medieval peasants retreated to their humble sleeping spaces, carefully arranged to conserve warmth and provide rest. Most peasants slept on simple, straw-filled mattresses, or rush-stuffed pallets laid directly on the floor or raised on wooden frames. Bedding was minimal. Thick woolen blankets or animal hides provided insulation against the cold, layered as heavily as possible to trap body heat. Family members often shared beds or slept closely together in a single room, their combined warmth making the difference between comfort and frostbite. The central hearth, though used sparingly overnight to conserve fuel, radiated residual heat, warming the surrounding space. Windows, if present, were small and covered with oiled cloth or shutters to reduce drafts. Peasants dressed in nightshirts or wrapped themselves in additional garments to keep warm. Despite these efforts, winters were harsh and many faced chilly, restless nights, yet the routines of preparation and shared warmth fostered a sense of security and continuity. The hearth was the heart of the medieval peasant home, a vital source of heat, light, and nourishment. Positioned centrally, the open hearth was where wood or peat was burned, providing warmth through the long cold nights. The flickering flames offered comfort and a gathering place for families. Beyond heating, the hearth was essential for cooking. Pots hung over the fire, where stews, pottages, and broths simmered slowly, filling the home with warming aromas. Cooking was a slow process requiring constant attention to maintain the right fire temperature. Food was often cooked in one-pot meals to conserve fuel and simplify preparation. The hearth also served practical purposes, drying herbs, warming bedsheets, and even hardening tools or repairing metalwork. Because fuel was precious, peasants used wood sparingly, burning only enough to keep the hearth alive without wasting resources. The hearth's glow was a symbol of survival, its fire both a physical necessity and a spiritual beacon in a challenging world. Medical knowledge among medieval peasants was rudimentary, relying heavily on traditional remedies, herbal treatments, and folk wisdom passed down through generations. Formal medical care was rare and often inaccessible. Instead, peasants turned to local healers, wise women, or sometimes clergy for guidance. Herbs played a central role. Plants like chamomile, yarrow, garlic, and nettle were used to treat common ailments such as infections, wounds, digestive problems, and fevers. Poultices, infusions, and salves were made by crushing and boiling herbs, applied externally or ingested, depending on the condition. Superstitions and spiritual practices intertwined with medicine. Prayers, charms, and rituals were believed to enhance healing or ward off illness. Despite limited understanding of disease, peasants demonstrated practical ingenuity, using clean water, rest, and nutrition to support recovery. Though survival was often precarious, This blend of natural remedies and community care helped peasants endure sickness amid harsh living conditions. Medieval peasant homes were simple yet functional structures designed to protect inhabitants from the cold, wind, and rain. Most houses were built with locally available materials. Wattle and daub walls made from woven wooden strips plastered with mud, clay, and straw to insulate against cold. Roofs were thatched with straw or reeds, providing decent protection, but requiring frequent repair to prevent leaks and drafts. Floors were typically packed earth, sometimes covered with rushes for cleanliness and a bit of insulation. Windows were small or absent, often covered with oiled parchment or wooden shutters to keep out cold air. The single main room served multiple purposes: cooking, eating, sleeping, and working, concentrating heat from the hearth to maximize warmth. Though humble, these homes reflected practical design choices honed over generations to endure harsh winters. The close quarters and communal living fostered social bonds but also posed challenges for hygiene and privacy. In their simplicity, peasant homes were both refuge and workplace, a constant in the unrelenting rhythm of medieval rural life. Medieval peasant farming was a cycle deeply tied to the seasons, the soil, and the weather, demanding patience, hard work, and intimate knowledge of the land. Most peasants worked on strips of land within large open fields, following the three-field system. This involved rotating crops between fallow, winter grains, and spring grains to preserve soil fertility. Plowing was laborious, with oxen or horses pulling heavy wooden plows that turned the earth. Fields were prepared carefully in spring to receive seeds. Sowing was done by hand, scattering seeds across the soil, followed by careful tending, weed removal, watering when possible, and weed removal. Protecting crops from pests. Harvesting was a communal effort, with neighbors helping each other cut grain with sickles or scythes and gather it for threshing. Threshing separated grain from stalks, often done by beating the harvest with flails or letting animals trample it. Storage was critical to prevent loss from damp or rodents. Grain was kept in simple granaries or pits, guarded as a precious resource. Beyond grains, peasants maintained vegetable gardens and orchards, supplemented by foraging and hunting when allowed. Despite modest tools and unpredictable conditions, these farming practices sustained peasant communities year after year, a testament to endurance and adaptability. Winter in the medieval period was a season of scarcity, cold, and hardship, testing the resilience of peasants in profound ways. Food supplies dwindled after the autumn harvest, making careful rationing essential to survive months of frost and snow. Frozen ground halted, farming forcing peasants to rely on stored grains, preserved vegetables, salted meats, and dried goods. Cold temperatures made daily life difficult. Water sources could freeze, fires needed constant tending, and heavy clothing was a must despite limited resources. Livestock required shelter and extra feed, adding to the labor during already demanding months. Villagers adapted by repairing tools, maintaining homes, and spinning wool indoors, focusing on tasks that required less physical exertion outdoors. Social activities centered around communal warmth and shared stories, helping alleviate the isolation brought by long nights. Despite the hardships, winter was also a time of rest from farming's exhausting cycle, allowing peasants to prepare for the coming seasons. Their survival depended on a blend of preparation, community support, and sheer endurance through the coldest, darkest months. The daily life of medieval peasants was filled with endless chores, especially during winter when the cold kept them indoors for longer hours. Women typically managed tasks such as spinning wool into thread, weaving cloth, sewing and mending garments, and preserving food through salting, smoking, or drying. Churning butter and making cheese were common activities, producing essential dairy products for family consumption. Fetching water from wells or nearby streams, sometimes through snow and ice, was a regular and necessary chore. Men repaired tools, maintained fences, and cared for livestock, ensuring animals stayed healthy through harsh conditions. Children contributed by gathering firewood, assisting in food preparation, and learning skills for their future roles. The hearth required constant attention, stoking fires to keep warmth and food cooking. Despite the repetitive nature of these chores, they were vital for the family's survival and continuity through winter's challenges. Medieval peasants relied on a modest collection of basic tools crafted from wood, iron, and stone, essential for farming, building, and daily life. Plows, made primarily of wood with iron blades, were heavy but vital for turning the soil each planting season. Sickles and scythes were used for harvesting grain and cutting grass, their curved blades forged by local blacksmiths. Axes and hatchets served multiple purposes, from chopping firewood to constructing simple shelters or fences. Hammers, awls, and knives aided in tool repair, leatherworking, and household tasks. Many peasants also practiced basic craftsmanship, making or repairing their own wooden tools, furniture, and household items. Blacksmiths in nearby villages were crucial, providing iron tools and hardware necessary for agriculture and daily survival. Though simple, these tools represented the ingenuity and resourcefulness of peasants who adapted their limited resources to meet daily demands. Within medieval peasant communities, social roles and hierarchies, though less rigid than nobility, structured daily life and responsibilities. At the core were the free peasants, farmers who held strips of land and owed labor or rent to the lord but retained some autonomy. Below them were serfs or villeins, bound to the land and obligated to provide labor services, often working the lord's demesne fields several days a week. The village headman or reeve, typically a respected elder, coordinated communal tasks, collected dues, and represented the village in dealings with the lord. Women managed households and gardens, contributing substantially to food production and family welfare. Children learned their future roles early, assisting elders and gradually taking on more responsibilities as they matured. Neighbors cooperated through mutual aid and labor-intensive activities like plowing, harvesting, and building. Despite hardships, these social bonds formed a resilient web, supporting survival and continuity in a demanding medieval world. Medieval peasants faced the constant challenge of preserving food to last through winter months, when fresh produce was scarce. They employed a variety of methods to extend the shelf life of grains, vegetables, and meats. Grains were stored carefully in dry, cool granaries or pits to prevent mold and rodent damage. Vegetables like cabbages and root crops were often pickled in brine or fermented, creating early forms of sauerkraut to maintain nutrients and prevent spoilage. Meats, when available, were salted or smoked over fires, a process that removed moisture and inhibited bacterial growth. Drying herbs, fruits, and mushrooms in warm, airy places preserved flavors and nutrients for cooking throughout the year. Butter and cheese were made not only for immediate consumption, but also for longer storage, often kept cool in cellars or buried in containers. These preservation techniques were essential skills, passed down through generations, enabling peasants to survive the lean winter months with limited resources. As darkness fell over the village, medieval peasants settled into quieter routines shaped by necessity and tradition. Evenings were often spent indoors close to the hearth's warmth, where families gathered to share meals, stories, and songs. Storytelling was a cherished pastime, passing down local legends, religious tales, and folk wisdom that connected generations. Simple games and music provided light entertainment, with instruments like the pipe, drum, or hurdy-gurdy occasionally heard in larger gatherings. Religious observances and prayers marked the day's end, with candles or rushlights flickering as families sought divine protection through the night. In some regions, communal vigils or seasonal festivals brought villagers together, offering moments of social bonding despite harsh living conditions. The long winter nights, while challenging, were also a time of rest and reflection, reinforcing the rhythms of rural life deeply tied to nature and faith. Sanitation and hygiene in medieval peasant villages were rudimentary and often challenging, especially during the cold winter months. Waste disposal typically involved simple latrines or designated pit areas outside the village, though these were basic and could pose health risks. Many homes lacked dedicated toilets, so chamber pots were common, emptied into nearby cesspits or fields. Water for washing was fetched from wells, rivers, or springs, and bathing was infrequent due to cold weather and limited access. Clothing was washed periodically, often outdoors or by nearby streams, and dried indoors near the hearth to prevent mold. Despite these hardships, peasants developed practical routines to maintain cleanliness as best as possible. Under the circumstances, community efforts occasionally organized cleaning of shared spaces to reduce disease and improve living conditions. Overall, hygiene was a constant struggle balanced against the demands of survival and scarce resources. Forests surrounding medieval villages were vital lifelines for peasants, offering wood, food, and materials essential for survival. Wood was the primary fuel source, used for heating, cooking, and building. Peasants collected fallen branches, coppiced trees, and gathered brushwood carefully to avoid exhausting the forest. The forest also provided wild game, berries, nuts, mushrooms, and medicinal plants supplementing their diet and remedies. Peasants respected certain areas as common land, but strict forest laws often limited access, as hunting was reserved for nobles, requiring peasants to navigate carefully to avoid punishment. Timber was occasionally used for fences, tools, and simple household items, crafted with local skill and knowledge. The forest was both resource and risk, offering sustenance but also sheltering dangers like wild animals or bandits. Through sustainable practices and deep understanding of their environment, peasants balanced use and preservation of these crucial natural resources. In the darkness of medieval winter nights, illumination was sparse and precious. Peasants relied on simple lighting methods such as rushlights, dried rushes dipped in animal fat, that burned dimly but provided enough glow to navigate small spaces. Candles made from tallow, animal fat, were another source, though expensive and smoky, so their use was limited to special occasions or essential tasks. Hearth fires served as the main source of light and warmth, casting flickering shadows that danced across the earthen walls. Oil lamps existed but were rare in peasant households, reserved mostly for wealthier villagers or monasteries. The scarcity and cost of lighting meant peasants planned activities around daylight hours, resting during the long nights whenever possible. Despite minimal illumination, these humble light sources created a cozy atmosphere, emphasizing the importance of hearth and home in dark, cold times. Sleeping arrangements in medieval peasant homes were modest, but designed to maximize warmth and comfort during cold nights. Most families shared a single room where beds were simple wooden frames, or even raised platforms covered with straw mattresses. Straw or hay was commonly used as bedding, replenished regularly to maintain cleanliness and insulation from cold floors. Blankets were made from coarse wool, sometimes layered to provide additional warmth, often hand-woven by family members. To conserve heat, family members often shared beds or slept in close proximity, their body warmth helping to fend off the chill. Animals like dogs or cats sometimes shared living spaces, offering companionship and additional warmth. Despite their simplicity, these sleeping arrangements reflected practical adaptations to an environment where staying warm through the night was crucial for survival. Beyond the central hearth, medieval peasants used several strategies to keep their homes warm during the harsh winter months. The hearth was the heart of the home, used for cooking and heating, with fires burning day and night when possible. Walls were thickened with mud and straw to add insulation, helping retain heat generated by the fire. Windows were often covered with oiled parchment or wooden shutters to reduce drafts and preserve warmth. Peasants layered clothing and bedding, wearing woolen garments indoors and wrapping themselves in cloaks or blankets. Portable braziers or small fire pits sometimes supplemented heat in larger homes, though their use was limited by smoke and safety concerns. Simple architectural features like low ceilings and compact room sizes minimized heat loss. These combined methods illustrate the resourcefulness of peasants, adapting to cold climates with limited technology to survive the winter's bite. Livestock were invaluable assets for medieval peasants, providing food, labor, and materials, so their care during winter was critical. Peasants ensured animals had shelter from wind, snow, and freezing temperatures, often housing them in simple barns or attached shelters. Providing adequate feed was a major challenge. Peasants stored hay, straw, and leftover grains to sustain animals when grazing was impossible. Water sources often froze, requiring peasants to break ice or bring water inside to keep animals hydrated. Regular care included checking animals for illness or injury, vital for survival through the harsh months. Livestock also provided warmth inside homes, with cows or pigs sometimes kept in attached stalls where their body heat could help warm living spaces. Despite these efforts, winter losses were common, reflecting the precarious balance peasants maintained to protect their livelihood. In the absence of professional doctors, medieval peasants relied heavily on folk remedies and traditional medicine to treat illnesses and injuries. Herbal knowledge was passed down through generations, with common plants like chamomile, nettle, and yarrow used to soothe ailments. Poultices made from crushed herbs were applied to wounds to reduce infection and inflammation. For fevers, peasants used cooling herbs and rest, often combining physical remedies with prayers and rituals for spiritual protection. Midwives played a vital role in childbirth and women's health, using herbs and hands-on care to assist deliveries and postpartum recovery. Superstitions and charms sometimes accompanied medical treatments, reflecting the close intertwining of health and belief. While often rudimentary and limited, these folk medicines were essential tools in surviving daily hardships and illnesses with scarce resources. The diet of medieval peasants was simple and repetitive, heavily reliant on what the land and seasons provided. Staples included coarse rye or barley bread, pottage, a thick stew made from grains and vegetables, and limited meat, mostly from small animals or preserved sources. Vegetables like onions, leeks, cabbage, beans, and peas were common, often grown in kitchen gardens. Dairy products such as cheese and buttermilk supplemented meals, providing essential fats and proteins. Meat was a luxury, eaten mainly during festivals or when livestock was slaughtered, with fish serving as a more regular protein source in some regions. Seasonal shortages and poor harvests sometimes led to malnutrition, making peasants vulnerable to diseases. Despite hardships, their diet reflected a balance of available resources and traditional knowledge, sustaining communities through challenging times. Among medieval peasants, literacy was rare, as formal education was mostly reserved for clergy and nobility. Most peasants were illiterate and relied on oral traditions to transmit knowledge, laws, and customs. Record-keeping was primarily the responsibility of the lord's officials or village reeves who maintained accounts of rents, labor dues, and communal obligations. Peasants might use simple tally sticks or marks to track transactions or debts informally. Occasionally, some wealthier or more enterprising peasants learned to read or write, often through church instruction. This limited literacy shaped the communal life, emphasizing verbal communication, storytelling, and shared memory over written documentation. Despite barriers, the social fabric was held together through strong oral traditions and practical management of village affairs. Medieval peasants were integral to the feudal system, bound by obligations that extended beyond farming to include various duties. They owed labor services to their lord, such as working on the lord's demesne, land several days a week, repairing roads, fences, or buildings. In times of conflict, peasants might be called upon to contribute to local defense, often by manning village watch or maintaining fortifications like wooden palisades. While rarely serving as soldiers, some peasants could be levied as archers or foot soldiers during wars, equipped with simple weapons like bows, spears, or pitchforks. Feudal duties also included paying rents, taxes, or providing goods like poultry, eggs, or firewood. These obligations shaped daily life and community rhythms, reinforcing the hierarchical relationships of medieval society. Despite their low status, peasants' labor and service were vital to the functioning and defense of the manor and broader feudal realm. Although peasants occupied the lowest rung in medieval society, they possessed certain legal rights within the manorial court system. Village courts, presided over by the lord or his steward, adjudicated minor disputes over land boundaries, rents, labor duties, and local customs. Peasants could bring complaints or seek justice regarding theft, property damage, or breaches of feudal obligations. Punishments for offenses ranged from fines and additional labor to public humiliation or, in severe cases, corporal punishment. Some villages developed customary laws that provided protections, such as rights to common grazing or access to woodland resources. Disputes were often settled communally, with elders or village representatives mediating conflicts to maintain harmony. Despite limited power, these legal mechanisms helped regulate daily life and protect peasant interests within the feudal framework. Medieval peasants relied on simple but effective tools to manage daily tasks essential for survival and productivity. Handmade wooden plows, hoes, sickles, and flails were the backbone of agricultural work, carefully maintained to endure heavy use. Blacksmiths in the village or nearby towns forged metal parts, such as iron blades and nails, which peasants used to repair tools and build structures. Basic woodworking skills allowed peasants to craft furniture, storage containers, and household utensils from local timber. Pottery making was also common, with clay vessels used for cooking, storing food, and carrying water. Though peasants were not specialized artisans, their craftsmanship reflected practical knowledge and resourcefulness, shaped by necessity and limited materials. These tools and skills formed the foundation of rural life, enabling peasants to cultivate the land and sustain their communities. Medieval peasant life revolved around the rhythms of the agricultural calendar and the church's liturgical year. Planting, tending, and harvesting dictated work schedules with intense labor in spring and autumn, and relative rest during winter. Seasonal festivals marked key moments, blending Christian and older pagan traditions that offered breaks from toil. Celebrations like Candlemas, May Day, Michaelmas, and Christmas included feasting, dancing, and communal rituals. These gatherings reinforced social bonds and offered hope and joy amid often harsh living conditions. Winter festivals were particularly important, providing light and warmth during the darkest months. Overall, these cycles and celebrations wove a tapestry of work, faith, and community that sustained medieval peasants through the year. Medieval peasant homes were modest structures built using locally available materials and traditional methods. Walls were typically made of wattle and daub, a framework of woven wooden strips coated with a mixture of clay, straw, and dung to provide insulation. Roofs were thatched with straw or reeds, carefully layered to shed rain and snow, though they required frequent maintenance. Floors were packed earth, sometimes covered with rushes, or straw for cleanliness and warmth. Simple timber frames supported the structure, crafted with hand tools and communal effort. Villages were often clustered near water sources and fertile fields, with houses arranged closely to conserve heat and encourage cooperation. These humble homes reflected the peasants' resourcefulness, adapting natural materials into functional shelters against cold, wind, and rain. Medieval peasants practiced farming techniques refined over generations to maximize soil fertility and crop yields. One key method was the three-field crop rotation system, dividing arable land into three parts, one sown with winter crops like wheat or rye, one with spring crops such as barley or oats, and one left fallow. This rotation prevented soil exhaustion and allowed recovery, balancing food production and sustainability. Plowing was done with simple wooden plows pulled by oxen or horses, turning the heavy soil to prepare for sowing. Sowing and harvesting were manual, requiring teamwork from family and neighbors. Peasants also used manures and composts to enrich fields, recycling animal and human waste into nutrients. Despite rudimentary tools, these practices reflected a sophisticated understanding of agriculture, essential for feeding medieval communities. Animal husbandry was a vital part of medieval peasant life, providing meat, milk, wool, and labor. Common livestock included cattle, sheep, pigs, and poultry, each requiring specific care and shelter throughout the year. Sheep were prized for wool, essential for clothing and trade, while pigs were easy to raise, often foraging in woodlands. Cattle were used for plowing fields and providing milk, but were also a sign of wealth. Beekeeping was practiced on a small scale, with peasants maintaining simple straw skeps to harvest honey and beeswax. Honey was a valuable sweetener in medicine, while beeswax was important for candles and religious rituals. These practices demanded knowledge, patience, and seasonal attention, reflecting peasants' close relationship with the natural world. Medieval peasant villages were self-regulating communities with a strong sense of collective responsibility. Local governance was often managed by village elders, a reeve appointed by the lord, or a council of villagers who oversaw day-to-day affairs. Responsibilities included organizing communal work, managing common lands like pastures and woodlands, and enforcing local customs. Decisions were made through meetings where disputes were resolved, labor duties assigned, and resources allocated. Community life centered on cooperation, mutual aid, and shared rituals that fostered social cohesion. Festivals, markets, and church activities offered occasions for socializing beyond work. Despite their modest means, peasants built resilient communities that balanced individual needs with collective survival. Life for medieval peasants was a constant negotiation with the elements, and harsh weather could bring famine, disease, or death. To survive cold winters, peasants insulated homes with straw and dung, slept close to animals for warmth, and layered rough woolen garments. In times of drought or failed harvests, they relied on preserved foods like salted meats, dried legumes, and sourdough bread stored in cool cellars. Grain shortfalls often led to famine, forcing peasants to forage for wild roots, berries, and even bark to survive. Floods could destroy homes and fields, and villagers built ditches and raised beds to divert water and protect crops when possible. Disasters were interpreted as divine punishment or tests of faith, and many turned to prayer, fasting, and processions for relief. Despite the devastation such events could bring, peasant communities often rebuilt together, bonded by shared hardship and practical knowledge. In medieval villages, fire was both a necessity and a constant threat. Open hearths provided essential heat for cooking and warmth, but they also posed serious risks, especially in homes with thatched roofs and timber frames. To reduce danger, peasants often placed their hearths in the center of the room, with smoke escaping through a hole in the roof or a crude chimney. Fires were kept low and controlled with stones or earthen borders, and ashes were regularly removed to prevent flare-ups. Children were taught early to respect the fire, and coals were often banked at night under ash to keep them smoldering safely. Villages sometimes enforced fire curfews, orders to extinguish all flames by a set time, to prevent nighttime blazes. Despite these precautions, accidental fires were common, and a single spark could destroy entire rows of homes. Community efforts to rebuild after such events reflected the close bonds and resilience of peasant life. Though often bound to the land they worked, medieval peasants did travel, albeit within limited distances and for specific purposes. Most movement was local, visiting nearby markets, attending church festivals, or exchanging labor with neighboring villages. Travel was done on foot, with journeys often taking hours or days across muddy paths, forests, and fields. Peasants sometimes used carts pulled by oxen to transport goods, though owning a cart was rare and usually communal. Pilgrimages provided spiritual motivation for longer travel, with peasants walking great distances to visit holy sites and relics. Marriage, seasonal labor, or fleeing harsh conditions also prompted movement, though permission from the local lord was often required. Despite social and legal restrictions, the peasant world was not entirely static. News, goods, and people flowed slowly but steadily through the countryside. Their knowledge of surrounding areas, though limited, was built on generations of necessity and oral tradition. Faith permeated every aspect of a medieval peasant's life, offering comfort, structure, and meaning in an uncertain world. The church taught that suffering on earth was a path to salvation, and peasants embraced this belief with devotion and humility. Daily life was punctuated by religious observances, morning prayers, grace before meals, and evening blessings were common. Most villages had a small church or chapel, often the only stone building in the area, where peasants gathered for mass, baptisms, weddings, and funerals. Holy days, or holidays, broke the rhythm of labor and were marked with processions, feasting, and solemn rituals. Relics, saints, and pilgrimages were especially important. Peasants believed visiting a shrine or touching a sacred object could bring healing or good fortune. Even in hardship, peasants clung to their faith, lighting candles for lost loved ones and carving crosses above doors for lost loved ones and carving crosses above doors. Protection. Illiteracy was widespread, but biblical stories were conveyed through sermons, church art, and seasonal traditions, embedding religion deep in the cultural fabric. For medieval peasants, death was never far away. It hovered over every harvest, illness, and winter storm. With short life expectancies and high infant mortality, death was viewed not as a distant event, but as an ever-present companion. Peasants believed the soul lived on after death, and life's hardships were seen as a preparation for judgment and eternal reward, or punishment. The church taught that the righteous would go to heaven, sinners to hell, and many to purgatory, a place of cleansing before salvation. Burials were sacred and simple. Bodies were wrapped in cloth, laid in the earth, and marked with wooden crosses or stones. Funeral rites were performed by the village priest, who prayed for the soul's safe passage and encouraged mourners to reflect on their own fate. Peasants sometimes left tokens, like a handful of grain or a simple tool, with the deceased, believing it would help them in the afterlife. Annual remembrances such as All Souls' Day brought the community together to pray for the dead and honor their memory. Though death was feared, it was also accepted, woven into the rhythms of daily life, balanced by hope in divine mercy and reunion in the next world. Medieval peasants dressed simply and practically, with clothing tailored to the demands of hard labor and the changing seasons. Most garments were handmade from coarse wool or linen, spun and woven within the village or acquired through trade. A typical outfit for a male peasant included a long tunic, belted at the waist, woolen leggings or breeches, and a hood or coif for warmth. Women wore long woolen dresses with aprons, fitted with laces or pins, and often layered with a headscarf or wimple for modesty and protection. Shoes, if worn at all, were made from rough leather and fastened with thongs. Many peasants went barefoot in warmer months to preserve footwear. Dyes were expensive, so colors were earthy, browns, grays, and off-whites. Brighter colors were rare and considered a mark of wealth or status. Clothing was patched, handed down, and reused until completely worn out, with even scraps turned into rags or stuffing. During colder seasons, layers were crucial. Cloaks, mittens, and woolen hats helped trap body heat, often shared between family members. Though humble, peasant clothing told the story of their resilience, crafted with care, worn with purpose, and adapted to a life shaped by toil and survival. In the modest homes of medieval peasants, kitchens were not separate rooms, but corners of the main living space centered around the hearth. Despite the simplicity, peasants used a variety of handmade tools to prepare meals, each crafted with care and often passed down through generations. Clay and wooden bowls were common for mixing, serving, and eating. These vessels were shaped by hand, sun-dried or kiln-fired when possible. Cooking pots, typically made of iron, or coarse pottery hung from iron tripods or hooks above the fire. These cauldrons simmered stews and porridges all day. Long-handled wooden spoons and ladles allowed safe stirring over flames. Flat stones or iron griddles served as makeshift surfaces for baking simple bread cakes. Knives were precious. A single sharp blade often served multiple functions, from food prep to household repairs. Mortar and pestle sets, usually carved from stone or wood, helped grind herbs, grains, and salt for flavoring. Peasants had no forks. Meals were eaten with fingers, spoons, or bread used to scoop from communal bowls. Water was fetched from wells or streams in wooden pails, and oil or tallow lamps lit the cooking space in darker months. These simple tools, shaped by necessity, formed the backbone of the peasant kitchen. Humble, worn, and utterly essential. In a world without refrigeration, medieval peasants relied on age-old methods to keep their food from spoiling, especially through winter or during poor harvest years. Salting was a key technique. Fish and meat were packed in salt or brine to draw out moisture and prevent decay. Salt was expensive but highly valued. Smoking was another method. Strips of meat or fish were hung in the rafters over the hearth, slowly drying in the smoke over days or weeks. Drying and sun curing worked well for fruits, legumes, and herbs. Apples, plums, beans, and onions were strung up or laid out in dry lofts. Grain was stored in sacks or large wooden bins, sometimes lined with straw, and kept in granaries or raised platforms to protect from damp and vermin. Root vegetables like turnips and parsnips were buried in cellars or root clamps, pits filled with straw and covered with earth to keep them cool and moist. Cheese made during the warmer months was aged on shelves and could last for months if well cared for, providing vital nutrition in winter. Jars of honey, or thick fruit. Preserves were sometimes sealed with wax and tucked away. Those sweeteners were rare luxuries. Preservation was not just practical, it was a matter of survival. Peasant families worked together to stretch the bounty of summer through the leanest of times. Animals were vital to the survival of medieval peasants, not just for food but for labor, materials, and even warmth. Livestock were carefully tended, though most families owned only a few animals. A cow or two, some sheep, pigs, and chickens were typical, and each served a distinct role. Cows provided milk for cheese, butter, and whey, as well as manure for fertilizing fields. Oxen, larger and sturdier, were prized for plowing heavy soil. Sheep were valued for both wool and meat. Their fleece was shorn in spring, spun into yarn, and woven into rough but essential garments. Pigs were often allowed to roam the woods, rooting for acorns and scraps. They were cheap to raise and provided a vital source of fat and meat, especially in winter. Chickens laid eggs and were occasionally eaten, though they were often more valuable alive than on the table. Geese and ducks also found homes on village plots, kept for their meat, feathers, and watchdog-like behavior. Animal shelters were rudimentary, wooden pens, thatched enclosures, and in many cases, the animals shared indoor living space with their owners during winter nights. Peasants were deeply familiar with their animals' habits. They knew how to recognize illness, assist with births, and nurse creatures back to health using herbal remedies. Nothing was wasted. Wool, milk, hides, feathers, bones, dung, each had a place in the endless cycle of making the most of what little one had. For medieval peasants, the forest was more than a backdrop. It was a lifeline. Though many forests were technically owned by nobles or the crown, peasants often had customary rights known as common rights to gather what they needed. Wood was the most crucial resource. Peasants collected fallen branches, dead wood, and brush to fuel their hearths through the long winters. Cutting down trees without permission could result in harsh punishment. Forests also provided materials for tools, fencing, and construction. Peasants whittled handles, carved pegs, and wove baskets from twigs and saplings. Mushrooms, berries, and wild herbs were foraged seasonally. Peasants learned to distinguish between what was edible and what was deadly through generations of oral knowledge. Nuts like hazelnuts and acorns were gathered for food or animal fodder, especially to fatten pigs during autumn for slaughter. Tree bark, moss, and certain roots were used for dyes, medicine, and even rudimentary insulation in desperate times. Honey from wild bees was a treasured find, both as a sweetener and for its medicinal uses. Finding a hive in a hollow tree was a rare gift. Some peasants hunted small game like rabbits or birds with snares, though larger game was restricted to the nobility. Poaching was risky, but sometimes necessary. The forest was a place of danger, too, home to wolves, wild boars, and outlaws. But to a peasant, it was also a pantry, pharmacy, and lumber yard rolled into one. Peasant homes in the medieval period were modest shelters, built from materials readily available in their surroundings, combining practicality with limited resources. Most cottages had wooden frames, with walls filled in by wattle and daub. a mixture of woven sticks, clay, straw, and animal dung, creating insulation against cold and wind. Roofs were typically thatched with reeds, straw, or rushes, which, while effective at shedding rain, posed significant fire risks. Floors were earthen, sometimes compacted clay, and rarely covered with rushes or straw for comfort and to reduce dampness. Inside, the space was usually a single room, shared by the entire family, serving as kitchen, living quarters, and sleeping area. A central hearth was the heart of the home, providing warmth and a place to cook with smoke escaping through a hole or rudimentary chimney. Furniture was sparse and handmade. Wooden benches, stools, a rough table, and simple beds stuffed with straw or rushes. Windows, if present, were small and covered with oiled parchment or cloth, allowing minimal light but keeping out drafts. Peasants maintained their homes as best they could, patching roofs each year and repairing walls, often with the help of neighbors in communal work bees. Despite their simplicity, these homes offered shelter against harsh weather and formed the core of family life and survival in a challenging world. The backbone of medieval peasant life was the land, and the tools they wielded shaped both their survival and the rhythm of their days. Peasants worked primarily with simple handcrafted tools made from wood and iron, designed to till, sow, and harvest on a small scale. The plow, often a heavy wooden frame with an iron tip, was pulled by oxen to turn the soil, though many peasants had to share these valuable implements. Hoes and mattocks helped break up earth and clear weeds, while scythes and sickles were used to cut grain during harvest season. Rakes gathered cut hay or straw, which was dried and stored for animal fodder or bedding through winter months. Hand drills or dibblers were employed to plant seeds with care, maximizing the meager plots each family managed. Peasants practiced crop rotation and fallowing to maintain soil fertility, often guided by traditional knowledge passed down through generations. Communal fields meant that cooperation was essential, with village members often working side by side during critical times like planting and harvest. Despite their rudimentary tools, peasants' skill and perseverance ensured food was produced each year. However modest the yield, medieval peasants lived constantly at the mercy of forces beyond their control: pests, diseases, and the unpredictable whims of nature. Crop failures were a harsh reality. Drought, excessive rain, or early frosts could devastate fields, leaving families facing hunger or starvation. Locusts and other insects sometimes swarmed, consuming young plants and stripping fields bare, while rodents invaded granaries, feasting on precious stored grain. Plant diseases like rust and blight could spread rapidly, reducing yields and threatening the community's entire food supply. Livestock fell prey to ailments such as mange worms and infections, with few remedies beyond herbs and traditional treatments. Human illnesses were frequent, and often deadly. Poor sanitation, malnutrition, and close living quarters facilitated the spread of fevers, dysentery, and respiratory diseases. Outbreaks like the plague could sweep through villages with terrifying speed, leaving devastation in their wake. Peasants relied heavily on folk medicine, herbs, poultices, and charms, while prayers and religious rituals offered spiritual solace against unseen threats. Despite these constant dangers, peasants persevered, their resilience tested by a fragile existence, balanced between survival and disaster. The life of a medieval peasant was dictated by the unyielding cycle of the seasons, each bringing its own demands, dangers, and tasks. Spring was a time of hope and heavy labor. Fields were plowed, seeds sown, and livestock tended to after the long winter months. The thawing ground and lengthening days allowed peasants to prepare their crops and repair fences, barns, and homes damaged by frost and storms. Summer was a race against time. Tending crops, weeding, and watching anxiously for signs of drought or blight became daily rituals. Harvest in late summer and early autumn was the busiest and most critical period. Gathering grain, fruits, and vegetables before the first frost meant the difference between feast and famine. Once the fields were cleared, peasants turned to preserving food, repairing tools, and preparing for the dark, cold months ahead. Winter brought its own challenges and a relative slowdown of outdoor work. Peasants focused on indoor tasks. Mending clothes, crafting tools, and caring for animals kept close to shelter. Communal festivities and religious holidays punctuated the year, offering brief respite and moments of joy amid hardship. This cyclical rhythm tied peasants inseparably to the land and sky, their lives measured not by clocks, but by the rising sun, the turning seasons, and the changing harvest. Life for medieval peasants was not only about survival, it was also deeply rooted in community and shared experience. Villages were close-knit, with families often living in clusters of cottages surrounded by their small plots of land. Neighbors relied on one another for labor, especially during the intense seasons of planting and harvest, forming a network of mutual aid. Communal gatherings, such as market days, fairs, and religious festivals, were vital social outlets where news, goods, and stories were exchanged. The church served as the spiritual center and social hub. Weekly masses, holy days, and rites of passage like baptisms and weddings brought villagers together. Folk traditions, songs, dances, and storytelling helped pass time, preserve culture, and provide comfort during difficult times. Disputes and disagreements occurred, but village life demanded cooperation, and communal justice often involved local elders or the Lord's reeve. The shared hardships of peasant life forged strong bonds, creating a sense of belonging and collective identity amid the uncertainty of medieval existence. Surviving the bitter cold of medieval winters was one of the greatest challenges for peasants, whose homes were drafty and poorly insulated. The hearth was the centerpiece of warmth, a constant fire burning low through the night, its smoke curling through a hole in the roof or a crude chimney. Peasants gathered wood year-round, carefully rationing firewood to stretch through the long months, often supplemented by peat or dried dung where available. Clothing was layered and made from thick wool and linen, garments often patched and mended to keep out the chill. Bedding was piled high with straw, rushes, or feathers if available, and whole families sometimes huddled together in small beds or on rush-strewn floors to share body heat. Animals, too, were brought indoors or into adjoining shelters for warmth, their bodies adding to the cozy, if cramped, living spaces. Drafts were blocked with cloths or rushes, and simple wooden shutters covered windows at night. While modern heating was unimaginable, these humble strategies combined to create a fragile but vital barrier against winter's harsh grip. The diet of a medieval peasant was humble but carefully balanced, designed to sustain hard labor and survive lean times. At the center was the staple: coarse bread made from rye or barley, often dark and dense, eaten with every meal. Porridge, a thick gruel from oats or barley, was common, both a breakfast and an evening meal, filling and inexpensive. Vegetables like cabbage, onions, leeks, and beans were grown in small garden plots or foraged from the wild. Legumes, especially peas and beans, provided vital protein in a mostly plant-based diet. Meat was rare and highly prized, usually reserved for special occasions or religious festivals. When eaten, it was often salted or smoked. Fish, especially salted or dried, was a frequent alternative, particularly during fast days when meat was forbidden. Dairy products, milk, cheese, and butter were seasonal treats, reliant on the health of livestock. Honey was the main sweetener but expensive and used sparingly. Religious observance shaped eating habits. Many days required fasting or abstaining from meat, especially during Lent and other holy periods. Feast days, like Christmas and Easter, brought rare indulgences, fresh meat, pies, and sweets, offering peasants moments of joy amid hardship. Though simple, the medieval peasant diet was a testament to resourcefulness, shaped by nature, faith, and the relentless demands of survival. After sunset, darkness settled quickly, and medieval peasants had limited means to illuminate their homes and surroundings. The primary sources of light were simple: rushlights, tallow candles, and oil lamps, all made from scarce and precious materials. Rushlights were crafted by soaking rushes in animal fat or grease, then igniting them. They burned dimly and had to be kept durable and water-resistant when treated. Sheep were a vital part of village life. Flax was grown and processed into linen for lighter garments, particularly worn in warmer months or as underclothes. Spinning fibers into thread and weaving cloth were often done at home, primarily by women, using simple tools like spindles and looms. Garments were typically loose-fitting tunics for men and long dresses for women, layered for warmth. Colors were muted: natural browns, grays, and off-whites, since dyes were expensive and reserved for wealthier classes. Shoes were made from leather, sturdy but quickly worn out. Many peasants even went barefoot during warmer seasons. Clothes were patched, mended, and handed down to stretch limited resources, with garments often lasting for years. Festive or Sunday clothes might include small decorative touches, but daily wear was practical, designed for work and endurance. The skill of making and maintaining clothes was essential, an ongoing task woven into the fabric of peasant life. Medieval peasants lived under the authority of local lords and royal officials, their lives shaped by feudal obligations and the threat of violence. Though unarmed and poorly equipped, peasants were expected to contribute to local defense, sometimes called upon to man village watch or fight in militias during wartime. Their weapons were simple: pitchforks, farming tools repurposed as weapons, and occasionally bows or short swords if available. Castles and manorial estates offered some protection, but peasants themselves were vulnerable to raids, bandits, or disputes between rival lords. Justice was administered by manorial courts, overseen by the lord's reeve or steward, with punishments ranging from fines to corporal punishment. Disputes among peasants or between peasants and landlords were common but resolved locally to maintain order and productivity. Rebellions and uprisings occasionally erupted when oppression or taxes became unbearable, but these were risky and often brutally suppressed. Despite their low status, peasants formed the backbone of medieval society, their labor fueling the economy while their lives remained precariously balanced between survival and servitude. Medieval peasants faced illness and injury with a blend of practical knowledge, superstition, and limited access to medical care. Most healing was home-based, relying on herbal remedies made from locally gathered plants like chamomile, willow bark, and nettle. Herbal poultices, teas, and salves were applied to wounds and ailments, though their effectiveness varied widely. Bloodletting and cupping were sometimes attempted, though usually by traveling healers or monks rather than peasants themselves. Superstitions and charms played a role, with prayers, amulets, and rituals, believed to ward off evil spirits thought responsible for disease. Midwives attended births, often doubling as community healers and advisors for women and children. The church's influence was strong. Prayers and pilgrimages to holy sites were common for seeking divine intervention. When serious illness struck, peasants had little recourse. Many died young, their suffering eased only by family care and faith. Despite harsh conditions, peasants' healing practices reflected centuries of accumulated knowledge, blending nature, belief, and resilience. Medieval peasant homes were modest structures, built with readily available materials, designed primarily for shelter rather than comfort. Typically, houses were simple one-room cottages made of wattle and daub, woven wooden strips plastered with clay, straw, and manure. Roofs were thatched with straw or reeds, providing insulation but prone to leaks and fire hazards. Floors were usually packed earth, sometimes strewn with rushes or straw to help insulate and absorb moisture. A central hearth served as the heart of the home, providing heat for cooking and warmth during cold nights. Windows were small, if present at all, often just openings covered with oiled cloth or wooden shutters to keep out drafts. Furniture was sparse, wooden benches, simple tables, and straw-filled mattresses on the floor. Space was shared closely by family members, animals sometimes housed inside during winter for warmth. Daily life revolved around the home and surrounding land, cooking, spinning, repairing tools, and preparing for the next day's labor. Despite the humble conditions, these homes were places of family, community, and survival, standing firm against the hardships of medieval life. The backbone of medieval peasant life was agriculture, and the tools they wielded, though simple, were vital to survival. Wooden plows with iron tips were pulled by oxen or horses, turning the heavy soil to prepare fields for planting. Hand tools like hoes, sickles, scythes, and spades allowed peasants to sow, weed, and harvest crops with painstaking effort. The heavy and often rocky terrain made farming labor-intensive, with peasants relying on knowledge passed through generations to maximize yield. Crop rotation, alternating fields between grains and legumes, helped maintain soil fertility, a practice slowly adopted over centuries. Irrigation was minimal, and peasants depended largely on rainfall, making drought a constant threat. Animal husbandry was essential. Oxen, horses, sheep, pigs, and chickens provided labor, food, and raw materials like wool and leather. Seasonal tasks demanded careful timing: planting in spring, tending in summer, harvesting in autumn, and repair work during winter. Though lacking modern machinery, peasants combined skill, community cooperation, and endurance to sustain their families year after year. Education was a rare luxury for medieval peasants, whose daily lives left little time for formal learning. Literacy rates among peasants were extremely low. Most could not read or write, relying instead on oral tradition and practical knowledge. Children learned by observing and assisting their parents, mastering skills necessary for farming, cooking, and crafts. The local church sometimes offered rudimentary instruction, primarily for boys training to become clerics or choir boys. Stories, songs, and folklore passed down orally, preserved history, moral lessons, and cultural identity within the peasant community. Religious festivals and sermons were important sources of information, connecting peasants to the wider medieval world. Despite limited formal education, peasants developed a rich, lived knowledge essential for survival. passed from generation to generation. In the harshness of medieval peasant life, festivals and celebrations were vital breaks filled with joy, music, and community spirit. These events often aligned with the agricultural calendar, planting, harvest, and religious holy days. Harvest festivals such as Lammas Day marked the gathering of crops and offered thanks for the season's bounty. Christmas and Easter were major celebrations, featuring special foods, church services, and communal feasting. Midsummer was another popular festival, with bonfires, dancing, and rituals intended to ensure fertility and good fortune. Weddings and village fairs provided additional occasions for merriment, with music, games, and simple competitions. Despite limited resources, peasants spared little effort to decorate, dress in their best clothes, and participate wholeheartedly. These communal moments reinforced bonds, provided respite from toil, and kept traditions alive through generations. Animals were indispensable companions to medieval peasants, serving as workers, sources of food, and even protection. Oxen and horses labored in the fields, pulling plows and carts, their strength turning the earth and transporting goods. Sheep provided wool for clothing and trade, their shearing a crucial seasonal event. Pigs were valued for their meat and could forage for food in woodlands and waste areas. Chickens laid eggs and offered occasional meat, kept close to the home for convenience. Dogs acted as guards and helpers, herding livestock and warning of dangers. Animals were often housed indoors during winter to protect them from cold and to add warmth to living spaces. Caring for animals was a constant responsibility, with peasants relying on their health for both survival and economic stability. The bond between peasants and their animals was one of mutual dependence, woven tightly into the fabric of medieval rural life. In a world without refrigeration, medieval peasants relied on various methods to preserve food and survive through harsh winters and poor harvests. Salting meat and fish was common. The salt drew out moisture, inhibiting bacterial growth and extending edibility. Smoking was another method. Meat and fish hung over low fires absorbed smoke, which preserved and flavored the food. Drying fruits, herbs, and grains helped prevent spoilage, allowing storage in sacks or baskets for months. Root vegetables like turnips and carrots were stored in cool, dark cellars or buried in straw pits to maintain freshness. Fermentation preserved foods such as cabbage into sauerkraut, providing vital nutrients during winter. Honey and wax sealed containers while cold winter temperatures naturally slowed spoilage. These preservation techniques were essential skills, enabling peasants to stretch limited resources across seasons and reduce hunger's grip. Maintaining hygiene and sanitation was a constant challenge for medieval peasants, living in close quarters with limited water and rudimentary facilities. Bathing was infrequent, often limited to a quick wash of hands and face using cold water drawn from nearby streams or wells. Full-body baths were rare, sometimes taken in communal bathhouses or natural bodies of water, but cultural and religious beliefs often discouraged frequent washing. Clothing was washed occasionally, with heavy fabrics making it difficult to clean regularly. Waste disposal was primitive. Chamber pots were emptied into the streets or nearby fields, contributing to unsanitary conditions. Villages sometimes had designated latrines or ditches, but odors and disease were common problems. Despite hardships, peasants developed basic habits and folk remedies to manage cleanliness and reduce illness in their environment. Understanding of germs was non-existent, but trial and error fostered practical approaches that helped sustain community health. Medieval peasants cooked over open hearths or simple clay ovens, using basic techniques suited to their humble kitchens. Boiling was common. Soups, pottages, and stews combined grains, vegetables, and sometimes bits of meat or fish. Baking was limited to bread, a staple food made from coarse grains like barley or rye, often dense and heavy. Roasting meat was a luxury for special occasions, requiring a spit or a fire pit, and reserved for village festivals or feast days. Vegetables such as onions, cabbage, and beans featured prominently, along with wild herbs and greens for flavor. Peasants drank ale or weak beer daily, as water sources were often unsafe to drink. Dairy products like cheese and buttermilk supplemented the diet, though availability varied by region. Meals were simple, repetitive, and calorie-dense to sustain hard physical labor, reflecting the subsistence lifestyle of rural medieval life. Beyond farming, many medieval peasants practiced crafts and trades essential for village life and survival. Some specialized in weaving and spinning wool, producing cloth for clothing and trade. Blacksmithing, though often done by specialized artisans, sometimes involved peasants making and repairing tools, horseshoes, and simple metal goods. Woodworking was common. Peasants crafted furniture, tools, and household items from readily available timber. Tanning and leatherworking provided materials for shoes, belts, and harnesses. Some peasants raised bees for honey and wax, crucial for sweetening food and making candles. Bartering these goods and services helped supplement incomes and fostered a sense of community interdependence. These crafts required skill passed down through families, balancing agricultural duties with artisan work to sustain livelihoods. Medieval peasants lived at the mercy of the weather, their survival tied closely to the seasons and unpredictable climate. Cold winters brought biting winds and deep snow, making daily chores difficult and food scarce. Floods, droughts, and storms could devastate crops, forcing peasants to rely on stored food and community aid. They adapted by building sturdy homes, layering clothing, and maintaining reserves of grain and preserved foods. Peasants observed natural signs, bird migrations, flowering plants, and moon phases to anticipate weather changes. Community cooperation was vital during harsh times, with shared labor and resources helping villagers endure. Despite limited technology, peasants showed remarkable resilience and ingenuity in confronting nature's challenges. Their lives were a constant balance between human effort and the uncontrollable forces of the environment. Medieval peasants lived under the shadow of the local manor and castle, centers of power and control in their lives. The manor was both a workplace and administrative hub, where peasants owed labor, rent, and taxes to the lord. In return, the lord provided protection, justice, and access to common land and resources. Castles symbolized authority and military strength, often looming over villages as reminders of feudal hierarchy. Peasants could be called upon for additional duties, such as building fortifications or serving in local militias. Though dependent on the lord, peasants forged complex relationships involving negotiation, loyalty, and occasional resistance. The manor economy shaped daily rhythms, social structure, and opportunities, defining much of peasant life in medieval Europe. Justice in medieval peasant communities was often administered locally, with the manor court serving as the primary venue for resolving disputes. Peasants brought complaints about land boundaries, debts, theft, or breaches of village customs to the lord steward or bailiff. Punishments ranged from fines and public shaming to corporal punishment or temporary imprisonment, depending on the offense. Community elders and respected villagers sometimes mediated conflicts to avoid harsher penalties and maintained social harmony. Church courts handled moral and religious offenses, emphasizing confession and penance. Despite limited legal rights, peasants developed informal systems of negotiation and restitution to settle conflicts. These mechanisms maintained order in a tightly knit society where cooperation was essential for survival. Travel for medieval peasants was limited and often arduous, typically confined to nearby villages, markets, or religious sites. Most journeys were on foot, though some used horses or carts for transporting goods or attending fairs. Roads were rough, muddy, and poorly maintained, making travel slow and uncomfortable. Communication relied on face-to-face interaction, word of mouth, and messengers for news from neighboring areas. Markets and fairs were vital hubs where peasants exchanged goods, shared information, and socialized. Church services and festivals also functioned as communication centers, spreading news and reinforcing social ties. Despite hardships, peasants showed resourcefulness in navigating their world, maintaining vital connections beyond their immediate homes. Medieval peasants relied on a modest but essential set of tools, each crafted with care to perform vital tasks. The wooden plow, tipped with iron, was the cornerstone of farming, breaking ground to prepare fields for planting. Sickles and scythes made of iron were indispensable for cutting grain and hay during harvest season. Handheld hoes and spades allowed peasants to weed and cultivate the soil, working tirelessly under the sun. Wooden buckets carried water from wells, while simple stone or clay grinders turned grain into flour. Axes and saws were used to fell trees and shape timber for building and repairs. Though basic, these tools were maintained meticulously, sharpened, oiled, and stored carefully to last through many seasons. Every tool told a story of survival, endurance, and the peasants' intimate connection to the land they worked. As dusk fell over the village, medieval peasants settled into a quieter rhythm shaped by the fading light and the promise of rest. Without modern lighting, the day's end was marked by the extinguishing of fires and reliance on flickering candles or rushlights. Peasant homes were small and simple, often housing entire families in one or two rooms with a central hearth that provided warmth and light. Bedding was minimal, straw mattresses or sacks filled with dried leaves, covered with woolen blankets woven at home. Sleep was deep but often interrupted by the cold noise or animals sharing the space. Nighttime was also a time of storytelling, prayers, and quiet reflection before the demands of another day. Despite hardships, the peasants' nighttime rituals provided rest and comfort, essential to face the endless cycle of labor. Medieval peasants lived intimately entwined with the natural world, their survival dependent on understanding and respecting the land. Forests provided timber, firewood, wild game, and forage, yet were also places of mystery and superstition. Fields and meadows were carefully tended, with crop rotation and fallowing methods developed to preserve soil fertility. Peasants observed natural cycles, planting by moon phases, or seasonal signs passed down through generations. Rivers and streams supplied fresh water, fish, and irrigation, essential in sustaining crops and livestock. Animals, both domestic and wild, were seen not just as resources but as part of the village ecosystem. This relationship with nature shaped daily life, traditions, and a worldview rooted in balance and reverence for the earth. Medieval peasant homes were humble, built from locally sourced materials that provided basic shelter and warmth. Walls were typically made of wattle and daub, woven wooden strips plastered with clay, straw, and dung for insulation. Roofs were thatched with reeds or straw, layered thickly to repel rain and snow. Floors were often compacted earth, rain, and snow, sometimes covered with rushes or straw to soften the space and reduce dampness. Inside, a central hearth served as the heart of the home, providing heat for cooking and warmth during cold nights. Furniture was sparse, wooden stools, benches, and simple tables, crafted by local artisans or family members. Windows were small or absent, with shutters or oiled parchment allowing minimal light and protecting from drafts. Despite their simplicity, these homes offered peasants a refuge from the elements and a foundation for daily life. Though daily life was hard and filled with labor, medieval peasants looked forward to festivals and celebrations that broke the monotony. These events were tied closely to the agricultural calendar, religious holidays, and local traditions. Harvest festivals marked the end of the growing season, offering a time to give thanks and enjoy food, music, and dance. Saints' days and church feasts brought villagers together for communal worship and merriment. Weddings, births, and fairs provided occasions for socializing, exchanging goods, and storytelling. Games, singing, and simple theatrical performances enlivened these gatherings, creating moments of joy amid hardship. For peasants, festivals were vital for community bonding, spiritual renewal, and temporary respite from toil. Medieval peasants faced constant threats from illness, often exacerbated by poor sanitation and limited medical knowledge. Regular bathing was rare, partly due to scarce water and cultural beliefs about health. Instead, peasants relied on herbal remedies, prayers, and folk wisdom to ward off disease. Homes were kept as clean as possible, with efforts to remove waste and minimize stagnant water where insects could breed. Diet and rest were considered important, and some believed that certain foods could protect against sickness. Despite these efforts, epidemics like the plague and smallpox ravaged communities. Still, peasants developed resilient coping strategies and community care systems to survive recurring health crises. The rhythm of peasant life was ruled by the seasons, each bringing specific tasks and rituals essential to survival. Spring marked the time for plowing fields, sowing seeds, and preparing for the year's crops. Villagers performed rituals to bless the land and invoke good harvests, combining Christian prayers with older folk traditions. Summer was busy with tending crops, weeding, and repairing tools or fences. Harvest time in late summer and early autumn was the most crucial period, involving long days of cutting, gathering, and storing grain. Winter brought a slowdown in farming, replaced by indoor crafts, maintenance, and storytelling by the fire. These seasonal cycles structured peasant existence, linking work, community, and spirituality in an unbroken flow. Formal education was rare among medieval peasants, but knowledge passed down orally and through hands-on experience was vital. Skills like farming, weaving, and tool-making were taught within families from an early age. Stories, songs, and proverbs preserved history, values, and practical wisdom across generations. The church played a role, with priests sometimes teaching basic literacy or moral lessons during services. Community gatherings and work parties provided opportunities to share techniques and advice. This informal education ensured that essential knowledge survived despite harsh living conditions and minimal resources. The peasant world thrived on shared learning, adapting ancient traditions to meet everyday challenges. Although peasants were not professional soldiers, they played a vital role in local defense during times of conflict. Villages were often vulnerable to raids by bandits or rival lords, requiring a collective response. Peasants might be called upon to serve in local militias, armed with basic weapons like pitchforks, bows, or clubs. Some were trained to use crossbows or swords, while others built and maintained defensive structures such as fences or ditches. Castles and manors provided protection but could not always guarantee safety, especially in border regions. Community vigilance and cooperation were essential, with watch duties rotating among villagers. Defense was a shared responsibility, blending peasant resilience with the feudal system's military hierarchy. Preserving food was crucial for medieval peasants, especially to survive the long, cold winters when fresh produce was scarce. Common methods included drying grains, herbs, and vegetables in the sun, or near the hearth to reduce moisture and prevent spoilage. Salting meat and fish was another widespread technique, using coarse salt to draw out moisture and inhibit bacterial growth. Smoking was employed to add flavor and extend the shelf life of meats, with villagers building smokehouses or using hearth smoke. Root cellars, cool, underground storage spaces, protected crops like turnips, carrots, and potatoes from freezing temperatures. Fermentation was also used for preserving vegetables and dairy products, creating pickles and cheeses that could last for months. These methods demanded knowledge, skill, and planning, ensuring the peasant family had sustenance throughout the year. Beyond their fields, many peasants engaged in crafts that supported village life and supplemented their income. Weaving wool into cloth was a common skill, with women spinning thread on spindles and operating simple looms. Pottery was another essential craft, producing everyday vessels for cooking, storage, and transport. Some peasants learned basic blacksmithing, creating and repairing tools, horseshoes, and household items. Woodworking skills allowed villagers to build furniture, carts, and fences from locally sourced timber. These crafts were passed down through generations, blending practicality with creativity. Craftsmanship gave peasants a measure of independence and pride, transforming raw materials into useful goods. While peasants were generally seen as a single class, subtle social distinctions existed within their communities. At the top were the wealthier peasants, often called yeomen or freemen, who owned larger plots of land and more livestock. These individuals could afford better tools, clothing, and sometimes paid fewer or different types of taxes. Below them were tenant farmers, who rented land from lords and had fewer rights and resources. At the bottom were laborers or cottagers who worked on others' land or took odd jobs, often struggling to meet basic needs. Village elders or respected families often held informal authority, mediating disputes and organizing communal work. Despite these differences, peasants shared many common hardships, bound by the land and the feudal system's demands. Religion permeated every aspect of medieval peasant life, offering meaning, comfort, and a moral framework. The church was the center of village life, guiding daily routines with prayers, sacraments, and festivals. Peasants attended Mass regularly, seeking blessings for their crops, health, and families. Many villagers held deep faith in saints and their miracles, often visiting shrines or carrying talismans for protection. Superstitions and folk beliefs mingled with Orthodox Christianity, influencing behaviors and explanations for misfortune. Religious festivals punctuated the year, blending solemn worship with communal celebration. Faith provided hope amid hardship and shaped the ethical codes that governed peasant communities. Despite their exhausting labor, medieval peasants found moments of rest in simple pleasures. Leisure time was limited and often occurred after sunset or on religious holidays. Common activities included singing, folk songs, dancing, and storytelling around the hearth. Children played games like hoop rolling or tag, while adults might enjoy board games such as chess or checkers. Crafting for pleasure, embroidery, or carving small objects offered creative outlets. Communal gatherings fostered social bonds and allowed temporary escape from daily hardships. These small joys sustained peasants emotionally and culturally in an otherwise demanding existence. In the absence of electricity, medieval peasants relied on simple and scarce sources of light after dark. The primary source was the hearth fire, which provided warmth and some illumination but was limited to the main living area. Candles made from tallow, rendered animal fat, were inexpensive but smoked and burned quickly. Rushlights, made by soaking rushes in fat or grease, offered a dimmer, cheaper alternative. Oil lamps were less common among peasants due to the cost of oil, reserved mostly for wealthier households or churches. Outside moonlight and stars were vital guides, but night travel was dangerous due to uneven terrain and wild animals. Peasants learned to move carefully and often stayed indoors after dark. making nighttime a time of rest and reflection. Medieval peasants relied heavily on the natural world for remedies, turning to herbs and plants growing nearby. Common herbs like rosemary, thyme, and sage were used for their antiseptic and digestive properties. Chamomile and lavender helped soothe aches and promote sleep, while garlic was believed to ward off infections and evil spirits. Peasants often made poultices, infusions, or teas from these plants, applying them to wounds or ingesting them for ailments. Many remedies were combined with prayers and rituals, reflecting a blend of practical knowledge and spiritual belief. Herbal knowledge was passed down through generations, forming a vital part of village healthcare. Despite limited scientific understanding, these remedies sometimes proved effective in treating common illnesses. Medieval peasant villages were often small, clustered communities designed to support agricultural life. Houses were typically built close together along a main street or around a central green space used for grazing and gatherings. Most homes were simple one-room structures made from wattle and daub with thatched roofs. Communal facilities like the village well, bakehouse, or mill were centrally located for shared use. Fields were divided into strips, worked by individual families but interspersed to allow collective farming and crop rotation. Paths and rudimentary roads connected the village to nearby manors, markets, and churches. While basic, this infrastructure fostered close social ties and efficient use of land and resources. Livestock was crucial to the medieval peasant economy, providing food, labor, and raw materials. Common animals included cows for milk and meat, sheep for wool and meat, pigs for pork, and chickens for eggs. Peasants tended their animals daily, ensuring they had food, water, and shelter, often within small pens adjacent to their homes. During winter, animals were kept indoors or in stables to protect them from harsh weather. Sheep were particularly valuable, with wool being a significant commodity both for personal use and trade. Animal health was managed through practical knowledge, herbal treatments, and sometimes superstitious practices. Livestock not only supported subsistence, but also symbolized wealth and stability in the peasant household. Peasant life depended heavily on a variety of tools for farming, cooking, and crafting, making their maintenance essential. Many peasants fashioned simple tools themselves using wood, bone, and metal scraps, relying on skill and practicality. Basic tools included hoes, scythes, sickles, and wooden plows, vital for preparing and harvesting crops. Blacksmiths in nearby villages or manors often assisted with sharpening blades, repairing metal parts, or crafting more complex implements. Regular upkeep was crucial to prevent tool failure during critical agricultural tasks. Sometimes tools were passed down through generations, each repair adding layers of history to their worn surfaces. Maintaining tools was not just a chore but a skill that helped peasants maximize limited resources and survive harsh conditions. Bread was the cornerstone of the medieval peasant diet, often coarse and made from rye or barley rather than wheat. Most peasants baked their own bread in communal ovens or simple hearths at home. Besides bread, porridge made from oats or barley was a common daily meal, sometimes sweetened with honey or dried fruit. Vegetables like onions, cabbage, beans, and leeks supplemented their diet, harvested from kitchen gardens or wild foraging. Meat was a rare luxury, usually reserved for feast days or when a household slaughtered an animal. Fish, especially salted or smoked, was important in regions near rivers or during religious fasting periods. Dairy products like cheese and butter provided essential fats and proteins. The peasant diet was humble but carefully balanced to sustain hard physical labor throughout the year. To maintain soil fertility, medieval peasants practiced crop rotation, a system dividing land into sections with different uses each year. Typically, fields were divided into 3 parts, one for winter grains like wheat or rye, one for spring crops like oats or barley, and one left fallow to recover. This rotation helped prevent soil exhaustion and reduce the spread of pests and diseases. Peasants used simple wooden plows to turn the soil, often relying on oxen or horses for power. They also applied manure from livestock to enrich the earth with nutrients. Techniques varied by region and season, reflecting local knowledge passed through generations. Though labor-intensive, these methods enabled sustained crop yields vital to village survival. In medieval peasant homes, heating and cooking centered around the hearth, the heart of the household. The open fireplace served multiple functions, warming the room, cooking food, and providing light. Wood was the primary fuel, gathered from nearby forests or communal woodlands, often carefully rationed during winter. Peasants cooked simple meals by boiling, roasting on spits, or baking in clay ovens when available. Kettles and pots made of iron or clay were common, hanging over the fire or placed directly in embers. Smoke from the fire escaped through thatched roofs or small openings, making indoor air smoky and harsh. Despite the challenges, the hearth was a vital gathering place for family warmth and sustenance. Medieval peasants lived closely attuned to the rhythms of weather and seasonal change, constantly adapting to unpredictable conditions. They prepared for harsh winters by storing surplus food, drying herbs, and preserving meats through salting or smoking. Spring and autumn brought intense labor to plant and harvest crops before weather shifts could damage them. Heavy rains could flood fields, so peasants built drainage ditches and chose crops resilient to damp soil. During droughts, water was carefully conserved, and communal wells were vital sources. Clothing was layered to adjust for cold, wet, or warm conditions, often made from wool and linen for durability. Despite their hardiness, peasants faced frequent crop failures and famines caused by extreme weather, shaping a life of resilience. Peasants faced constant threats from pests that could devastate their crops and livelihoods. Common culprits included insects like aphids and beetles, rodents such as mice and rats, and larger animals like deer or wild boar. To protect fields, peasants used natural deterrents, including planting pest-repellent herbs like garlic or tansy around crops. Cats were kept near homes and barns to control rodent populations. Physical barriers such as thorny hedges, fences, and ditches helped keep larger animals away. During infestations, crop rotation and fallowing land were critical to disrupt pest life cycles. Though lacking modern pesticides, peasants' resourceful methods allowed them to manage pests with varying success. Sleeping conditions for medieval peasants were simple and modest, reflecting their limited resources. Most peasants slept on straw-filled mattresses or pallets laid directly on the floor. Bedding materials included woolen blankets, animal skins, and coarse linen sheets when available. Families often shared beds or sleeping areas to conserve warmth during cold nights. Beds were basic wooden frames or sometimes just raised platforms to keep sleepers off the cold ground. The hearth's warmth helped moderate the chill, but winters remained harsh. Despite humble conditions, nighttime rest was essential for peasant survival and daily labor. Medieval peasants wore practical clothing adapted to the changing seasons, designed for durability and warmth. In winter, layers of woolen tunics, cloaks, and linen shirts helped protect against the cold. Simple hats or hoods made from wool kept heads warm, while sturdy leather boots or wrapped cloth protected feet. In summer, lighter linen garments were preferred to stay cool while working in the fields. Clothing was typically homemade, woven from flax for linen, or spun from sheep's wool, often dyed with natural colors. Footwear was generally basic, sometimes just leather shoes, but many peasants worked barefoot during warmer months. Clothes were patched and mended repeatedly, reflecting the peasant commitment to thrift and practicality. Though peasants were primarily farmers, many were called upon to defend their villages during times of conflict. Local militias often formed from able-bodied men who trained periodically in the use of simple weapons. Peasants might wield pitchforks, bows, or basic swords, with some owning small shields for protection. During invasions or raids, villages organized watch patrols to warn of approaching danger. Feudal lords sometimes levied peasants to fight in larger armies. Although their equipment was, usually minimal, participation in defense was both a duty and a means of protecting their homes and families. Despite their limited training, peasant militias played vital roles in local security. Peasants lived under a strict legal system governed by manorial courts and feudal lords. Their rights were limited, but they held certain customary protections regarding land use and inheritance. Obligations included paying rent or taxes in the form of money, crops, or labor on the lord's demesne. Peasants had to follow local laws on farming practices, resource use, and community conduct. Disputes and minor crimes were settled in manorial courts, where lords or their stewards acted as judges. Serfs, a subclass of peasants, had even fewer freedoms, often bound to the land with little chance of moving. Despite constraints, villagers maintained social cohesion through shared customs and mutual aid. In the absence of modern lighting, medieval peasants relied on simple sources of illumination to carry out daily tasks after dark. The most common were rushlights, dried rushes dipped in animal fat, which provided a dim, flickering glow. Candles made from tallow, animal fat, were also used but were expensive and reserved for special occasions or wealthier peasants. Oil lamps, fueled by animal fats or vegetable oils, were rare but sometimes used in larger households or communal spaces. Windows were small and often shuttered, so indoor light was always minimal, encouraging early bedtimes. Despite their limitations, these lighting methods allowed peasants to extend evening hours for chores, crafts, or socializing. Travel for medieval peasants was limited, and often undertaken on foot or by simple carts pulled by oxen or horses. Journeys to nearby markets, churches, or neighboring villages were common, but could be slow and arduous due to rough roads. Most peasants communicated through face-to-face conversations, village gatherings, and church events. Messages or news sometimes traveled via traveling merchants, clergy, or town criers. Letters were rare among peasants, as literacy was low, and written communication was primarily the domain of the clergy or nobility. Despite limited mobility, strong community networks helped peasants stay informed and connected. Medieval peasants relied heavily on herbal remedies and traditional knowledge to treat common illnesses and injuries. They gathered medicinal plants such as chamomile, nettle, yarrow, and willow bark from fields and forests. These herbs were used to make poultices, teas, salves, and infusions to soothe pain, reduce fever, or heal wounds. Many remedies were passed down through generations, often prepared by women in the household. Superstitions and prayers frequently accompanied treatment, reflecting the blend of faith and folk medicine. Professional medical care was scarce and expensive, so peasants depended on their own resourcefulness. Despite limited scientific understanding, these practices helped sustain peasant health under difficult conditions. Despite the hardships of daily life, medieval peasants eagerly anticipated festivals and communal celebrations. These events marked religious holidays, seasonal changes, harvests, and village fairs. Music, dancing, and simple games brought moments of joy and social bonding. Feasts featured local foods such as bread, cheese, ale, and occasionally meat. Festivals reinforced community ties, offered respite from labor, and honored shared beliefs. Church ceremonies often framed these occasions, blending spiritual and social life. Through festivals, peasants expressed identity, culture, and resilience amidst their challenging existence. The relationship between peasants and their lords was central to medieval rural life, defined by obligations and power dynamics. Lords owned the land and provided protection while peasants worked the soil and paid rents or services. This system was known as feudalism, with varying degrees of freedom depending on the region and status of the peasants. While some lords were harsh and demanded heavy labor or taxes, others maintained more cooperative relations. Disputes over land rights, justice, or dues were common, but often settled through local courts or negotiations. Despite inequalities, peasants depended on lords for security against external threats and legal authority. This interdependence shaped much of medieval village life and social structure. Peasant homes were modest structures built with locally available materials like wood, wattle and daub, and thatch. Walls were often woven branches coated with clay or mud to provide insulation and weatherproofing. Roofs were typically thatched with straw or reeds, requiring regular upkeep to prevent leaks. Floors were dirt or packed earth, sometimes covered with rushes or straw for comfort and cleanliness. Windows were small, sometimes covered with oiled parchment or shutters, allowing minimal light but protecting from cold. Families maintained their homes through communal labor and periodic repairs, vital for surviving harsh weather. Though simple, these houses were practical shelters reflecting the resourcefulness of medieval peasants. Medieval peasants relied on basic yet effective tools to cultivate their fields and manage crops. The wooden plow, often pulled by oxen, was essential for turning heavy soil and preparing seed beds. Hand tools like sickles and scythes were used for harvesting grain and cutting hay. Hoes and spades helped in weeding, planting, and breaking up soil clumps. Irrigation was minimal, with rain as the primary water source, although simple ditches sometimes aided drainage. Crop rotation and fallowing were practiced to maintain soil fertility and prevent exhaustion. Despite the simplicity, these tools and methods sustained peasant communities for centuries. Animals were essential to medieval peasant life, providing food, labor, and materials. Common livestock included sheep for wool, cattle for milk and labor, pigs for meat, and chickens for eggs. Peasants tended their animals daily, ensuring adequate grazing and protecting them from predators. Sheep were often herded to common pastures, with shepherds keeping watch to prevent loss or theft. Cattle were used for plowing and transport, making their care vital for farming success. Pigs were prized for their ability to forage in woodlands, requiring less upkeep. Animal health depended on observation and basic remedies, often drawing on folk knowledge. The symbiotic relationship between peasants and their animals shaped medieval rural economies. Preserving food was vital for medieval peasants to survive. Winters and times of scarcity. Common methods included drying grains, herbs and fruits in the sun or near the hearth. Smoking meat and fish over fires helped prevent spoilage and added flavor. Salting was used when possible to cure meat, though salt was a valuable commodity. Root vegetables and apples were stored in cool, dark cellars or pits to prolong freshness. Fermentation was another technique, producing foods like sauerkraut or ale that could last months. These preservation methods allowed peasants to stretch limited resources through harsh seasons. Medieval peasant homes were warmed by simple hearths, often a fire pit in the center of the room. Wood was the primary fuel, gathered from nearby forests or communal woodlots. The hearth served multiple purposes, heating the home, cooking food, and drying clothes or herbs. Cooking pots were usually made of clay or iron, placed directly over or near the fire. Meals were simple, often. Stews made from grains, vegetables, and occasionally meat or fish. Chimneys were rare in early medieval homes, so smoke often filled living spaces, requiring frequent ventilation. Despite these challenges, the hearth was the heart of the household, providing warmth and sustenance. Medieval peasants were deeply vulnerable to the whims of weather, which could make or break their livelihoods. Storms and floods often damaged crops and homes, forcing peasants to rebuild and recover with limited resources. Heavy rains could wash away topsoil, while droughts caused crop failures and food shortages. Communities sometimes built simple dikes or drainage systems to protect fields from flooding. When natural disasters struck, peasants relied on mutual aid, sharing food and labor to survive. Religious faith provided hope during such trials, with prayers and rituals aimed at averting further calamities. Despite adversity, peasants' resilience allowed many villages to endure harsh conditions over centuries. Medieval peasant villages were typically small clusters of homes, barns, and communal buildings arranged around open fields. The village often centered on a church or manor house, symbolizing both spiritual and feudal authority. Homes were built close together for mutual protection and social interaction. Common land or village greens provided space for grazing animals and communal activities. Pathways connected homes to fields, the church, and market areas. Water sources like wells or streams were essential and often centrally located. Infrastructure was basic, with dirt roads that could become muddy and difficult in wet weather. Despite simplicity, villages functioned as tight-knit communities essential for peasant survival. While peasants primarily focused on farming, they also played crucial roles in local defense. During times of conflict or raids, peasants might be called upon to form militias. These militias were typically armed with basic weapons such as pitchforks, clubs, bows, or simple swords. Villages often organized watch rotations to alert the community of approaching danger. Castle defenses relied on peasant labor to build and maintain walls, ditches, and other fortifications. Although lacking formal training, peasant militias provided essential manpower during emergencies. Their involvement was vital for protecting homes, fields, and resources in a turbulent medieval world. Sanitation in medieval peasant villages was rudimentary at best, shaped by necessity and local customs. Human waste was often disposed of in simple pit latrines dug near homes or in communal areas. Some homes had cesspits or trenches, while others relied on chamber pots emptied into nearby fields or ditches. Animal waste was commonplace, especially in homes that housed livestock during the cold months. Waste and refuse were often tossed outside, creating muddy, unsanitary paths, especially during rain. To manage odors and pests, straw or rushes were laid over dirt floors and replaced regularly. Water sources were prone to contamination, so villagers sometimes drank ale or diluted wine as a safer option. Though far from modern standards, peasants developed practical habits to manage waste within their limited means. Death was a constant presence in medieval peasant life, and its rituals reflected deep religious and communal values. When a peasant died, neighbors and family prepared the body, washing it and wrapping it in a simple shroud. Burials typically took place within a day or two, often in the churchyard of the local parish. Graves were shallow, and headstones were rare. Most peasants were buried without permanent markers. A priest would perform rites, praying for the soul's passage to the afterlife and absolving sins. Peasants believed in heaven, hell, and purgatory, shaping their efforts to live morally and support the church. All Souls' Day and other commemorative practices helped the living remember and pray for the dead. Despite the harshness of life, the rituals of death provided structure, comfort, and hope for something beyond. In a world full of uncertainty and hardship, Medieval peasants turned to folk beliefs to explain the inexplicable. Superstitions were deeply woven into daily life. Omens, charms, and rituals helped peasants feel a sense of control. Seeing a blackbird at dusk might be a sign of misfortune, while a spider in the house was considered good luck. Certain herbs like St. John's wort or garlic were believed to ward off evil spirits and illness. Peasants often left offerings at sacred springs or trees, blending Christian practices with older pagan traditions. The evil eye, curses, and witches were feared phenomena. Many took precautions like wearing amulets or drawing protective symbols. Dreams were often interpreted as messages from the beyond, especially if they involved loved ones who had passed away. Though the church discouraged superstition, it often coexisted with official religious teachings in the peasants' worldview. These beliefs gave meaning to everyday events, offering comfort, warning, or guidance in a mysterious and often dangerous world. The church was the spiritual backbone of medieval peasant life, shaping morals, routines, and community structure. Each village typically had a parish church, where peasants attended Mass on Sundays and holy days, hearing sermons that blended biblical teaching with practical advice. The local priest or cleric served not only as a religious leader, but also as a mediator, teacher, and occasional healer, often the most educated person in the community. Tithes, typically 1/10 of a peasant's produce, were paid to fund church activities and maintenance, a significant obligation even in lean years. Church festivals punctuated the year, providing both spiritual refreshment and social gathering. Lent, Easter, Pentecost, Michaelmas, and Christmas marked times of fasting, feasting, and communal devotion. Confession and penance were integral. Peasants believed that regular absolution of sins ensured divine favor, especially important in the face of hardship and death. Clergy sometimes acted as record keepers, registering births, marriages, and deaths, creating one of the few written records in a largely oral culture. Though church authority could feel heavy at times, many peasants found genuine comfort in communal worship, the promise of salvation, and the care of their parish. For medieval peasants, nearby woodlands were lifelines, sources of fuel, food, building materials, and more. They gathered firewood, nuts, berries, and mushrooms, and collected timber for repairs and tool-making. Pigs were driven into the woods during autumn to forage for acorns, a practice known as pannage. Dead wood and fallen branches could usually be taken freely, but cutting live trees was often restricted by the lord or crown. In royal forests, strict forest laws applied. These protected game animals and trees, with harsh penalties for poaching or illegal woodcutting. Despite these restrictions, many peasants risked stealthy hunting or trapping to feed their families, especially in winter. Customary rites, like estovers, collecting wood, or turbary cutting peat, were crucial and often passed down through generations. Forests weren't just physical spaces but also places of folklore, danger, and sanctuary, woven into the rhythm of peasant survival and legend alike. Clothing for medieval peasants was utilitarian, built for durability, warmth, and modesty, rather than fashion. Wool was the most common material. Sheep were sheared by hand in early summer, and their fleece was washed, carded, and spun into yarn using drop spindles or spinning wheels. Spinning was often a task for women and older children, done in idle hours beside the hearth or outdoors during warmer months. Once spun, the yarn was woven into fabric on simple looms, often within the home, producing coarse, sturdy cloth. Flax, grown in small patches, provided linen for undergarments or summer wear, though it required more processing. Dyes were made from plants, roots, and bark. Browns, grays, and muted greens were typical, with brighter colors reserved for the wealthy. Clothing was often passed down, patched, and repurposed. Torn tunics might become work aprons, and worn-out garments became rags or stuffing. A peasant's wardrobe was minimal, perhaps 2 tunics, a wool cloak, and a belt pouch. But every thread was hard-won and precious. Livestock were indispensable to medieval peasants, not only as food sources but as tools, currency, and living assets. Cows provided milk, which was turned into butter and cheese, essential for nutrition during meatless religious fasts. Goats served a similar purpose in poorer households, requiring less space and food while yielding milk and meat. Pigs were prized for their ability to thrive on scraps and forest forage. In autumn, they were turned loose into the woods to feed on acorns, fattening up for winter slaughter. Chickens supplied eggs and occasional meat. Their manure, like that of all animals, was collected and spread in fields to enrich the soil. Sheep, beyond their wool, were a source of meat and tallow, rendered fat used for candles and cooking. Oxen were vital for plowing. Strong and steady, they pulled the heavy wooden plows through dense soils, often working in pairs or teams. Animal care was basic but diligent. Peasants had no veterinarians, relying on observation, folk remedies, and prayer to maintain livestock health. Each creature was a valuable investment, often named, sometimes even mourned, woven deeply into the cycle of life and labor in the peasant's world. Inside a medieval peasant's home, the hearth was the heart, both literally and symbolically. It provided warmth, light, and a place to cook, often positioned in the center of the single main room. Smoke from the fire drifted upward and escaped through a hole in the thatched roof, as chimneys were rare in simpler homes. A large iron or clay pot usually hung over the flames, simmering a mixture of grains, vegetables, and occasionally bits of meat. Furniture was sparse but functional. A rough wooden table and a few benches or stools sufficed for meals and work. Beds were low platforms of straw or rush-stuffed sacks, sometimes shared by the whole family. Blankets were often woolen, patched, and heavy. Storage came in the form of chests, wall hooks, and hanging baskets. Some families kept a loom or spinning tools indoors to work during long winter evenings. Lighting was provided by rushlights, twisted reeds dipped in animal fat, or simple clay oil lamps. Daily tools were handmade or handed down: wooden spoons, earthenware jugs, bone-handled knives, and baskets woven from willow. Though modest and dark, the home was a place of resilience, its smoky air and worn surfaces a testament to generations of quiet endurance. The medieval peasant's diet was deeply rooted in rhythm, both seasonal and spiritual. Meals were modest, repetitive, and practical. Breakfast, when taken, was often light, a hunk of coarse rye bread, perhaps dipped in ale or weak pottage. It was more a necessity for energy than a ritual. The main meal of the day came at midday, after long hours of labor. This typically consisted of pottage, a thick stew made from grains like barley or oats, with onions, leeks, beans, or whatever vegetables were available. Meat was rare, often reserved for feast days or times when a pig or chicken had to be slaughtered. Salted or smoked meat could last through winter, but quantities were small. Supper, eaten around. Sunset was another simple affair. Bread, perhaps a bit of cheese, and ale. Leftovers from the midday pot were common. Seasonality shaped the peasant's table. In spring, wild greens and herbs reappeared. Summer brought berries, eggs, and fresh vegetables. Autumn offered apples, nuts, and the last of the grains. Winter was sparse, relying on stored root vegetables, salted meat, and dried legumes. Preservation was key. Peasants dried apples, pickled turnips, and smoked fish to endure the cold months. Religious fasting days, sometimes more than half the year, prohibited meat, leading to greater reliance on grains, peas, and occasionally fish if available. Despite its simplicity, this diet provided the essential calories for daily survival, even if it lacked variety or indulgence. In the medieval countryside, peasants couldn't rely on markets or merchants for every broken handle or cracked pot. Self-reliance was essential, and so was a culture of constant repair. Most peasants possessed basic woodworking skills. Simple knives, hammers, and augers were used to fashion handles, fix furniture, and patch fences. Iron tools were precious. If a scythe blade dulled, it was sharpened on a stone. If it broke, the village blacksmith might repair it for a fee, or perhaps in exchange for goods or labor. Leather goods, shoes, belts, pouches, were repaired at home using bone needles and sinew thread. Soles were reattached with wooden pegs or stitched crudely but effectively. Pottery was mended with wire or pitch. Cracks were sealed with wax or animal fat, extending a vessel's life far beyond its expected use. Ropes were twisted from plant fibers. Baskets were woven from willow or hazel branches, often repaired by rewinding broken strands or reinforcing weak spots. Roof thatch was patched seasonally. Holes or leaks let in precious cold, and were often fixed with fresh bundles of straw tied and packed by hand. Even clothing was mended over and over. Holes in tunics were stitched with scrap wool, and worn-out garments were unraveled to reuse the threads. To live as a peasant was to be a quiet craftsman, always adjusting, reproposing, and making do. Each object in a peasant's home carried not just use, but effort, memory, and care. Hygiene in the medieval peasant world was a mixture of practicality, superstition, and harsh reality. Bathing was infrequent by modern standards, often limited to washing hands and face daily, but full-body baths might be taken only seasonally, if at all. Water was fetched from wells, streams, or communal pumps. Cold water and sometimes herbal infusions were used to wash. The cold and damp climate, coupled with primitive heating, made regular bathing uncomfortable and sometimes risky, believed by some to invite illness. Washing clothes was labor-intensive, done by beating linens on stones near rivers or soaking them in ash water to remove grease and dirt. Peasants combed out lice and fleas when possible, but infestations were common. Folk remedies ranged from herbs to strong-smelling ointments. Teeth cleaning was rudimentary, rubbing with cloth or twigs, sometimes with abrasive powders of herbs or charcoal. Public bathhouses existed in towns but were rare or inaccessible for rural peasants who relied on seasonal river bathing or informal washing spots. Despite the hardships, cleanliness was valued for health and spiritual reasons. Saints' teachings encouraged purification, and dirt was often associated with sin or poverty. Overall, peasant hygiene was a daily negotiation between necessity, environment, and limited resources. The medieval peasant's survival depended heavily on the land and its cycles, knowledge passed down, embedded in tradition, and observation. Crop rotation was a simple but effective system to maintain soil fertility. Fields were divided into 3 parts, one for winter crops, one for summer crops, and one left fallow. Winter crops like wheat or rye were sown in autumn and harvested in late spring or early summer. Summer crops such as oats or barley were planted in spring and harvested in late summer. The fallow field was left uncultivated to rest, allowing nutrients to rebuild. Rotation prevented exhaustion of the soil, reducing weeds and pests, and improving yields year by year. Planting began as soon as the frost thawed and the ground was workable. Peasants used simple wooden plows pulled by oxen to till the earth. Seeding was often done by hand, scattering grain across the prepared soil. Throughout the growing season, peasants weeded, tended to crops, and repaired fences to protect from animals. Harvest time was a communal affair, often marked by festivals and shared labor. Grain was cut with sickles, gathered into sheaves, and taken to the village mill for grinding into flour. The cycle was unending, dictated by sun, rain, and the steady heartbeat of the seasons. Beekeeping was a small but important part of peasant life, providing both sweetness and practical uses. Honey was the primary sweetener in medieval times as sugar was scarce and expensive. Peasants kept bees in skeps with straw or wicker baskets, placed near their homes or in woodland clearings. Caring for bees required knowledge of their habits and seasons. In early spring, beekeepers checked for signs of swarming and ensured hives were healthy. Honey was harvested carefully, often after the main flowering season, so that enough was left for the bees' winter food. Besides honey, beeswax was crucial. It was molded into candles essential for lighting homes and churches. Beekeeping also supported pollination, indirectly boosting crop yields in nearby fields and gardens. Despite being a small-scale endeavor, beekeeping represented a sweet thread in the fabric of peasant subsistence, one that connected them to nature's rhythms and rewards. Medieval peasants, though primarily farmers and laborers, were sometimes called upon to defend their villages and lands. In times of war or raids, especially during unsettled periods, peasants could be summoned by their lord to serve in local militias. They were expected to provide basic weaponry, often just farming tools like pitchforks, axes, or clubs repurposed for combat. Some peasants owned simple bows or crossbows, but expensive weapons and armor were rare. Training was minimal, and many relied on sheer numbers rather than skill. Defense of villages involved watching for approaching danger, sounding alarms, and protecting livestock and homes. Castles and fortified manor houses served as refuges during attacks, but peasants often bore the brunt of violence in open fields or settlements. The threat of raids by bandits, rival lords, or foreign invaders was ever present, especially in border regions. While their roles in battle were limited, peasants' participation in local militias reflected the intertwined nature of feudal society, duty, and survival. In a world without electricity, medieval peasants relied on simple, often flickering sources of light to navigate darkness. The most common illumination came from rushlights, dried rushes soaked in animal fat or grease and set aflame. These were cheap and easy to make but burned quickly and produced a smoky, dim light. Candles made from beeswax were more desirable but costly, often reserved for special occasions or church use. Tallow candles made from animal fat were more affordable but emitted a strong odor and smoky residue. Lanterns fashioned from wood and animal horn or thin slices of horn helped protect flames from drafts. After sunset, peasants' activities diminished, as light was scarce and precious. Evenings were often spent repairing tools, sewing, or storytelling by the hearth's glow. Sleep came early, synced with the natural rhythm of daylight, as nighttime dangers and lack of light discouraged prolonged activity. Lighting shaped not just the physical activity, lighting shaped not just the physical environment but the very pace of medieval peasant life, quiet, simple and bound to nature's cycles. Livestock were the backbone of peasant life, sources of food, labor and materials. Each day began early with the care of animals, feeding, watering and cleaning stalls. Cows provided milk for cheese and butter, while sheep gave wool for clothing. Pigs were raised for meat, often allowed to forage freely in woodland areas. Chickens supplied eggs and occasional meat. Oxen or horses were essential for plowing and transporting goods. Peasants mended fences and ensured animals were safe from predators or thieves. Winter chores intensified with animals brought closer to homes for warmth. Manure was collected not just for sanitation, but as fertilizer for fields. Despite the hard labor, tending to animals was vital for survival, weaving together the rhythms of nature, work, and family life. Bread was the staple of the medieval peasant diet, often eaten multiple times a day in various forms. Baking was usually done in communal ovens, where villagers brought their dough to be fired. Peasants made coarse, dense bread from rye, barley, or oats, as wheat was more expensive and less common. Dough was mixed with water and a little yeast or sourdough starter and left to ferment. Baking required skill. Too long and the bread hardened, too short and it remained doughy. Besides bread, peasants dried, salted or smoked meats to preserve them. Root vegetables like turnips and carrots were stored in cool, dark cellars to last through winter. Fruits were dried or made into preserves with honey or vinegar. Fermentation was also used. Sauerkraut and beer were common products. Preservation was essential to survive the months when fresh food was scarce, turning simple methods into vital techniques. Without doctors nearby or access to expensive medicines, peasants relied heavily on nature's bounty for healing. Herbs like chamomile, mint, and rosemary were grown in small gardens or gathered from the wild. Chamomile eased stomach aches and promoted sleep, while mint helped with digestion and headaches. Yarrow was used to staunch bleeding and heal wounds, and garlic was believed to fight infections and even ward off evil spirits. Remedies often combined herbs with rituals, prayers, charms, or spells, blending physical and spiritual healing. Salves were made by infusing herbs into fats or oils, applied to cuts, burns, or skin irritations. Teas and infusions were common, brewed to relieve colds, fevers, or coughs. Though rudimentary, this folk medicine was a vital lifeline, shaped by trial, tradition, and the keen observation of nature's gifts. Winter was the harshest test of a medieval peasant's resilience, demanding constant effort to stay warm. Peasant homes were simple, often a single room with thick walls made from wattle and daub or stone. A central hearth served as the heart of the home, providing heat, light, and a place to cook. Firewood was precious. Peasants gathered and stored it throughout autumn. Peat, when available, was another common fuel. Especially in regions with scarce timber, families clustered close to the hearth, sharing body warmth and heavy woolen clothing. Layered garments made from coarse wool or linen were essential, sometimes supplemented by fur when affordable. Windows were small, often covered with oiled cloth or wooden shutters to reduce drafts. Despite these efforts, many peasants endured cold, damp conditions that led to illness. Winter days were short, and the biting cold slowed work outside, forcing peasants to find ways to make indoor life bearable. Sleep was a precious refuge in the long, hard days of peasant life, though often fragmented by cold or discomfort. Most peasants slept on simple straw mattresses or rush-stuffed pallets laid directly on the earthen floor. Heavy blankets woven from wool provided warmth, while animals like dogs sometimes shared the space, offering companionship and additional heat. Nighttime was marked by a quiet calm broken only by the occasional sounds of wind, creaking timber, or distant animals. Before sleep, families might say prayers, asking for protection through the night. Candles or rushlights were extinguished early, as darkness was near absolute, encouraging early rest. The concept of uninterrupted 8-hour sleep was rare. Instead, peasants often slept in 2 phases, waking briefly in the night before returning to rest. Despite hardships, sleep offered restoration, a daily pause to gather strength for the endless work ahead. Everyday life for medieval peasants revolved around a handful of simple but essential tools. In the fields, wooden plows with iron tips, hoes, sickles, and flails were the main implements for planting and harvesting crops. For woodworking, peasants used basic axes, saws, and chisels, often crafting or repairing their own furniture and structures. Household chores relied on wooden bowls, ladles, and churns for food preparation. Clay pots and simple metal cauldrons were common for cooking stews and boiling water. Textile work involved spinning wheels, distaffs, and needles for making and mending clothing. Many tools were multi-purpose, passed down and repaired across generations. The limited technology meant peasants worked closely with natural materials, relying on skill and patience to maintain their livelihoods. Despite the hardships, medieval peasants marked their year with festivals and celebrations that broke the monotony and reinforced community bonds. Major religious holidays like Christmas, Easter, and All Saints' Day were observed with feasts, prayers, and sometimes lively dancing. The harvest festival was especially important, a time to give thanks for the season's bounty. Communities gathered to share food, sing songs, and partake in games or contests. Midsummer celebrations celebrated the longest day with bonfires and rituals thought to protect crops and livestock. Folk traditions blended with Christian practices, with stories, superstitions, and local customs shaping each event. These occasions provided moments of joy, rest, and socializing amid the relentless toil. Seasonal festivals tied peasants to the natural world, marking the passage of time and the cycles of life. Medieval peasants practiced farming techniques honed over centuries, balancing soil health and productivity through crop rotation. Fields were divided into strips, with different crops sown in rotation to prevent soil exhaustion. The common system was the three-field rotation, one field planted with a winter crop like wheat or rye, another with a spring crop such as barley or oats, and the third left fallow to recover. This cycle maximized yield while maintaining fertility. Peasants used simple plows to break soil and hand tools for sowing and harvesting. They also incorporated legumes, which helped replenish nitrogen in the soil. Weeding and pest control were done by hand, often involving the entire family. Despite the hard work, this system supported subsistence farming and the community's survival. Animal husbandry was a cornerstone of peasant life, requiring knowledge and patience to ensure healthy herds. Peasants selected breeding animals based on strength, health, and temperament. Cows, sheep, pigs, and chickens were bred with care to maintain productivity and resilience. Breeding cycles followed natural patterns, with peasants observing animals closely for signs of readiness. Calves, lambs, and piglets were nurtured carefully through their vulnerable early weeks. Animals provided milk, wool, meat, and labor, making their care a priority. Veterinary knowledge was limited, so prevention through proper feeding and shelter was key. Breeding helped secure future generations, ensuring that livestock could sustain the family through harsh seasons. Peasant homes were modest yet functional, built from locally available materials. Walls were commonly made using wattle and daub, a lattice of wooden strips coated with a mixture of mud, straw, and animal dung. In stone-rich areas, homes might have sturdy stone foundations or walls. Roofs were thatched with straw or reeds, carefully layered to shed rain and snow. Floors were simple packed earth, sometimes covered with rushes or straw for insulation. Windows were small openings, often without glass, covered with oiled cloth or wooden shutters to keep out drafts. Interiors consisted of one main room serving multiple purposes: cooking, eating, sleeping, and working. Furniture was sparse, wooden benches, tables, and beds. Though humble, these homes were shelters from the elements and centers of family life. Maintaining a peasant home was an ongoing task, requiring resourcefulness and teamwork. The thatched roof needed regular attention to replace worn or damaged straw to prevent leaks. Walls made of wattle and daub were patched frequently to fill cracks caused by weather and settling. Wooden beams and supports were checked for rot or insect damage, with replacements fashioned from nearby trees. Tools and implements were sharpened and repaired using basic metalworking, or by local blacksmiths. Communal labor was common for bigger repairs, with neighbors helping one another in a practice known as B. Simple nails, ropes, and wooden pegs held structures together, reflecting a low-tech but effective approach. Regular maintenance helped ensure homes remained livable despite harsh conditions and limited resources. Daily meals were simple and repetitive but essential for sustaining energy through hard labor. Peasants primarily cooked over the hearth using clay pots, iron cauldrons, and wooden utensils. Stews were common, a mixture of grains, vegetables like onions and cabbage, and sometimes small amounts of meat or fish. Porridges made from barley, oats, or rye provided filling, warm nourishment. Bread was baked in communal ovens or on hearthstones. It was often coarse and dense. Preservation methods included drying, smoking, and salting, allowing food to last through winter months. Water was often boiled or fermented into small beer, which was safer to drink than untreated water. The preparation process was communal, with family members sharing chores from grinding grain to tending fires. Forests were vital to peasant survival, offering materials and food beyond the fields. Peasants gathered firewood, branches, and timber for construction and fuel. They collected nuts, berries, wild herbs, and mushrooms to supplement their diets. Woodlands provided grazing for pigs, which were driven into the forest to forage for acorns and roots. Hunting small game was common but strictly regulated by feudal laws, with peasants often restricted to trapping or snaring. Forests also supplied raw materials like bark for tanning and plants used in medicine. Peasants respected the forest's importance, carefully managing its resources to avoid depletion. The edge of the forest, or forest fringe, was a crucial zone for gathering and seasonal activities. Peasant clothing was practical, made from coarse wool and linen, designed to withstand daily labor and harsh weather. Homespun wool was the primary material, dyed with natural colors from plants and roots, often in muted earth tones. Men wore simple tunics and hose, while women donned long dresses with aprons and head coverings. Footwear consisted of sturdy leather shoes or simple wooden clogs, protecting feet from rough terrain and cold. Clothes were mended repeatedly, patched and repurposed to extend their usefulness. Spinning and weaving were common household tasks, with families producing much of their own fabric. Seasonal changes meant layering or adding heavier cloaks for winter warmth. Though modest, peasant clothing was an essential shield against the elements, and a marker of identity within the community. Hygiene in medieval peasant life was basic, shaped by limited access to clean water and medical knowledge. Bathing was infrequent, often a communal or seasonal activity rather than daily. Peasants washed hands and faces regularly, using water from wells, rivers, or collected rain. Clothing was aired and brushed to maintain cleanliness between washes. Herbs like lavender and rosemary were used for their pleasant scents and believed health benefits. Health practices combined folk remedies, herbal medicines, and prayers. Common ailments included respiratory infections, digestive problems, and injuries from labor. Without access to trained physicians, peasants relied on midwives, local healers, or simple home treatments. Despite hardships, hygiene and health practices reflected a practical approach to survival. Medieval peasants lived tightly knit lives shaped by the manorial system, where social hierarchy was clear but community bonds strong. Villages were small clusters of families sharing fields, resources, and labor. Within the manor, peasants owed services and rents to their lord, but maintained autonomy in daily village affairs. The community cooperated in farming tasks, repairs, and celebrations, fostering mutual reliance. Social roles were defined by age, gender, and family, with elders respected for wisdom and experience. Disputes were settled locally through village courts or assemblies, emphasizing order and fairness. Religious faith was central, with the church serving as both spiritual and social hub. Despite hardships, the peasant community created a resilient support system to endure the medieval world. Medieval peasants relied on a small but essential toolkit crafted from wood, iron, and bone. Common farming tools included wooden plows fitted with iron chairs, sickles, scythes, hoes, and spades. Simple hand tools like knives and needles served for daily repairs and clothing. Craftsmanship was practical and resourceful. Peasants fashioned repairs themselves or turned to local smiths for more complex metalwork. Woodworking skills allowed the making of furniture, fences, and household items. Peasants also crafted traps and nets for hunting and fishing. Though lacking luxury, their tools reflected generations of refinement for durability and efficiency. Maintaining tools was a constant task, vital for sustaining the demanding work of rural life. Peasant homes were warmed by simple hearths, the heart of the household both day and night. Firewood gathered from nearby woods was the primary fuel source, carefully rationed during winter months. Open hearths provided heat for cooking and warmth but were smoky, with smoke escaping through a hole or thatch gaps. Peasants sat close to the fire, sharing body heat during cold nights. Lighting came from rushlights, dried rushes dipped in animal fat, or tallow candles, both smoky and short-lived. Windows were kept small to retain warmth, so interiors were dim even during the day. Lanterns or simple clay lamps fueled by grease were rare luxuries. Despite the challenges, the hearth symbolized safety, comfort, and family unity in the chill of medieval nights. Livestock was a vital asset for medieval peasants, requiring daily attention and care. Common animals included cows, sheep, pigs, goats, and chickens, each serving specific roles. Cows provided milk, butter, and labor for plowing. Sheep gave wool for clothing. Pigs were a source of meat, and could forage in forests. Peasants rose early to feed and water their animals, cleaning shelters and ensuring their safety. Seasonal movements meant driving animals to summer pastures or forest foraging, Veterinary knowledge was limited. Peasants used herbal remedies and simple treatments for common ailments. Livestock also played a role in social status and economic stability, with healthy animals indicating prosperity. Daily animal care was a demanding routine but essential to survival in medieval rural life. Harvest time was critical and labor-intensive, marking the culmination of months of care. Peasants worked collectively to reap grains like wheat, barley, and rye, using sickles and scythes. Grains were gathered in sheaves and then threshed to separate kernels from stalks, often by beating or trampling. After threshing, winnowing removed chaff using baskets or wind. Proper storage was essential to protect crops from moisture, pests, and mold. Grain was stored in granaries, elevated structures made of wood or stone to deter rodents. Root vegetables and preserved foods were kept in cool, dry cellars or pits. Storage practices ensured food supply lasted through winter and famine periods. Medieval peasants had limited access to formal medicine, relying heavily on folk remedies and herbal knowledge. Common ailments like fevers, wounds, and digestive troubles were treated with plants such as chamomile, mint, and willow bark. Herbal poultices, teas, and salves were prepared from locally gathered ingredients. Prayers and charms were often combined with treatments, reflecting the spiritual nature of healing. Midwives played a crucial role in childbirth and women's health, using both practical and traditional methods. Though rudimentary, these remedies provided some relief and comfort amid harsh conditions. Health was fragile, but peasants adapted through resilience, knowledge passed down generations, and community support. The manor was the center of a peasant's economic and social life, governed by the lord's authority. Peasants owed rents and labor services, such as working the lord's demesne, land several days a week. In return they received protection, rights to cultivate strips of land, and access to common resources. Relations were often tense, shaped by the lord's demands and peasant survival needs. Manorial courts resolved disputes, enforced customs, and collected fines, keeping local order. Peasants navigated a delicate balance between obligation and autonomy. Despite hardships, communal ties and tradition helped peasants endure the hierarchical system. Despite the hard labor and scarcity, medieval peasants found time to celebrate through festivals tied to the agricultural calendar. These gatherings marked key moments: planting, harvest, solstices, and religious holidays. Feasts, music, dancing, and games brought temporary joy and relief from toil. Midsummer festivals celebrated light and fertility, while harvest festivals gave thanks for the season's bounty. Religious observances blended with local customs, involving processions, blessings, and communal prayers. These celebrations reinforced community bonds, passed down traditions, and provided hope during harsh times. Though simple, these seasonal rituals formed the heartbeat of peasant life. Medieval peasants lived intimately connected to their natural surroundings, dependent on the land for survival. They understood seasonal cycles, weather patterns, and the behavior of plants and animals. Forests, rivers, and fields provided resources: wood for fuel and building, wild herbs and berries for food and medicine. Peasants practiced crop rotation and fallowing to maintain soil fertility, showing early ecological awareness. Hunting and foraging supplemented diets but were often regulated by lordly privileges. The environment could be harsh and unpredictable, with droughts, floods, and harsh winters threatening crops and lives. Still, peasants adapted, learning to read nature's signs and manage resources carefully. Their survival was a continuous dialogue with the land they called home. Formal education was rare for peasants, yet knowledge was essential and passed down orally and through hands-on experience. Children learned farming, animal care, and crafts by working alongside parents from a young age. Stories, proverbs, and songs conveyed history, moral lessons, and practical wisdom. Elders served as informal teachers, guiding younger generations in survival skills and village customs. Religious instruction came from the local church, often limited to basic prayers and moral teachings. This oral tradition preserved culture and ensured continuity despite widespread illiteracy. Peasant knowledge was practical, communal, and deeply rooted in everyday life. The medieval peasant diet was simple, humble, yet varied according to seasons and resources. Staple foods included coarse bread made from barley or rye, porridge, legumes, and seasonal vegetables like onions, cabbage, and turnips. Meat was scarce, usually reserved for special occasions. Peasants mostly ate pork, poultry, and occasionally fish if near rivers or coasts. Dairy products such as cheese, milk, and butter were common supplements. Peasants gathered wild fruits, nuts, and herbs to add flavor and nutrition. Malnutrition and vitamin deficiencies were risks, especially during harsh winters or poor harvests. Despite limited resources, peasants adapted recipes and preserved food through drying, smoking, and salting to sustain themselves year-round. Medieval peasants relied on simple but effective tools crafted from wood and iron to cultivate their land. The primary tool was the wooden plow, often fitted with an iron tip to break through tough soil. Hand tools like sickles, scythes, hoes, and spades were essential for planting, weeding, and harvesting. The heavy plow revolutionized agriculture in northern Europe by turning over dense clay soils. Peasants also used winnowing baskets to separate grain from chaff after harvest. Crop rotation techniques such as the three-field system allowed land to rest and improved yields. These innovations, though rudimentary, increased productivity and helped peasants feed their families despite challenging conditions. Beyond farming, many peasants engaged in crafts and small-scale industries to supplement their income. They spun wool and flax into yarn, wove cloth, and sewed garments for their families. Pottery making, basket weaving, and leatherworking were common cottage industries. Some peasants produced tools, wooden utensils, or simple furniture for local use. These crafts required skill passed through generations, often practiced during off-season months. Occasionally, peasants traded surplus goods at local markets or fairs, connecting rural life to wider economic networks. Though modest, these cottage industries enriched peasant livelihoods and contributed to village economies. Despite their low social status, peasants had recognized legal rights and customs that shaped daily life. Customary law governed land tenure, inheritance, and community obligations. Peasants could hold hereditary rights to strips of land, protected by village traditions and manorial courts. They had the right to use common resources such as pastures, woods, and waterways, essential for survival. Manorial courts addressed disputes, fines, and minor offenses within the village. However, these rights varied widely by region and were subject to the lord's authority. Understanding and navigating these customs was vital for peasants to protect their homes and livelihoods. Medieval peasants faced brutal winters with limited means to stay warm. Their homes were simple one- or two-room cottages made of wattle and daub, timber, or stone, often with thatched roofs. Inside, a central hearth provided heat for cooking and warmth, though smoke ventilation was minimal, filling rooms with soot. Peasants relied on firewood gathered from nearby forests, carefully rationing it through the season. Straw and rushes covered dirt floors to insulate against cold. Families huddled together under woolen blankets and layered clothing to conserve body heat. Some villages used communal ovens or heated bathhouses, but most warmth came from close living and adaptation. These harsh conditions made winter survival a true test of endurance and resourcefulness. Medieval peasants often slept in the same room where they cooked and lived, maximizing warmth during cold nights. Beds were simple wooden frames or raised platforms covered with straw, or rushes as mattresses. Bedding typically consisted of wool or linen sheets and blankets, though these were scarce and carefully preserved. Some families shared beds to conserve heat, with adults and children huddled together. Clothing worn to bed was layered and thick, helping trap warmth through the night. In wealthier villages, straw was replaced by feathers or wool for more comfort, but most peasants made do with humble materials. Despite the simplicity, these arrangements were crucial for surviving long, cold winters in medieval Europe. Animals were vital companions and tools in the daily lives of medieval peasants. Oxen and horses pulled plows and carts, easing the burden of heavy labor. Cows provided milk, cheese, and butter, while pigs were raised for meat. Chickens laid eggs and supplied feathers for bedding and quills. Dogs guarded homes and herded livestock, while cats controlled vermin in barns and houses. Peasants cared for their wives, pet houses, cared for their animals carefully, as their survival often depended on these creatures. Animal waste was recycled as fertilizer, showing an early understanding of farm ecology. The bond between peasants and their animals was practical yet deeply ingrained in rural life. Medieval peasants cultivated a variety of crops suited to local soils and climates. Staple grains included barley, rye, oats, and wheat, though wheat was often reserved for wealthier classes. Legumes like peas and beans enriched the soil with nitrogen and add vital protein to the diet. Root vegetables such as turnips, carrots, and onions thrived in the cooler seasons. Herbs like parsley, sage, and garlic were grown for seasoning and medicinal uses. Crop diversity helped manage pests and soil depletion, supporting more resilient harvests. Peasants also practiced seed saving, carefully selecting the best grains to plant each year. This agricultural diversity was a key factor in medieval rural survival. Medieval peasants lived under the manorial system, where the local lord owned the land and peasants worked it. Peasants owed various obligations, including labor services, rent, and taxes, which could be paid in produce or coin. Labor obligations included plowing lords' fields, maintaining roads, and harvesting crops. These duties were demanding, often limiting peasants' time to tend their own plots. In return, peasants received protection and access to land for subsistence farming. Manorial courts governed disputes and enforced these obligations, reinforcing the lord's authority. This system shaped much of medieval rural life, balancing control and survival. The medieval peasant village was a tight-knit community centered around shared land and mutual support. Villages typically consisted of a cluster of cottages, a church, and common fields divided into strips. Community decisions were often made in village assemblies, where heads of households met to discuss issues. Social bonds were reinforced by festivals, church gatherings, and cooperative labor, such as barn raisings or harvests. Common resources like pastures, woods, and water sources were carefully managed to ensure fairness. Despite hardships, village life fostered a sense of belonging and collective resilience. Medieval peasants faced unpredictable weather that could devastate crops and homes. Droughts, floods, hailstorms, and early frosts threatened food supplies and survival. Villagers relied on communal knowledge passed down over generations to predict and respond to weather patterns. They stored surplus grain in granaries to buffer against poor harvests. During floods, peasants built raised platforms and drainage ditches to protect fields and dwellings. In times of disaster, communities pooled resources and labor to repair damage. Despite these efforts, harsh weather remained a persistent threat, making peasant life precarious. After sunset, medieval peasants had limited sources of light in their homes. Rushlights, made by soaking rushes in animal fat, provided dim illumination, alongside tallow candles crafted from animal fat. Oil lamps were rare due to the expense of oil. Because of the weak light, nighttime activities were minimal, and mostly involved essential chores or family gatherings. Storytelling, singing, and simple crafts filled the long evenings, fostering social bonds. Peasants rested early, aligning their schedules with the natural daylight. This rhythm of life connected them closely to the cycles of nature. Water was essential, but not always easy for medieval peasants to access. Villages typically had wells or nearby streams that provided drinking and cooking water. Peasants used wooden buckets or leather pouches to carry water to their homes. Sanitation facilities were basic. Many villages had simple latrines or cesspits located away from living areas. Waste disposal was often crude, with refuse thrown into pits or fields as fertilizer. This system was far from hygienic, contributing to the spread of disease. Despite these challenges, peasants adapted their routines to keep their water as clean as possible. Medieval peasants relied heavily on herbal remedies and folk medicine for healthcare. Lacking formal medical access, they used plants such as chamomile, yarrow, and mint to treat wounds, fevers, and digestive issues. Herbs were grown in small garden plots or gathered from the wild. Poultices, teas, and salves were common applications. Many remedies were passed down orally through generations, blending practical knowledge with superstition. Local wise women or herbalists often served as community healers. Though primitive by modern standards, these remedies were vital for survival in an era of scarce medical resources. Bread was a staple food for medieval peasants, central to their daily diet. Peasants ground their own grain using hand mills or communal water mills. Dough was made from coarse flour mixed with water and sometimes salt or herbs. Ovens were communal or simple clay structures with loaves baked once or twice a week. Because flour was scarce and coarse, bread was dense and dark, often called black bread. To preserve food, peasants salted, smoked, or dried meats and fish. Vegetables and grains were stored in cool, dry places to prevent spoilage. These preservation methods helped peasants survive through harsh winters and crop failures. During the bitter medieval winters, peasants faced the constant challenge of staying warm. Most homes had a central hearth where wood or peat was burned for heat and cooking. Fireplaces were often simple pits with a chimney or a hole in the roof to vent smoke. Fuel was scarce and precious, so peasants carefully rationed wood and gathered fallen branches. Clothing layers, woolen blankets, and animal skins were crucial for insulation. Communal living and sleeping close together also helped conserve warmth. Despite these efforts, cold remained a harsh and persistent threat to peasant health and comfort. The medieval peasant year was dictated by the seasons, each bringing its own work and rituals. Spring was marked by plowing and sowing, with villagers working long days to prepare fields. Summer brought tending and weeding crops, as well as haymaking to secure winter fodder. Autumn was the harvest season, a time of intense labor followed by communal feasts celebrating the bounty. Winter slowed work to essential chores, allowing time for rest, repairs, and festive gatherings. Religious festivals punctuated the year, offering brief respite and social cohesion. These cycles tied peasants deeply to the land and their communities, defining their lives. Clothing for medieval peasants was simple and functional, made mostly from wool and linen. Peasants spun wool into yarn using spindles, then wove it on basic looms. Linen, made from flax, was used for undergarments and shirts due to its softness. Clothes were often homemade, patched, and handed down through generations. Dyeing was limited and expensive, so most garments remained natural shades of brown, gray, or off-white. Footwear was basic, often wooden clogs or simple leather shoes. Despite modest means, clothing reflected the practical needs of labor and survival. Medieval peasants relied on a modest array of tools, essential for daily survival and farming. The wooden plow, often pulled by oxen, was crucial for turning heavy soil. Hoes and sickles were used for cultivating and harvesting crops by hand. Axes and knives helped with woodcutting and general repairs. Peasants also used baskets woven from reeds or willow for gathering produce. Simple leather or wooden tools were common in crafts like weaving and carpentry. While basic, these implements were vital, enabling peasants to work the land and maintain their homes. Animals were central to medieval peasant life, providing labor, food, and materials. Oxen and horses pulled plows and carts, while sheep and goats supplied wool and milk. Cattle provided meat, milk, and hides, though slaughtering was often reserved for special occasions. Chickens and pigs were common for eggs and pork. Peasants tended to their animals daily, ensuring they had shelter, food, and water. Livestock health was managed through simple remedies and careful observation. Animals also held social and economic value, sometimes serving as a form of wealth or barter. Forests were vital to peasants, offering a wealth of resources beyond farmland. Villagers gathered firewood, essential for heating and cooking, carefully balancing use to avoid deforestation. They collected wild berries, nuts, and mushrooms to supplement their diets. Woodlands provided materials for building, crafting tools, and making fences. Peasants also hunted small game like rabbits and birds, though hunting large game was often restricted to nobles. Forests were places of both sustenance and superstition, woven deeply into peasant life and folklore. For most medieval peasants, formal education was rare or non-existent. Literacy rates were extremely low, as schooling was typically reserved for clergy and nobility. Peasant children learned practical skills at home, farming, crafting, and household chores. Stories, songs, and oral traditions preserved history and culture within the community. Some peasants attended church services where they heard religious teachings, though few could read the texts themselves. Education, when it occurred, was informal and focused on survival, rather than academic knowledge. Medieval peasant villages had their own informal systems of justice and governance. Local manorial courts, presided over by the lord or his steward, handled disputes and minor crimes. Peasants themselves often resolved small conflicts through community meetings. Village customs and unwritten rules shaped daily life and expectations. Punishments ranged from fines and public shaming to labor duties. Despite limited power, peasants maintained a degree of order within their communities. These systems reflected the hierarchical nature of medieval society, but allowed some local agency. The medieval peasant diet was simple, hearty, and heavily reliant on locally available ingredients. Bread, often coarse and dark, formed the base of most meals. Vegetables such as onions, leeks, cabbage, and beans were staples, eaten fresh or preserved. Peasants frequently consumed pottage, a thick stew made from vegetables, grains, and occasionally meat or fish. Meat was a rare luxury, typically reserved for special occasions or supplemented by hunting small game. Ale was the common drink, safer to consume than often contaminated water. It was brewed in homes or small village breweries, usually weaker than modern beer. Ale provided calories and hydration, essential for labor-intensive days. Beyond farming, many peasants practiced crafts and trades vital to village life. Some specialized as blacksmiths, shoeing horses and making tools or nails. Weavers produced cloth from wool or flax, essential for clothing and household items. Carpenters built and repaired homes, fences, and furniture with hand tools. Other trades included potters, basket makers, and millers grinding grain into flour. Often, Peasants balanced multiple roles, working the land while producing goods for local use or sale. These skills helped sustain the village economy and provided some independence within feudal constraints. Religion was central to medieval peasant life, shaping their worldview and daily routines. Most peasants were devout Christians attending church regularly. Church festivals marked the calendar with celebrations, fasting, and rituals. Many peasants believed deeply in saints, miracles, and the power of prayer. Superstitions and folk beliefs mingled with official doctrine, influencing health and fortune. Priests served as spiritual leaders, though contact was often limited. Religious faith offered comfort amid hardship, promising salvation beyond earthly struggles. Medieval peasant homes were simple, modest structures made from readily available materials. Most houses were 1 or 2 rooms, constructed from wattle and daub, a mixture of wooden sticks, mud, and straw. Roofs were thatched with straw or reeds, providing insulation but vulnerable to weather. Inside, a central hearth served as the main source of heat and a place for cooking. Furniture was sparse and basic, wooden benches, stools, and simple tables. Windows were small, often covered with oiled parchment or cloth instead of glass. Living quarters were shared by entire families and sometimes animals, especially during cold months. Despite their humble nature, these homes were essential refuges against the harsh medieval climate. The peasant year revolved around the seasons, dictating work and community life. Spring brought plowing, sowing seeds, and repairing fences. Summer was a time of tending crops, weeding fields, and preparing for harvest. Autumn meant harvesting grains, fruits, and vegetables before the cold set in. Winter was quieter, focusing on mending tools, caring for animals, and indoor crafts. Throughout the year, festivals and holy days offered breaks from labor. These gatherings combined religious observance with feasting, dancing, and storytelling. Festivals strengthened community bonds and provided rare moments of joy amid hardship. Medieval peasants faced many challenges in maintaining hygiene and health. Bathing was infrequent due to limited access to clean water and heating constraints. Washing hands before meals was not a common practice, contributing to disease spread. Clothing was washed irregularly, often only seasonally or when visibly dirty. Medical knowledge was limited. Herbal remedies and folk medicine were the primary treatments. Common ailments included respiratory infections, parasites, and malnutrition-related diseases. Despite hardships, peasants developed practical knowledge to survive, relying on nature's resources. Travel for medieval peasants was limited and often difficult. Most peasants stayed within their villages or neighboring hamlets due to the demands of farm work. When travel was necessary, for markets, fairs, or religious pilgrimages, it was slow and arduous. Paths were often muddy or uneven, and transport relied on walking or carts pulled by animals. Communication was primarily oral, passed through word of mouth during gatherings and market days. News and information traveled slowly, often distorted by retelling. Letters were rare, usually written by clergy or nobility, as peasants lacked widespread literacy. This isolation reinforced strong local ties but limited wider awareness. Medieval peasants relied on simple but effective tools to work the land and maintain their homes. Basic farming implements included wooden plows, hoes, sickles, and scythes. Plows were often pulled by oxen, which provided the strength to till heavy soil. Hand tools required significant physical effort, reflecting the hard labor peasants endured daily. In villages, carpentry tools like saws, chisels, and hammers helped build and repair homes and fences. Blacksmiths created nails, horseshoes, and metal blades essential for agriculture and transport. Though technology was rudimentary by modern standards, it was well suited to the rural lifestyle. Medieval peasants made extensive use of local herbs and plants for food, medicine, and everyday needs. Common herbs like parsley, sage, thyme, and rosemary flavored their simple meals. Plants such as nettles and dandelions provided valuable nutrition during scarce times. Medicinal herbs including chamomile, mint, and comfrey treated ailments like wounds, stomach pains, and fevers. Knowledge of herbal remedies was often passed down orally through generations. In addition to food and medicine, plants served practical uses: flax for linen, willow for baskets, and wood for fuel. This deep connection with the natural environment was vital for peasant survival. Eating and cooking were central challenges for medieval peasants, especially during cold winters. Most homes had a central hearth that served both as a stove and a source of warmth. Peasants burned wood or charcoal, carefully rationing fuel to last through the winter. Cooking was simple: boiling stews, porridge, or roasting over an open flame. Pots were made of clay or iron, and food preparation often involved slow cooking to conserve fuel. Smoke from the hearth escaped through thatched roofs or small openings, sometimes making homes smoky and uncomfortable. Despite these challenges, the hearth was the heart of the home, where families gathered for warmth and meals. Medieval peasant villages were small, tightly knit communities, often centered around a manor or church. Houses clustered together along narrow dirt roads, with common land used for grazing and farming. Villages usually had a communal field system, where strips of land were allocated to individual families. Community cooperation was essential for tasks like harvesting, building, and defending against threats. Social life revolved around shared labor, religious festivals, and seasonal fairs. Village elders or the Lord's steward often resolved disputes and enforced local customs. Despite limited resources, strong bonds of mutual support helped peasants endure hardships. Medieval peasants lived with constant awareness of potential dangers from wild animals, bandits, and military conflicts. Villages sometimes built wooden palisades or earthworks to protect against raids. Peasants might form local militias, called the posse comitatus, to defend their lands when called upon by the Lord. Weapons were simple: pitchforks, clubs, and occasionally bows or axes. Most peasants relied on the Lord's castle or nearby fortified manor for refuge during attacks. Defense was a communal responsibility, with neighbors watching out for each other. Despite limited means, these efforts provided vital protection in turbulent times. To maintain soil fertility and secure reliable harvests, medieval peasants developed time-tested farming methods. The three-field system was common. Land was divided into 3 parts, one for winter crops, one for spring crops, and one left fallow. This rotation allowed soil to recover while still producing food year-round. Crops included wheat, barley, oats, rye, and legumes like peas and beans, which enriched the soil with nitrogen. Manure from livestock was used to fertilize the fields, a valuable and carefully managed resource. Peasants also used rudimentary irrigation where possible, redirecting water from streams to fields. Through observation and tradition, they created a sustainable agricultural system that could support their communities. Livestock played a crucial role in the daily survival of medieval peasants, offering not just food but labor, warmth, and even fertilizer. Chickens were common in nearly every peasant household, small, easy to feed, and providers of both eggs and occasional meat. Pigs were especially valued because they could be raised on scraps and foraged freely in nearby woods. In autumn, they were often slaughtered and salted to provide meat through winter. Cows, if a peasant was fortunate enough to own one, gave milk that could be churned into butter or cheese. A single cow could be the difference between hunger and sustenance for a family. Sheep were raised for wool more than meat. They're raised for wool more than meat. Fleece provided material for warm clothing, which was critical during freezing winters. Goats, hardy and adaptable, gave milk and required little care, making them ideal for poorer households. Donkeys and oxen were valuable work animals, pulling plows, hauling loads, and helping prepare fields for sowing. In the evenings, some animals were brought inside or kept in attached shelters to protect them from predators and conserve heat. Livestock weren't just resources, they were part of the family economy and treated with care born from necessity. Surviving a medieval winter depended heavily on the ability to store food safely through months of frost, snow, and scarcity. Preservation began in late autumn, just before the first frost, when the last of the crops were harvested and livestock slaughtered for winter meat. Salting was the most common method for preserving meat. Large chunks of pork or beef were rubbed with salt and packed into barrels. The salt drew out moisture and created a hostile environment for bacteria. Smoking added an extra layer of preservation. Meat and fish were hung in smokehouses, often simple wooden huts with smoldering fires beneath. The smoke dried the meat and infused it with compounds that inhibited spoilage. Drying was another essential technique. Peasants dried apples, pears, mushrooms, and herbs by hanging them in lofts or near the hearth where the warm, dry air would slowly remove moisture. Pickling used vinegar, often made from leftover ale or sour wine, to preserve vegetables like onions, cabbage, and cucumbers. Cellars or cool pits dug into the earth were used to store root vegetables, turnips, carrots, parsnips, and potatoes in later centuries, where constant, low temperatures kept them from rotting. Cheese and butter were sometimes stored in clay pots sealed with fat or wax, protecting them from air and mold. These techniques, passed down through generations, were not just about keeping food edible. They were about keeping entire families alive through the bleakest part of the year. In a world without central heating or electricity, fire was life. For medieval peasants, managing firewood and other fuel sources was an essential part of preparing for winter and surviving each day. Firewood was typically gathered throughout the year, never in abundance, always just enough. Most peasants did not own the forests, so they were limited in what they could collect. Fallen branches, twigs, and dead wood were fair game, but cutting down live trees could lead to severe punishment if the land belonged to a lord. Children and elders often took on the task of gathering kindling, wandering the edges of forests and fields with baskets to collect anything that would burn. Sticks, dry leaves, bark, and even animal dung. Wood had to be dried or seasoned before it could burn well. Wet or green wood smoked terribly and gave off little heat. Therefore, logs were stacked carefully near homes, raised off the ground, and covered with thatch or cloth to keep out rain and snow. In addition to wood, peat was a common fuel in marshy regions. Peat blocks were cut from bogs, dried in the sun, and used like coal in the hearth. They burned slowly and gave off a steady, earthy heat. Dung cakes made from the manure of cattle or horses were shaped and dried in the sun. Though smoky and foul-smelling, they were often used in times of wood scarcity. Inside the home, the hearth was the heart of daily life. It provided warmth, a place to cook, light during dark mornings and evenings, and even protection from sickness as heat helped keep damp and chill at bay. Maintaining a fire overnight was a skill. Coals were banked with ash to smolder until morning. Starting a new fire from scratch was a laborious process involving flint and steel, so preserving embers was a daily priority. A warm hearth meant survival, and keeping it burning was a quiet, relentless battle against the cold. As the sun disappeared and the frost crept in, the peasants' night became a quiet trial of endurance against the cold. Their beds were not made for comfort but for survival. Most peasants slept on straw mattresses, simple sacks or large fabric rolls stuffed with straw or hay. These were laid directly on wooden bed frames or more commonly, right on the packed dirt floor. Over time, the straw would compress and grow musty, so it had to be changed regularly, typically with the change of seasons. To ward off fleas, lice, and other pests, dried herbs were mixed in with the straw. Lavender, wormwood, tansy, and mint were popular for their strong scents and supposed insect-repelling properties. These gave the bedding a faint aroma, one of the few comforts available in the bitter chill. Blankets were rare. Most peasants wrapped themselves in whatever scraps of wool or linen they could afford. Some had cloaks or old clothing they repurposed at night. Richer households might have one or two coarse woolly blankets, but for the poor, the body's own heat was the primary source of warmth. This is why people often shared beds. Families, especially those in small cottages, would sleep together in a single bed or in one room, packed closely for warmth. Children, grandparents, even animals sometimes joined in the heap. The family pig or a dog curled up at the foot of the mattress could provide an unexpected but welcome heat source during the darkest months. Nightshirts were usually just long tunics or undershirts. Socks were rare, so feet were often wrapped in cloth or placed near the fire's embers if the home allowed for it. Those lucky enough to have a bed canopy or curtain would draw it closed, creating a microclimate of sorts, trapping what little warmth they generated. It also kept the draft out, which was crucial in homes with loose walls or thatched roofs that let the wind through. There were no soft pillows. Most slept with a bundled-up garment or block of wood as a she-dressed. But even in such conditions, sleep came, if only from the exhaustion of a long day and the body's need to recharge for another battle against the elements. Winter was not just a season of discomfort for medieval peasants. It was a time of heightened mortality. Illness, already rampant due to poor hygiene and malnutrition, took on a crueler edge when paired with freezing temperatures and meager shelter. Colds, chills, and influenza-like fevers spread rapidly in small shared homes where families huddled together for warmth. With no concept of germs and limited understanding of contagion, sick and healthy often slept side by side. If one fell ill, it was likely the rest would soon follow. But even the word illness in the medieval mindset was not quite what it is today. Sickness was seen not as a result of bacteria or viruses, but as a misalignment of the body's humors: blood, phlegm, black bile, and yellow bile. In rural areas, peasants didn't have access to learned physicians. Instead, they relied on folk healers, midwives, and old women known for their cunning and herbal wisdom. When someone had a fever in winter, the goal wasn't necessarily to treat the illness but to endure it. Warm broth, if it could be spared, was given. Often this was just hot water with onions or leeks boiled into it. Honey or garlic might be added if available. Herbal remedies varied by region, but some common ones included willow bark tea, used to reduce fever and pain, elderberry syrup or infusions, believed to ward off cold and flu. Sage, thyme, and rosemary bundled together and burned to purify the air, or steeped into bitter brews. Mustard plasters or onion poultices, applied to the chest or soles of the feet in the hope they would draw out illness. Bed rest was unsurprisingly a luxury. When severely ill, most peasants could not afford to be idle for long, even when severely ill. The daily demands of fetching water, tending animals, and simply keeping the fire going often fell on the sick themselves, unless they had a large family or helpful neighbors. For serious ailments, worsening fevers, delirium, persistent coughs, there was often little hope. In the coldest weeks, pneumonia, tuberculosis, or even infected cuts could easily turn fatal. There were no hospitals, no warm clinics, no medicine in the modern sense, only the firelight, the shared blanket, the whispered prayers, and a mother or sibling dabbing at a sweaty brow with a rag dipped in lukewarm water. When death came, it came quietly. There was no room for mourning rituals as we know them. The dead were wrapped in simple cloth, and if the ground was frozen, burial might be delayed or shallow. If it was a particularly hard winter, the loss might not even be spoken of beyond a passing mention, because everyone was focused on simply surviving the next night. In the heart of a medieval winter, as darkness stretched for hours on end and cold crept into every crack of the timber-framed cottages, something remarkable often happened. People told stories. Not just idle tales or passing conversation, but full-bodied, shared folklore, passed down through generations by firelight. It was not merely entertainment. It was survival of a different kind, mental, emotional, and spiritual. The storytelling tradition among medieval peasants was entirely oral. Most couldn't read or write, and there were no books in the home. But their memories were libraries, rich with tales of saints, sinners, monsters, miracles, and everything in between. These stories often helped explain the unexplainable, strange weather, illness, misfortune, or why the winter was particularly harsh one year. Parents and grandparents became keepers of these legends. As families gathered in the evening around the hearth, often with only embers still glowing, one voice would rise to spin a tale. Maybe it was about the wild hunt, a ghostly procession said to storm through the skies during winter storms, led by a spectral lord on horseback. Hearing it was an omen, seeing it worse. Then there were will-o'-the-wisps, eerie lights that danced in the forest or marsh, luring the unwary to their deaths. To a peasant child huddled in the corner, these tales were terrifying and thrilling. They also served as warnings: stay near the fire, don't wander at night, and never stray from known paths. Some stories brought comfort instead of fear. Tales of local saints who once protected the village from famine or wolves, or stories about the Virgin Mary appearing to a humble farmer in a snow-covered field, granting him a miraculous harvest. These narratives gave hope in the bitterest times. Peasants also told tales of animals who spoke at midnight on Christmas Eve, or of the Yule log, which if it burned all night without going out would bring good fortune. They believed that spirits walked more freely in winter, especially on nights when snow blanketed the ground and silence reigned. Sometimes, storytelling became collaborative. One person would start, another would jump in with a remembered detail or twist. Laughter would ripple through the cottage despite the cold. This moment, this warmth of connection and imagination, was as important to survival as any blanket or bowl of stew. The fire became more than just physical heat. It was a stage, a pulpit, a cradle for memory and myth. And in these myths, peasants preserved not only their fears but their identity. They weren't just passive victims of the cold. They were part of a long-enduring lineage that faced the bitter winter together, with voices raised against the silence. While medieval winters are often remembered for their cruelty, peasants didn't always view snow and cold as purely hostile forces. In fact, at times, snow was considered a gift, a white guardian that brought surprising benefits to those struggling through the long, harsh season. It may seem counterintuitive, but under certain circumstances, snow wasn't just a problem to endure. It was a blessing in disguise. One of the most immediate advantages of a good snowfall was insulation. A thick layer of snow blanketing the roof and walls of a peasant's cottage could actually help retain warmth. Snow, with its high air content, served as a natural thermal barrier. In the same way it muffled sound and silenced the countryside, it also sealed out biting wind and kept the flickering warmth of the hearth from vanishing into the void. For root cellars and food storage pits, snow was even more important. It preserved meat, vegetables, and grain stores far better than fluctuating temperatures. In effect, the entire landscape became a giant refrigerator, stable, predictable, and safe from rot. It allowed the limited food supply to stretch just a little bit longer. Snow also offered strategic advantages in the fields. A heavy snow cover could protect winter crops, especially rye, from sudden freezes that would otherwise kill them. It served as a blanket for the earth itself, guarding the seeds and soil until the sun's return. A snow-covered field in January could mean a decent harvest in June. Then there was the purity of snowmelt. In an era where many water sources were polluted by waste and runoff, clean snow gathered from open areas could be melted down for relatively safe drinking water. It wasn't entirely free from risk, depending on proximity to animals or soot, but it was often cleaner than what flowed from wells or streams during warmer months. But beyond the physical and agricultural benefits, snow carried symbolic meaning. It was seen as a divine cleanser, wiping away the sins of the world with its whiteness. The silence that came with it, deep, still and blanketing, was interpreted by some as a spiritual pause, a time to reflect and reset. In literature and folklore, snow was also associated with miracles and transformation, a bitter old woman turning kind after sheltering a lost traveler in a storm, a dying field coming back to life in spring, thanks to the snow's protection, visions of saints appearing in falling flakes. These were not just stories, they were deeply felt hopes projected onto a season that could otherwise crush the spirit. So, while it's easy to romanticize the snow through modern frosted glass nostalgia, peasants had a far more practical appreciation for it. To them, snow could be deadly, but it could also be life-saving. It could mean frostbite, but it might also mean a better yield. It was harsh yet honest, brutal yet protective, and in that strange balance, peasants found a kind of respect for the winter that went beyond fear. They adapted, they endured, and occasionally, they were even grateful for the snow. If you were to step into a medieval peasant's home on a freezing winter evening, you wouldn't just see the firelight or hear the crackle of kindling. You'd smell it. The air was a swirling concoction of survival, thick with wood smoke, damp wool, drying herbs, and the unmistakable musk of humanity packed tightly together. It was not unpleasant in the way one might imagine. Rather, it was intimate, the scent of people clinging to warmth, food, and one another. Wood smoke was omnipresent. Most homes had no chimney, only a simple hole in the roof or a gap near the ceiling, where smoke could slowly escape. That meant much of the smoke lingered, curling low over the rafters, coating beams in soot, and saturating clothes and hair. Though harsh on the lungs, this smoky layer had an accidental benefit. It helped preserve meats and even discouraged pests like fleas and lice. In a twisted way, the same smoke that stung their eyes may have kept disease at bay. Peasants also relied on herbs not just for flavor, but for survival. Bundles of dried sage, rosemary, thyme, and lavender were hung from beams or tucked into bedding. They masked the smells of damp straw and old wool, but they also served medicinal and spiritual purposes. Inhaling the aroma of mint or fennel was thought to clear the head and purify the air. Some even believed certain herbs warded off evil spirits, particularly during the deep stillness of winter, when death felt nearer. Bay leaves, wormwood, and juniper were sometimes thrown onto fires to release their fragrant oils, creating a primitive, smoky disinfectant in homes where sickness lingered. Burning herbs became a ritual, a cleansing of both the air and the soul. And when people were too poor to afford even that, they turned to whatever they had. Dried dung, moss, bark, or peat, each with its own distinct and earthy aroma. The human smell was also a constant. Hygiene was limited, especially in the cold months. Water froze in buckets, and bathing was avoided for fear of catching illness. Instead, peasants rubbed their skin with rough cloths or anointed themselves with vinegar, ashes, or animal fat to mask body odor and keep their skin from cracking. Clothing was rarely washed. It was simply smoked, aired out, or beaten with sticks to loosen dirt. These were the olfactory layers of winter life. To modern noses, they might seem oppressive, but for the medieval peasant, these scents were reminders of life, pungent, raw, and real. The smell of herbs meant health, the smoke meant fire, the sweat meant labor. Together they formed a kind of aromatic cocoon, wrapping the household in familiarity. It's easy to overlook how important smell was in an age before synthetic fragrances or sanitizing sprays. For peasants, the nose was another tool of survival. A sour scent could signal spoiled food. The change in an animal's smell might warn of sickness. The staleness of the air could prompt someone to crack open a shutter, even in the cold. So they paid attention. They learned what smoke should smell like and when it turned dangerous. They knew the comfort of a home that smelled like rosemary and the dread of a room thick with damp mildew. Through their senses they read the world, and adapted to it. Winter wasn't just seen or felt, it was smelled, and through that it became bearable. Silence in a medieval village. was never truly silent. Even in the dead of winter, when snow muffled footsteps and frost bit through stone, the air carried sound. The creak of timbers in the wind, the distant bark of a hungry dog, the shifting groan of ice on a thatched roof, all whispered reminders that life continued, if only barely. But more than anything, it was the human voice that pushed back against winter's hush. Peasants sang, not beautifully, not like minstrels with fine instruments or polished choruses from royal courts, but with rawness, with purpose, with feeling. They sang to pass the time as they worked, spinning wool, weaving baskets, or repairing tools by candlelight. The songs were simple, repetitive, and hypnotic. Rhythms kept their hands moving. Refrains kept their minds from despair. Many of these songs were ancient, passed down orally, evolving with each generation. Some were prayers wrapped in melody. Others were bawdy jokes or riddles set to tune. Still others were chants, half-spoken, half-sung, that helped children memorize saints' names or keep the beat while stomping mud for bricks. In the long winter nights, with darkness stretching from afternoon until morning, these voices became a kind of light. Families huddled around the hearth would murmur old stories, chant psalms, or recite legends in rhythmic patterns. This wasn't just entertainment, it was insulation, a cultural shield against the cold, the boredom, the fear. There were also songs for warmth. Not literal heat, but spiritual heat. Those sung in church, in Latin, often misunderstood but deeply felt. The communal breath of a small congregation filled the cold stone walls of a chapel, their harmonies echoing across frozen fields. Even non-believers might stand outside, if only to feel that warmth brush their cheeks in the form of sound. In homes, the lullabies came out, soft melodies, often little more than whispered syllables, designed to soothe restless children beneath coarse woolen blankets. These lullabies spoke of warmth, angels, and light, or sometimes darker things, like wolves and spirits and wandering ghosts. They warned and comforted all at once. Sometimes people simply talked to themselves to break the silence. Muttered thoughts, lists of chores, a whispered plea to the Virgin, anything to keep the mind tethered. And when they couldn't talk, they'd listen. To the wind, to the occasional ring of a bell, to the howl of a fox across frozen meadows. Even the drip of thawing snow was something. Sound carried farther in cold air. This meant a baby's cry could travel beyond the village edge. A rooster's crow might echo across the entire hamlet. It made people feel closer, even if they were locked in separate hovels. And then there were the communal sounds, the calls and responses of laborers, the communal grunts of men lifting timber, the shared laughter after a mishap, the sighs of exhaustion. These were songs too in their own way, the music of survival. So winter was not a season of silence. It was a season of sound, pared down, yes, but deeply resonant. Each voice, each hum, each footstep in the snow was a defiant note in winter's endless symphony, a melody of life. When thinking about medieval winters, it's easy to imagine grand challenges, biting winds, frozen fields, hunger. But just as deadly were the tiniest, most overlooked enemies, rats, mice, and the creeping shadows of disease that lurked beneath the cold. Peasants lived in close quarters with rodents. Their homes, built of wood, mud, and straw, were perfect havens for rats and mice seeking warmth and scraps. These unwelcome houseguests gnawed through food stores, contaminated grains, and often carried fleas that could spread plague and other illnesses. In winter, when food was scarce, every stolen morsel mattered, and every bite out of a sack of grain could mean the difference between starvation and survival. The rats were cunning. They slipped through cracks as small as a coin, darting under floorboards and behind walls. Their tiny paws left faint, almost invisible tracks in the dust, and their sharp teeth could strip a basket of dried herbs or a bundle of cured meats overnight. The villagers had few ways to combat them. Cats were rare luxury animals often reserved for the lord's manor, and traps were crude at best. Beyond rodents, the damp and cold created perfect breeding grounds for mold and mildew, which spoiled food and clothes. Peasants struggled to keep their belongings dry, but moisture crept in relentlessly. Through thatched roofs, cracked walls, and damp floors, clothes would smell musty, bread would grow fuzzy, and stored vegetables would rot in silence. Perhaps the greatest silent threat was disease. In the tight, smoky quarters of a peasant home, illnesses spread quickly. The cold itself weakened immune systems. Respiratory infections like pneumonia were common. Killers during winter months. Tuberculosis lingered invisibly, slowly sapping strength. Fevers and chills were frequent visitors. Medical knowledge was limited and superstition often replaced science. Some believed illness was caused by miasma, bad air that collected in winter, and tried fumigation with herbs and smoke to cleanse their homes. Others resorted to prayers, charms, or folk remedies like poultices made from onions or mustard seeds. Occasionally, a village healer or wise woman offered advice. But more often than not, sickness was endured quietly. The smallest threats like rats and disease were relentless companions during the coldest nights. They tested peasant endurance as much as frost or hunger. Every rattling in the dark, every unexplained chill, could be a reminder that survival was a delicate balance between the seen and unseen, the large and minute. In every peasant home, the hearth was more than just a place to cook. It was the very heart of survival during the merciless medieval winters when cold seeped through walls and seeped into bones. The hearth was the glowing core that kept life flickering. Fire was sacred, almost mystical, and its care was a constant, daily ritual. Peasants had no central heating, no insulation beyond thick walls and tapestries. The hearth provided the only steady source of warmth. Its crackling flames pushed back the cold shadows that gathered as dusk fell and held the chill at bay during the long dark nights. Tending the fire was a skill passed down through generations. Too little wood and the fire would smolder weakly, giving off smoke but little heat. Too much, and the flames could rage out of control, threatening to burn the humble dwelling to ash. Peasants used dry twigs, scrap wood, and occasionally peat, a slow-burning, earthy fuel dug from bogs. Each evening, the family gathered around the hearth. It was a place of stories, meals, whispered prayers, and sometimes heated arguments. Clothes dried near the flames. Children stretched their frozen fingers toward the fire's warmth. The elderly dozed in the firelight, soot-streaked faces softened by the glow. Smoke was a constant companion. Most cottages had no chimney, just a hole in the roof or a gap in the wall to let smoke escape. It drifted lazily, blackening beams and irritating eyes, yet peasants accepted this as a small price for the life-giving heat. Beyond physical warmth, the hearth offered psychological comfort. The fire's heartbeat was a steady rhythm in the unpredictable, often harsh medieval world. It symbolized security, sustenance, and the fragile promise of another day. The careful feeding of the fire was a daily act of defiance against winter's cruelty, a small, glowing rebellion against the cold. When the frost bit and snow lay thick across the fields, clothing was more than just a matter of style or modesty for medieval peasants. It was a critical shield against the cold that could mean life or death. Unlike the nobility, who could afford luxurious furs and multiple layers of fine fabric, peasants made do with simple, sturdy garments, crafted from whatever materials were available. Wool was the most common fabric, prized for its natural warmth and water resistance. Sheep were vital, not only for meat but for the wool that clothed entire villages. Peasants wore several layers, each serving a purpose. A linen undergarment provided a base layer that could wick moisture away from the skin. Over this, a coarse woolen tunic offered insulation. On top of that, a heavier cloak or mantle, often lined with rough fur or padded with scraps of cloth, acted as a shield against biting winds and snow. These clothes were patched and mended again and again. Rips, tears, and again. Holes were inevitable in a life of manual labor and harsh weather. Sewing was a vital skill, often performed by women by the light of the hearth after a day of back-breaking work. Feet were especially vulnerable. Peasants typically wore simple leather shoes or boots, often homemade and not always waterproof. In deep snow, they might wrap their legs and feet in strips of cloth or straw for added insulation, a primitive but effective form of snow boots. Head coverings were essential. Woolen caps, hoods, or coifs protected ears and heads from frostbite. Gloves were rare luxury items. Many peasants worked barehanded despite the cold, their fingers numb and cracked by the season. Clothing wasn't just about survival, it was a visible marker of status. The coarse, patched garments of peasants stood in stark contrast to the fine silks and velvets of their lords. But in the dead of winter, beneath layers of wool and patched cloaks, all shared the same desperate need to keep warm. Surviving the harshest medieval winters meant carefully managing food stores that had to last for months when fresh produce was impossible to grow or gather. The peasant winter larder was a testament to frugality, preservation, and hard-won knowledge passed through generations. Most peasants depended on what they had stored from the harvest months before. Root vegetables like turnips, parsnips, and carrots were prized for their ability to keep well underground or in cool, dark cellars. These vegetables, though bland by modern standards, were crucial sources of calories and vitamins during the bleak months. Grains such as barley, oats, and rye were stored in sacks, often in communal granaries or in the homes themselves. These grains were ground into coarse flour or meal, used to bake dense, dark bread that could sustain a family through days of hunger. Meat was scarce in winter. Livestock were generally slaughtered in late autumn, so preserved, meat salted, smoked, or dried, were key staples. Salt, a precious and costly commodity, was used to cure pork or beef, which was then stored in smokehouses or hung from rafters. The smell of curing meat mingled with smoke and wood in the cold air. Dairy products like cheese and butter were less common in winter, as animals produced less milk. What little there was had to be carefully rationed. Fermented foods, including sauerkraut or pickled vegetables, helped prevent scurvy and provided some variety in the diet. Peasants supplemented their diet with whatever they could forage: nuts, dried berries, and herbs. Hunting small game or fishing, where possible, added occasional protein. But these activities were dangerous and unreliable during freezing weather. Boiling water over the hearth, peasants made pottages, thick stew-like dishes combining grains, vegetables, and occasionally meat. These meals were filling, warm, and relatively easy to prepare in a single pot, making them winter staples. The winter larder was never abundant, and the threat of starvation was real. Each meal was a careful balance of rationing and resourcefulness, a daily reminder that survival was never guaranteed when the cold ruled the land. The medieval peasant's home was a modest but vital refuge against the relentless cold and biting winds of winter. These dwellings were often small, typically a single-room cottage made of wattle and daub, woven wooden strips plastered with mud, straw, and animal dung. The walls, though thin, provided some insulation against the chill. Roofs were thatched with reeds or straw, which, while offering decent protection from rain and snow, required regular maintenance. Gaps in the thatch allowed cold drafts to creep inside, so peasants stuffed these cracks with moss or scraps of cloth to block the wind. Inside, the floors were earthen, sometimes strewn with rushes or straw to provide a slight buffer against the cold ground. The hearth sat centrally, often the only source of warmth. Smoke escaped through a hole in the roof, meaning cottages were perpetually filled with smoke, which ironically helped keep insects at bay. Furniture was minimal: a wooden table, stools, a chest for storage, and a bed often filled with straw or hay. Multiple family members shared the same bed, not only for closeness but to share body heat during the coldest nights. Windows, if present at all, were tiny and glazed with thin animal horn or oiled parchment instead of glass. This limited light but helped keep out the bitter air. Curtains made from heavy fabric or animal hides could be drawn over doorways to keep warmth in. Peasants often clustered their homes close together in villages, sharing warmth in the community. Livestock might be brought inside or into attached stalls at night, their body heat providing additional warmth to the dwelling. Despite the hardship, these homes were more than mere shelters. They were sanctuaries where families weathered the cold together, their lives intertwined with the rhythms of the seasons and the challenges of survival. Winter transformed the daily rhythm of a medieval peasant's life. With fields frozen and daylight scarce, work outside was limited, but survival demanded constant effort. Mornings began in darkness. Peasants rose before dawn, often to a chill inside their homes, stoking the embers of the hearth to bring back some warmth. The first task was to tend to livestock, feeding, milking, and cleaning stables. Animals were lifelines, providing food, labor, and warmth, so they required daily care regardless of weather. Food preparation took center stage: boiling water for pottage, baking bread from stored grain, and preserving whatever fresh food was available demanded long hours by the fire. The slow cooking not only made meals edible, but added comfort against the cold. With little farming possible, winter was also a time for maintenance and craft. Men repaired tools and mended fences, while women spun wool into yarn or sewed clothing. These tasks kept the household functioning and prepared them for the coming growing season. Social interaction, though limited, was vital. Peasants often gathered in communal spaces, sharing news and helping each other with difficult tasks. In some regions, winter festivals and religious observances brought brief warmth to the cold season. Nightfall came early, and without artificial light beyond candles or rushlights, evenings were quiet and long. Families gathered around the hearth, telling stories or praying, holding close to each other as the cold howled outside. Though the pace of life slowed, the demands of survival never ceased. Winter was a test of endurance, skill, and community, qualities that shaped the resilience of medieval peasants through countless generations. When winter tightened its grip, the clothes peasants wore became essential armor against the biting cold. Unlike the fine fabrics of the wealthy, peasant clothing was practical, made from coarse wool, linen, and animal hides, materials that offered warmth and durability. Wool was the primary fabric, prized for its insulating properties even when damp. Peasants wore multiple layers, often starting with a linen shirt as a base, topped with woolen tunics, cloaks, and heavy woolen hose to cover their legs. These layers trapped body heat, crucial in unheated homes. Outer garments were often patched and mended repeatedly. Fabric was a precious resource, and nothing was wasted. Cloaks with hoods provided additional protection from rain and snow, shielding the wearer from wind chill. Footwear was usually simple leather boots or shoes, worn thin from long use. To keep feet warm, some peasants wrapped their legs with strips of cloth or leather called puttees, providing extra insulation. Head coverings like woolen caps or hoods were standard, as much body heat is lost through the head. Gloves or mittens were rare, given the difficulty of producing fitted hand coverings, but some had simple wool wraps. Winter clothing was uncomfortable by modern standards, often itchy and heavy, but it was a vital defense against frostbite and hypothermia. The harsh climate forced peasants to become masters of layering and resourcefulness with whatever materials were at hand. The hearth was the heart of every medieval peasant home, serving as the primary source of heat and the center for cooking. Its importance went far beyond mere warmth. It was a symbol of life and survival during the coldest months. Constructed from stone or clay, the hearth was often large, open, and located centrally within the cottage. Fires were kept burning almost constantly in winter, fueled by wood, peat, or sometimes dried animal dung when other fuels were scarce. Maintaining the fire required constant attention. Gathering fuel meant trips to nearby forests or peat bogs, tasks often done by the children or elderly. During the depths of winter, when heavy labor in fields was impossible, the fire not only warmed the space but also helped dry clothes and food. Smoke from the hearth escaped through a hole in the roof or a rudimentary chimney but often lingered inside, coating walls and ceilings with soot. This smoky atmosphere was a small price to pay for warmth and comfort. Gathering around the fire, families shared stories, sang songs, or engaged in craftwork, finding companionship in the glow against the harsh, cold world outside. The hearth was a place of refuge, a reminder that no matter how brutal the winter, life continued inside. Winter meant limited access to fresh food, so medieval peasants had to rely heavily on stored provisions and root crops that could survive cold months underground. The typical winter diet was simple and repetitive, but designed to sustain rather than delight. Root vegetables like turnips, parsnips, and carrots were staples, often cooked into thick pottages, slow-cooked stews made with whatever vegetables, grains, and sometimes small amounts of meat or fish were available. Barley, oats, and rye provided the grains, often ground into coarse flour for bread or porridge. Salted or smoked meat, especially pork, was preserved from the autumn slaughter and eaten sparingly. Peasants prized salted fish during fasting periods when meat was forbidden. Cheese and eggs, when available, supplemented the diet. Winter's cold slowed the spoilage of stored foods, but scarcity meant that hunger was a common companion. Peasants understood the importance of rationing and stretching food supplies, making every bite count. Water was often drawn from wells or collected rainwater, but tea and coffee were unknown. Instead, ale or weak beer was common, partly because it was safer than untreated water. The diet was monotonous, but the calorie-dense meals, warm and filling, were crucial for withstanding the chill and hard labor during the cold months. Medieval peasant homes were simple structures, often single-roomed cottages made from wattle and daub, timber, or stone depending on local resources. While humble, these homes were cleverly designed to maximize warmth during freezing winters. Walls were thick but not airtight. Gaps allowed some airflow, which helped prevent dampness but also meant cold drafts. To reduce this, peasants stuffed cracks with straw, moss, or rags, primitive insulation that made a noticeable difference. Roofs were typically thatched with straw or reeds, materials that trapped air and provided natural insulation against the cold. Inside, floors were usually packed earth, sometimes covered with rushes or strata to soften the chill underfoot. Windows were small, often just holes covered with oiled parchment or thin cloth instead of glass, limiting heat loss but also reducing daylight inside. Fireplaces or open hearths were central, but heat was hard to retain and rooms stayed cold, especially during the long nights. Beds were simple wooden frames piled with straw or hay mattresses, often shared by entire families. Thick woolen blankets or animal skins provided warmth, but comfort was minimal by modern standards. Despite their simplicity, peasant homes were crafted with survival in mind. balancing protection from the elements with the limited materials and technology available. Winter survival in medieval times was not a solitary endeavor. Villages operated as tightly knit communities where cooperation was essential to endure the harsh months. Peasants often relied on one another for shared resources and support. Communal labor was common. Neighbors helped each other repair homes, share firewood, and tend livestock. Barns and granaries might be shared or built collectively to store hay and grain for the winter. Fairs and markets slowed down, but did not stop entirely. These events became vital social hubs where people exchanged goods, news, and advice on surviving winter. Villagers often gathered for seasonal celebrations during winter holidays, providing mental relief and strengthening social bonds in bleak times. In times of scarcity or illness, communities pooled resources, sharing food or labor. This mutual aid was often a matter of survival, especially for the weakest, children, the elderly, and the sick. This spirit of cooperation, though strained at times, formed the backbone of medieval peasant resilience against the brutal cold. Winter posed serious challenges to medieval peasants' health and hygiene. Cold weather limited access to water and made washing a rare luxury. Keeping clean was difficult, and diseases spread easily in cramped, smoky homes. Bathing was infrequent, often avoided in winter due to the chill and lack of heated water. Clothes were washed less frequently, leading to lice and skin irritations. Respiratory illnesses like pneumonia and bronchitis were common, worsened by indoor smoke and cold drafts. Malnutrition and weakened immune systems from winter scarcity made peasants vulnerable to infections. Medieval remedies were a mix of herbal treatments, superstition, and folk knowledge. Herbs like thyme, rosemary, and sage were used to ward off illness or soothe symptoms, but medical understanding was limited. Despite these hardships, peasants developed practical routines, like keeping homes ventilated despite the cold, and using smoke to repel insects, to mitigate health risks. The harsh winter environment was a constant threat, shaping daily life and survival strategies in the medieval countryside. Clothing was one of the most critical defenses medieval peasants had against the cold. Unlike today's specialized thermal gear, their protection came from layering simple but effective materials. Wool was the primary fabric, prized for its warmth even when damp. Peasants wore several layers, a linen shirt next to the skin, woolen tunics or dresses over that, and cloaks or mantles for additional insulation. Hats, hoods, and scarves were common to protect the head and neck, which lose heat quickly. Gloves or mittens made of wool or leather kept hands functional during outdoor chores. Footwear varied, sturdy leather boots or simple cloth wrappings kept feet warm and dry. Peasants often stuffed their shoes with straw for extra insulation. Because new clothes were expensive, garments were patched and reused repeatedly. Hand-me-downs were common, and entire families often wore similar outfits. Despite their rough appearance, medieval winter clothing was a practical and vital survival tool in the absence of modern heating. Despite the biting cold and shorter daylight hours, winter was far from a time of rest for medieval peasants. Essential chores and labor continued year-round, dictated by survival needs rather than comfort. Fields lay fallow but livestock still needed daily care, feeding, watering, and sheltering animals from frost. Gathering firewood was a critical and ongoing task, requiring trips into cold, often snow-covered forests. Household maintenance, repairing roofs, fixing tools, mending clothing, became more prominent during winter when outdoor farming slowed. Craftspeople and blacksmiths used the season to produce or repair goods, preparing for the next growing season. Some peasants engaged in weaving or spinning wool indoors, keeping their hands busy while staying out of the cold. While days were shorter and colder, the rhythm of survival demanded consistent work, making medieval winters a season of endurance and perseverance made food preservation essential for peasant survival. Without refrigeration, medieval peasants relied on traditional methods to extend the shelf life of their harvests and meat. Grains were stored in sealed granaries or earthenware pots to protect from moisture and pests. Vegetables like onions, garlic, and root crops were kept in cool, dark cellars or buried in straw-filled pits. Smoking and salting were common techniques to preserve meat and fish. Salted pork or dried fish could last through the winter months, providing vital protein. Fermentation also played a role. Cabbage was transformed into sauerkraut, which preserved its nutrients and was easier to store. Butter and cheese, made in the autumn, were stored in cool places, often wrapped in cloth or kept in earthenware jars. Despite these measures, food scarcity was frequent, and peasants had to ration carefully to survive until the next harvest. Winter in medieval times was not only a season of hardship but also of superstition and folklore. Many peasants believed that the cold months were a time when spirits, witches, and other supernatural forces were more active. To protect themselves, peasants performed various rituals and carried charms. Hanging garlic, herbs, or iron objects near doorways was believed to ward off evil spirits. Some believed that animals could sense impending weather changes, so their behavior was closely observed for omens. Winter festivals like Yule, Candlemas, and St. Lucia's Day mixed Christian and pagan traditions, involving prayers for protection, lighting candles to ward off darkness, and sharing special foods. These beliefs provided psychological comfort during long, dark winters, giving peasants a sense of control over an unpredictable and often dangerous environment. The hearth was the heart of every medieval peasant home, especially in winter. Beyond providing warmth, the fire was a central place for cooking, light, and socializing. Fuel was mostly wood, gathered during the warmer months or carefully rationed throughout winter. Peasants also used peat, dried moss, or dung when wood was scarce. Managing the fire required skill. Too much smoke meant discomfort, too little heat endangered survival. The smoke, escaping through a hole or chimney, helped deter pests but also made the interiors smoky and harsh. Families gathered around the hearth during evenings, sharing stories, repairing tools or clothes, and weaving wool. The warmth and light offered a vital respite from the cold darkness outside. In many ways, the hearth symbolized life itself in the bleakness of medieval winter, a glowing sanctuary amid the cold and shadows. Medieval peasants' homes were simple but designed to withstand the harsh winter months. Most lived in one-room cottages built from timber, wattle, and daub, or stone if available. Roofs were thatched with straw or reeds, providing insulation, though vulnerable to heavy snow and rain. Walls were often coated with mud or lime to block drafts. Windows were small and sometimes covered with oiled parchment or cloth instead of glass, limiting heat loss but making interiors dim. The floor was usually packed earth, occasionally covered with rushes or straw for warmth and cleanliness. Inside, the central hearth provided heat, but without chimneys, smoke filled the room, which paradoxically helped repel insects. Peasants might huddle together to share body warmth, and animal hides or woolen blankets were essential bedding. Though basic and drafty by modern standards, these homes were practical shelters that allowed peasants to endure the cold months. Winter's cold and damp conditions made peasants particularly vulnerable to illness. Respiratory infections, frostbite, and joint pains were common afflictions. Without modern medicine, peasants relied heavily on herbal remedies and folk medicine. Plants like willow bark, known for pain relief, and chamomile, used for calming fevers, were gathered and brewed into teas. Hot broths made from root vegetables and herbs helped soothe colds, while poultices made from crushed herbs were applied to wounds. Spells and prayers were often used alongside physical remedies, reflecting the intertwined nature of medicine and superstition. Despite their best efforts, many succumbed to winter illnesses which could quickly become fatal without proper care. Surviving the brutal winters wasn't just an individual challenge, it was a communal effort. Medieval peasants depended heavily on their village community to endure the season. Neighbors shared firewood, food supplies, and helped care for each other's livestock when necessary. Mutual aid was essential, especially during heavy snowfalls that could isolate homes. Festivals and gatherings, though less frequent in winter, became important social lifelines. They lifted spirits and reinforced bonds, essential for mental resilience against the isolation of the cold months. Even disputes and rivalries often took a backseat as survival necessitated cooperation. In many ways, the strength of the community was as vital as any physical protection against the harsh winter. Medieval peasants faced significant difficulties traveling during winter. Roads became muddy, icy, or blocked by snow, making journeys slow and dangerous. Most peasants traveled on foot or by cart pulled by oxen or horses. Snow and ice increased the risk of falls and injuries, while freezing temperatures threatened exposure. Winter travel was often limited to essential trips, fetching supplies, visiting markets before the cold deepened, or attending religious festivals. Many villages became isolated for weeks during heavy snow, relying entirely on stored food and community support. These conditions shaped medieval rural life, reinforcing the importance of self-sufficiency and local cooperation during winter months. Clothing was a critical defense against the brutal cold of medieval winters. Peasants dressed in layers using materials available to them like wool, linen, and sometimes fur. The base layer was often a linen shirt or tunic, worn for comfort and to wick away moisture. Over this, thicker woolen garments provided insulation. Outer cloaks or coats, sometimes lined with fur, helped block the chilling winds. Hats, gloves, and sturdy leather boots completed the ensemble, protecting extremities from frostbite. Peasants often made or repaired their clothing at home during the winter, ensuring their garments lasted through many seasons. Despite these efforts, the cold remained relentless, and poor peasants often suffered from inadequate clothing, adding to their winter hardships. Livestock was essential, medieval peasants providing food, clothing materials, and labor even during the harshest winters. Animals like cows, sheep, pigs, and chickens needed shelter from freezing temperatures. Peasants built simple barns or shelters, often attached to the main dwelling or nearby. Feeding animals in winter was a major challenge. Stored hay, straw, and leftover crops became their primary diet, carefully rationed to last through the cold months. The health of livestock directly impacted a peasant family's survival. Sick animals could mean starvation or loss of income. In many villages, shared grazing lands and cooperative herding helped manage animals, reducing risks during winter. Livestock also symbolized hope. Spring would bring new life, and with it, a return to better times. Food preservation was crucial for survival through long winters when fresh produce was scarce. Peasants relied on various traditional methods to keep food edible for months. Salting and smoking were common techniques used to preserve meat and fish. Salt drew out moisture, inhibiting bacterial growth, while smoking added flavor and extended shelf life. Vegetables like cabbages, root vegetables, and onions were often stored in cool, dark cellars or buried in straw to slow decay. Fermentation was another valuable method. Sauerkraut, made from fermented cabbage, provided essential nutrients and a rare source of vitamin C during winter. Grains were stored in sacks or bins, carefully protected from pests and moisture, to be ground into flour for bread and porridge. These preservation methods required foresight and skill, as failure to prepare adequately could mean hunger or malnutrition during winter's grip. Despite the hardships, medieval peasants found ways to entertain themselves during the long winter months. Storytelling was a cherished tradition, where elders recounted legends, folk tales, and moral lessons by the hearths. Flickering light, music, and simple instruments like flutes, drums, and hurdy-gurdies brought occasional joy and distraction from the cold. Games such as dice, board games, and physical contests kept spirits up and reinforced social bonds. Religious festivals and seasonal celebrations also punctuated the winter, offering moments of communal joy and respite. These pastimes were vital for mental well-being, helping peasants endure the gloom and isolation of winter. Even in the harshest winters, medieval peasants marked the calendar with festivals that brought light and warmth to the dark months. Christmas was a major celebration, combining religious observance with feasting, singing, and gift-giving, providing a much-needed break from daily toil. The Feast of St. Lucia, celebrated in December, symbolized the return of light during the darkest days of winter. New Year's festivities often included games, dancing, and communal meals, fostering hope for a prosperous year ahead. These gatherings reinforced community bonds and lifted spirits, reminding peasants that even in hardship life carried rhythms of renewal and joy. The harsh winter months posed significant health risks for medieval peasants. Cold temperatures, damp conditions, and limited nutrition made them vulnerable to illness. Respiratory infections such as pneumonia and bronchitis were common, often fatal in the absence of effective medical treatment. Malnutrition weakened immune systems, while cramped and poorly ventilated living quarters increased the spread of diseases. Frostbite and hypothermia were constant dangers for those exposed to the cold, especially travelers and outdoor workers. Medical knowledge was rudimentary, with remedies often based on superstition or herbal lore, providing little real relief. Despite these challenges, peasants endured, relying on community care and resilience to survive winter's trials. During winter, the medieval peasant diet was simple and repetitive, shaped by what could be stored or preserved. Porridge made from oats, barley, or rye was a staple, providing warmth and sustenance, often eaten at dawn and dusk. Root vegetables like turnips, carrots, and parsnips were common, boiled or roasted to add variety and nutrition. Meat was scarce but highly prized. Salted pork or smoked fish might appear occasionally, especially if the family had livestock or access to markets before winter. Bread made from coarse grains was consumed daily, often supplemented with cheese or preserved butter if available. Herbs and greens were rare but sometimes found in storage or foraged, adding minimal flavor and vitamins to the winter menu. Despite the monotony, This diet was vital in sustaining peasants through cold months when fresh food was otherwise unavailable. The hearth was the heart of every medieval peasant home, vital for warmth, cooking, and light during the cold winter months. Typically a simple open fireplace or a stone-built hearth, it burned wood or sometimes peat, which was often scarce and carefully rationed. The hearth's glow offered more than physical warmth. It was a gathering place for families to share stories, mend clothes, and preserve a sense of togetherness. Chimneys were rare. Smoke often filled the small rooms, making it necessary to balance the fire's size to avoid suffocation. Firewood collection was a crucial task, with peasants gathering fallen branches, deadwood, or trading for timber before winter set in. A well-maintained hearth was a lifeline through long cold nights, symbolizing safety and survival amid winter's harshness. Medieval peasants dressed in layers to battle the biting cold, using materials that were affordable and functional. Wool was the primary fabric, prized for its warmth and water resistance. It was spun and woven locally, with simple tunics, cloaks, and hose forming the basic wardrobe. Underlayers were made of linen, softer but less insulating, worn close to the skin. Peasants often wore multiple layers including woolen cloaks and hooded mantles, to trap heat and shield against wind and snow. Headwear like woolen caps, scarves, and simple hoods protected extremities, which were most vulnerable to frostbite. Shoes were typically made of leather, sometimes lined with straw or cloth for extra warmth, though feet often remained cold and damp. Clothing was mended and patched repeatedly, reflecting the harsh economic reality and the importance of every garment in winter survival. Water was essential for daily life, but winter presented unique challenges in accessing clean sources. Rivers and wells often froze or were clogged with ice, forcing peasants to break the surface or melt snow for drinking and cooking. Snow was sometimes collected and melted, though it required fuel, which was scarce and precious during cold months. Storage of water in barrels or cisterns helped, but these containers could freeze or become contaminated. Maintaining hygiene was difficult. Limited water and freezing temperatures meant bathing and washing were infrequent. Despite these hardships, managing water carefully was critical to survival and preventing disease during the harsh winter season. Winter did not change the rigid social structure of medieval peasant life, but the season often intensified the roles and responsibilities within the community. Village elders and heads of households took charge of organizing resource sharing, firewood collection, and communal efforts to prepare for harsh conditions. Women played vital roles in maintaining the home, preserving food, spinning wool, and caring for children and the elderly, tasks that became more demanding as the cold deepened. Men, when not snowed in, tended to animals, repaired buildings, or managed any necessary outdoor work despite the weather. Community cooperation was essential. Neighbors often shared what little they had, exchanged labor, and supported one another through sickness or scarcity. This interdependence helped peasants endure the isolating and brutal nature of winter together. Long winter nights shaped the daily rhythms of medieval peasants, with extended darkness influencing sleep patterns and routines. Without artificial light, people typically went to bed soon after sunset, resting through much of the coldest hours to conserve energy. Homes were often crowded, with families sharing beds or sleeping close to the hearth to stay warm. The cold sometimes forced peasants to wake and tend fires or livestock during the night, disrupting rest. Despite discomfort and occasional cold-related ailments, sleep was vital for health and endurance through winter's physical demands. Dreams and superstitions about the long dark nights also played a role in peasant culture, influencing bedtime rituals and beliefs. Even amidst the hardships of winter, medieval peasants found moments of joy through seasonal festivals and religious holidays. Christmas was the most significant, celebrated with feasting, music, and communal gatherings that provided a break from daily struggles. Epiphany, Candlemas, and other winter saints' days offered additional occasions for ritual and rest. These celebrations often involved special foods like meat, pies, and spiced drinks, luxuries saved for these rare moments. Folk customs, dances, and games helped strengthen community bonds and lifted spirits during the bleakest months. Such traditions sustained morale, blending faith and festivity to help peasants endure the cold season. The layout of medieval peasant villages reflected the necessity of maximizing warmth and shelter during cold months. Homes were built close together, often in clusters around a central green or common to reduce exposure to harsh winds. Dwellings were simple, usually one- or two-room timber or wattle and daub huts with thatched roofs designed to retain heat. Roofs were steep to shed snow and walls were thickened with mud or clay to provide insulation. Common buildings like barns and granaries were nearby, essential for storing food and sheltering animals from winter's chill. Villagers often relied on windbreaks such as fences, hedges, or trees to shield homes and crops from cold drafts. The compact village design facilitated community cooperation and helped conserve warmth throughout the winter. Winter was a time not only for survival, but also for necessary maintenance of tools and equipment. Peasants took advantage of the downtime to sharpen blades, repair wooden handles, and mend farming implements. Metal tools were cleaned and oiled to prevent rust from damp winter conditions. Simple woodworking tasks like making new handles or fixing broken fences helped prepare for the upcoming planting season. Since outdoor farming was largely halted, this maintenance work was crucial to ensure readiness once spring arrived. Despite limited daylight and cold, such tasks were often performed near the hearth, providing warmth and light. This quiet labor helped peasants prepare for the challenges ahead, while conserving strength in the winter months. The staple meal of medieval peasants, especially during winter, was pottage, a thick, hearty stew made from grains, vegetables, and occasionally meat or fish. Pottage was cooked slowly over the hearth, simmering for hours to extract maximum flavor and nutrition from humble ingredients. Common additions included barley, oats, cabbage, onions, and root vegetables like parsnips and turnips. Meat was a rare luxury, usually reserved for special occasions or when animals had to be culled. Salted or dried fish was sometimes added for protein, especially in regions near rivers or coasts. The consistency and ingredients varied seasonally, but pottage remained a filling, warming food that sustained peasants through cold days. It was eaten with coarse bread or sometimes by itself, often accompanied by small quantities of ale or weak beer. Clothing was critical for medieval peasants to survive bitter winter cold, but resources were limited. Most peasants wore layered woolen garments, as wool was warm, water-resistant, and widely available. Underclothes were usually made of linen, which was softer but less insulating. Outerwear included cloaks, tunics, and hoods, often patched and mended through repeated use. Footwear consisted of simple leather shoes or boots, sometimes lined with straw for extra warmth. Gloves and hats were essential accessories, though not always accessible to the poorest. Families shared what they had, and hand-me-downs were common, increasing the importance of mending and careful upkeep. The weight and bulk of winter clothes. The weight and bulk of winter clothes limited mobility but were indispensable for enduring the cold season. Securing sufficient firewood was one of the greatest challenges medieval peasants faced before and during winter. Villagers often took turns collecting fallen branches or cutting small trees from nearby woods. Wood had to be chopped, split, and stacked carefully to dry, ensuring it burned efficiently during the cold months. Storage was important. Wood piles were sheltered under eaves or covered with thatch to keep them dry. Peasants rationed firewood meticulously since it was their primary source of heat and for cooking. In times of scarcity, families limited fire use, relying on body warmth and shared sleeping spaces. This constant effort to gather and manage fuel was vital to surviving the long freezing nights. As winter days grew shorter, peasants adjusted their routines accordingly. After dark, most activities ceased early to conserve energy and resources. Families gathered close to the hearth where the fire provided warmth and light. Storytelling, singing, and simple crafts like knitting or weaving filled the long evenings. Children were often put to bed early, sometimes all sharing a single bed to preserve heat. Sleeping quarters were modest, with straw-filled mattresses and woolen blankets or animal hides. Though the cold seeped in, close proximity and layered bedding helped mitigate the chill. Nighttime was a time for rest and recovery, preparing for another day of labor and survival. The harsh winter conditions often brought health challenges for medieval peasants. Cold, damp environments, poor nutrition, and cramped living spaces contributed to respiratory illnesses like pneumonia and bronchitis. Lack of proper hygiene and limited medical knowledge meant infections could spread rapidly. Peasants relied on herbal remedies, such as infusions of willow bark for pain relief or garlic for infection prevention. Church prayers and superstitions also played a role in coping with illness. Despite hardships, many peasants developed resilience through experience and community support. However, winter mortality rates were notably higher, especially among the very young and elderly. Peasant homes were simple, often constructed of wattle and daub with thatched roofs, offering limited insulation against winter's cold. To combat the chill, Peasants used various methods to insulate their homes. Straw or rushes were spread on the floor to reduce dampness and provide some warmth underfoot. Windows were small and covered with oiled cloth or parchment instead of glass, to keep drafts out while letting in light. In the hearth-centered home, the fire was the main source of heat. Some houses featured low stone walls around the hearth to retain warmth. Families crowded close around the fire, sometimes sleeping near it to benefit from residual heat. Though rudimentary, these methods were essential adaptations allowing peasants to endure freezing temperatures with limited resources. Medieval peasants had to carefully preserve food through winter to avoid starvation. Salt was a precious commodity used to cure meats and fish, preventing spoilage. Smoking meats over low fires added another layer of preservation, while also enhancing flavor. Root vegetables like carrots, turnips, and onions were stored in cool, dark cellars or buried in straw pits to keep fresh longer. Grains and legumes were kept dry and safe from pests in sacks or wooden containers. Fermentation also played a role. Fermented cabbage, early sauerkraut, was common, providing vital nutrients during lean months. These preservation methods were crucial, as fresh produce was scarce and hunting was limited by weather and season. In medieval villages, surviving the coldest months often depended on strong community bonds. Neighbors helped one another by sharing firewood, food supplies, and labor. Group, supplies, and labor. Group. Efforts were common in preparing for winter, collecting wood, harvesting late crops, and repairing homes before the first snow. During the harshest periods, villagers might pool resources to care for the sick or elderly who could not fend for themselves. Communal events, though rare in winter, provided crucial social support and breaks from isolation. This mutual aid was not only practical but vital for maintaining morale and survival when nature's fury was at its peak. Despite the hardships, medieval peasants found ways to entertain themselves during the long winter months. Simple games such as dice or board games carved from bone or wood were popular. Storytelling was a key tradition, passing down legends, folk tales, and cautionary tales by the hearth's glow. Singing folk songs and playing rudimentary instruments like flutes or drums lifted spirits. Winter festivals and religious celebrations, like Christmas and Candlemas, offered brief respite and communal joy. These moments of leisure, though scarce, were treasured and helped strengthen community ties through shared experience. Animals played a crucial role in helping medieval peasants survive the coldest months. Livestock such as cows, sheep, and pigs were sheltered in barns or byres, providing warmth for both animals and humans. Animals supplied essential food, milk, cheese, wool, and meat. Peasants often relied on their animals' body heat by sleeping close to the stables or keeping animals indoors. Horses and oxen were vital for hauling firewood and supplies through snow and ice. Protecting livestock from harsh conditions was a constant concern, as losing animals meant losing critical sources of sustenance and income. Clothing was essential for medieval peasants to endure winter's biting cold. Most wore layers of woolen garments, as wool retained heat even when damp. Underclothes were typically made of linen, which was softer and more comfortable next to the skin. Peasants used cloaks, hoods, and felt hats to protect against wind and snow. Gloves and thick stockings were prized possessions, often mended and reused for years. Footwear consisted of simple leather shoes or boots, sometimes lined with straw for added warmth. Given the expense and scarcity of textiles, clothing was carefully repaired to extend its life through multiple winters. The peasant diet in winter was modest and repetitive, largely dependent on what could be stored or preserved. Root vegetables such as turnips, parsnips, and carrots formed the backbone of winter meals. Grains like barley, rye, and oats were commonly used to make porridge or coarse bread. Legumes, such as peas and beans, provided important protein. Meat was scarce in winter, usually reserved for special occasions or obtained by hunting small game. Dairy products like cheese and curd supplemented nutrition. Soups and stews simmered over the hearth allowed peasants to stretch limited ingredients, combining vegetables, grains, and occasional bits of meat. Though monotonous by modern standards, this diet sustained peasants through the cold months. The hearth was the heart of every medieval peasant home during winter. Built from stone or clay, the open hearth provided essential warmth and a place to cook meals. Peasants burned wood gathered during the warmer months, carefully rationing their supply as the season wore on. In smaller cottages, the smoke often filled the room, escaping through a hole in the roof or small chimney. The heat from the fire helped dry clothes and food, and animals sometimes slept near the hearth for warmth. Additional insulation came from straw-filled rushes on floors and tapestries hung on walls. helping to trap heat. Despite these efforts, winter nights were cold and often uncomfortable. Winter did not bring complete rest to medieval peasants, but rather a shift in daily tasks. With fields frozen and crops dormant, peasants focused on maintenance. Work rearing fences, tools, and homes. They tended to their animals, ensuring they had food and shelter. Craftsmen such as blacksmiths and weavers often had more time to work indoors during winter. Some peasants engaged in spinning wool or weaving cloth to prepare clothing and blankets. Gathering and splitting firewood was an ongoing necessity to keep homes warm. Winter work was physically demanding and essential for survival during the colder months. Hygiene, during the medieval winter, posed unique challenges. Cold weather made fetching water from wells or streams more difficult as surfaces froze. Many peasants relied on rainwater collected during warmer seasons or melted snow for washing. Bathing was infrequent, and water was often heated over the hearth, sparingly to conserve fuel. Waste disposal was rudimentary. Privies or cesspits near homes needed to be managed carefully to prevent contamination. Clothing and bedding were aired and cleaned less frequently in winter, which sometimes led to discomfort and illness. Despite these challenges, peasants developed practical routines to maintain basic hygiene through the cold months. As the cold set in, medieval peasants adapted their sleeping habits to maximize warmth and comfort. Families often slept in the same room, sometimes even in the same bed, to share body heat. Children, parents, and sometimes even grandparents would huddle under coarse wool blankets or furs. Beds were typically wooden frames filled with straw or hay, occasionally stuffed with feathers if the household could afford them. To trap warmth, peasants layered their bedding and even slept in their day clothes or night shifts. Some homes used warming pans, metal pans filled with embers, and slid under the covers to heat the bed before sleeping. Chimneys were rare in peasant homes, so rooms filled with smoke from the hearth also retained heat through the night. Though far from luxurious, these communal and resourceful sleeping arrangements allowed peasant families to survive even the coldest winter nights. During winter, medieval peasants relied on preserved foods and calorie-dense meals to maintain energy and body heat. Grains formed the backbone of the peasant diet. Rye, barley, and oats were turned into pottage, bread, and ale. Vegetables like onions, garlic, and leeks, which stored well, were staples, while root vegetables such as turnips, parsnips, and carrots kept well in cellars. Salted meats, usually pork or occasionally beef, were consumed sparingly, often chopped into stews or soups for added flavor. Cheese, curds, and preserved butter offered much-needed fats, especially during periods of hard labor. Soups and thick pottages were common meals, cooked slowly over the hearth and eaten communally from shared bowls. Warming spices like mustard, horseradish, or even vinegar helped make bland meals more palatable and promoted digestion. Ale and weak beer were daily beverages, safer than water, and believed to warm the body. Though simple, these meals were deeply nourishing and designed not for luxury, but for survival through months of cold and hardship. The hearth was more than just a place for cooking. It was the emotional and practical heart of every peasant home. In a world without central heating or electric stoves, the fire was everything. It provided warmth, light, and the means to prepare every single meal. Positioned in the center, or along one wall of the main room, the hearth burned constantly through the cold months, tended with care, and often shared among the entire household. Gathered around it, families ate together, repaired tools, spun wool, told stories, and passed on oral traditions from one generation to the next. The hearth became a symbol of continuity, of daily rhythm, of survival. Wood was the most accessible fuel, though it was labor-intensive to gather and increasingly regulated by feudal lords and local laws. In some regions, peat, dried, dung, or brushwood substituted for firewood when supplies ran low. Iron cauldrons were suspended above the fire, used to boil grains or soups, and clay pots nestled into the coals to slow-cook vegetables or stews. Ashes were also used to insulate perishable goods or to clean certain tools, demonstrating the fire's multifunctional nature. At night, hot stones heated in the fire might be wrapped in cloth and placed in beds to ward off frostbite, particularly for the elderly or infants. The hearth never truly rested, and in its glow, medieval peasants found their closest ally in the battle against the bitter cold. As the world outside froze and the fields lay dormant under frost or snow, the medieval peasant's diet underwent a marked transformation. Gone were the fresh fruits of summer, the leafy greens of spring, and the recently harvested autumn bounty. Winter brought simplicity, bland, repetitive meals designed more for survival than pleasure. The cornerstone of the winter diet was pottage, a thick, stew-like dish made by boiling grains like barley or oats with whatever vegetables had been stored or preserved. On most days, this humble mixture would simmer over the hearth, thickened with lentils, peas, or beans. Flavor was limited, spices were a luxury for the wealthy, and salt, while prized, was used sparingly. To accompany pottage, dark, coarse bread was baked from rye or barley flour. These loaves were dense and sometimes dry, but they provided the vital calories needed for daily labor, even in winter's cold grip. Bread was often dipped into hot liquids to soften it, and when flour supplies ran low, peasants might stretch the dough with acorns, chestnuts, or mashed beans. Meat was rare and treasured. A pig slaughtered in late autumn might provide dried sausages, salted pork, or lard, if the family could afford to raise one. More often, the only protein came from occasional eggs, if chickens continued laying, or from cheese made before the winter. Butter and milk were uncommon in cold months as livestock produced less in the winter scarcity. Preservation was key. Root vegetables like turnips, onions, and parsnips were stored in cool, dark cellars. Apples and pears were dried. Beans were shelled and stored in sacks. Smoking, salting, drying, and fermenting became life-saving techniques, not just for meat, but for fish, cabbage, and even milk. Occasionally, forage goods, dried mushrooms, nuts, or wild herbs, might supplement the diet. Peasants knew which bark could be boiled for sustenance, and which wild berries could still be found in the brush. These small additions added nutrition, but more often, they simply brought a flicker of variety to an otherwise monotonous routine. And yet, through these humble meals, peasants endured. The lack of variety was not seen as suffering, it was simply the way of things. To survive the coldest nights was not about fine dining, it was about resourcefulness, communal effort, and the quiet strength of repetition. When night fell and temperatures plummeted, the medieval peasant's greatest defense against the biting cold was not a thick coat or a roaring fire, it was the hearth. But contrary to romantic imagery, this hearth was far from grand. It was often little more than a small open fire in the center of a one-room hut, its smoke curling up through a crude hole in the thatched roof. Fuel was scarce. Wood was a precious commodity, especially in heavily populated regions where forests were claimed by the lord or protected for hunting. Peasants rarely had access to dry, seasoned firewood. Instead, they burned what they could find: dried dung, twigs, straw, and brushwood. Occasionally they used peat, cut from bogs, dried and stored for winter, but it burned slowly and smoked heavily. The hearth served as the heart of the home, both physically and symbolically. Family members huddled close to it in the evenings, not just for warmth, but for light and companionship. They shared meals cooked in iron pots suspended over the flames, told stories, repaired clothing, and even slept nearby to escape the icy drafts that crept in through the wattle and daub walls. Windows, if they existed at all, were tiny slits covered with parchment or oiled cloth. Insulation was minimal. Cold air seeped through gaps in the wood, and wind could easily find its way through the roof's thatch. To combat this, rushes or straw were spread across the dirt floors, sometimes mixed with herbs to mask odors and provide a thin layer of insulation. Clothing became part of the heating strategy. Peasants layered wool tunics, cloaks, and caps, often sleeping fully dressed. Gloves were rare, but mittens or wrappings helped preserve warmth. Children sometimes shared beds with parents or siblings under heavy woolen blankets or fur pelts, if the family had them. Despite all these efforts, most homes remained cold. Frost might form on the inside of walls. Water froze in buckets overnight. Yet the peasants endured. Warmth came not from luxury but from proximity to the fire, to each other, and into the steady rhythm of survival that had guided generations before them. It was a life of adaptation. The hearth didn't just cook food, it represented life itself. As long as the embers glowed, there was hope against the chill that crept across the countryside. And every morning before dawn, someone would stir the ashes, breathe life into the fire once more, and begin the day's quiet battle against the cold. In medieval times, the concept of fashion took a distant second place to the necessity of staying warm. For the average peasant, clothing was not a means of self-expression, but a functional defense against wind, damp, and frost. And while noblemen flaunted fur-lined capes and imported silks, the peasantry had to rely on layered wool, coarse linen, and ingenuity. A peasant's base layer was typically a simple linen undershirt or chemise worn next to the skin. Linen breathed well and helped wick away sweat, but it did little to insulate. Over this came a woolen tunic, thick and heavy, sometimes patched many times over. Wool was the best option available to them. It retained heat even when damp and could be spun at home from the fleece of their few sheep. In colder months, a second or third tunic might be worn, perhaps shorter or sleeveless to allow movement. Cloaks fastened at the shoulder with a simple brooch or pin were draped over the body, offering another critical layer of protection. These were often shared among family members or repurposed from older garments. Trousers or hose, sometimes footed, sometimes wrapped with bands of cloth, protected the legs. For footwear, peasants relied on leather turnshos, simple, soft-soled shoes made from untanned hides. These offered minimal insulation and wore out quickly in wet or cold weather. Socks were uncommon, so cloth. Wrappings or stuffed straw inside shoes helped prevent frostbite. Head coverings were essential. Men and women both wore woolen caps, hoods, or coif to retain heat. Scarves or shawls, wrapped tightly around the neck and shoulders. Mittens or gloves were rare luxuries. More often, hands were tucked into sleeves for warmth during work or rest. The colors were dull, dictated by the natural hues of the wool or the limited dyes they could make from plants like woad or madder. And since clothing was difficult to replace, each garment was mended, patched, and handed down through generations, often until it disintegrated. At night, these layers were not removed but repurposed as bedding. Peasants slept in their clothes with cloaks used as makeshift blankets. Children might sleep in nests of straw with whatever layers could be spared. Warmth came not from central heating or plush comforters, but from the conservation of body heat, by piling on every scrap of fabric available and sleeping close to others. This was the peasant's armor against the winter, threadbare, patched, and heavy with the scent of wood smoke. It wasn't glamorous, but it was a matter of endurance, not appearance. Every layer worn was one more buffer against a world that offered little mercy when the frost crept in. When the icy winds howled outside, the only true defense a medieval peasant had was each other. The hearth could only do so much, its reach extended just a few feet from the fire, and fuel was too scarce to burn all night. So survival turned into a communal act. If you wanted to make it through the night, you didn't do it alone. Shared sleeping arrangements were the norm, not an exception. Families crammed together in a single bed if they had one, or on pallets made of straw and old cloth on the floor. Parents, children, grandparents, even the occasional animal, would huddle together under woolen cloaks, trapping and sharing body heat. It wasn't about comfort, it was about reducing surface area exposed to cold. This was biology turned into a bed. For those who lived in communal housing or longhouses, the practice extended beyond blood ties. Laborers, servants, or even boarders might share sleeping space. In many communities, sleeping alone wasn't just lonely, it was dangerous in the depths of winter. There was also the cultural norm of two sleeps, where people went to bed after dusk, woke for an hour or two around midnight, and then went back to sleep. During that midnight wakefulness, families might stoke the hearth briefly, warm stones, or share hot drinks, if they were lucky enough to have any. It was one of the few chances to thaw frozen limbs before the second stretch of sleep. In the coldest months, villagers often rotated the chore of keeping the fire alive. This wasn't just to save fuel, it was to make sure the whole household didn't wake to find themselves frostbitten or worse. A child or elder sleeping too far from the central warmth might not survive a particularly brutal snap. And when the fire did go out, people resorted to heated bricks or stones, taken from the embers and wrapped in cloth to place at their feet. These improvised heaters provided some relief, but not for long. Once they cooled, the chill crept back in, unforgiving as ever. Winter in the medieval world didn't just test individuals, it tested the strength of families, villages, and human bonds. Survival wasn't about outlasting the cold by yourself. It was about leaning on others physically and emotionally in the tight, smoky dark of a thatched roof room. In the medieval world, warmth was a collective endeavor, a fragile alliance of body heat, wool, and hope against the creeping cold. When winter tightened its grip, peasants didn't just worry about staying warm, they had to worry about eating too. And not just what they ate, but how. Because in the depths of winter, cooking could become a luxury. Firewood was precious, and starting a fire just to warm a meal wasn't always worth the cost. Many meals were eaten cold, tough, and bland. Leftovers from the day before, if there were any, were consumed as is. Porridge, once hot and hearty, turned into a solid lump by morning, but still, it was nourishment. Bread, hard and stale from days of storage, had to be soaked in broth or watered down ale just to be edible. Meat, rare for most, and even rarer in winter. When it was available, it was likely salted beyond recognition and eaten in small, chewy strips. Without fresh produce, meals relied heavily on preserved and stored goods. Pickled vegetables, salted fish, dried legumes. These were winter staples. They were practical, but they offered little in the way of comfort. Warm meals were for special occasions or when fuel could be spared, which wasn't often. Some days there wasn't even enough fuel to make a simple stew, let alone bake bread. And if the hearth was needed to heat the house, it might not be used for cooking at all. This led to the rise of multi-purpose cauldrons, where whatever food was being made had to share space with heated water for washing or stones for warming beds. Children especially struggled with this seasonal shift. In the summer, meals might be fresh and varied, vegetables from the garden, eggs from the hens, perhaps a bit of dairy. But winter meals, cold gruel and crusts, it wasn't just uncomfortable, it was demoralizing. In some cases, entire communities cooked large batches of food together to conserve fuel and share the results. Communal ovens and shared hearths became lifesavers in towns and villages. But for isolated peasants or those too poor to afford communal access, meals remained cold and bleak. Eating in winter wasn't about taste or satisfaction, it was about survival. It was a daily reminder that fire was more than warmth or light, it was life. And without it, even the act of eating became one more battle against the cold. You've had your cold meal, the fire's down to embers, and now it's time for bed. But if you think a blanket will save you, think again. In the medieval peasant's world, the bed wasn't a place of comfort, it was just another battlefield in the war against the cold. Beds were often little more than wooden frames filled with straw or hay covered with coarse cloth. That straw, by midwinter it was damp, musty, and crawling with lice or worse. Changing the straw wasn't a weekly chore, it was a seasonal luxury. And once the cold really set in, that dampness didn't dry, it froze, clothing doubled as bedding. You'd wear everything you owned to sleep, tunics, cloaks, hats, even shoes if your feet were already numb. Families huddled together under threadbare covers, not for love, but for survival. It was the only way to trap what little body heat they had. Privacy was non-existent. Warmth trumped modesty. If you were lucky, your home had a hearth nearby that shared warmth with the sleeping area. If not, the cold seeped into the room like a slow-moving fog. Breath turned to mist. Toes curled inwards, frost formed on the inside of walls. Some peasants resorted to sleeping sitting up, wrapped in their cloaks, too cold to lie down and expose themselves to the air. Children were the most vulnerable. Parents tried to keep them closest to the center of the family bundle, but still, many woke with frozen fingers or lips cracked by the dry cold. For the elderly, sleep could be dangerous, too much cold, and they simply wouldn't wake. Hot stones or bricks heated in the fire were sometimes wrapped and placed in the bed to provide short-lived warmth, but they cooled quickly, and firewood was limited. In especially poor households, even that wasn't an option. Every winter's night brought with it the same thought: will I be warm enough to make it to morning? Sleep wasn't restful, it was a risk. And if your body gave up just a little too much heat, the cold would claim you quietly, in the dark. Imagine waking up, not to an alarm, but to the sting of ice inside your home. That was reality for peasants in the medieval cold season. It wasn't uncommon to find water buckets frozen solid indoors. The fire had long since gone out overnight, and without insulation, the home became just another shell for the frost to slip through. The cold wasn't just uncomfortable, it was dangerous. Children's toes would turn pale and stiff, early signs of frostbite, even while tucked in beside siblings. Your breath misted in the air before your eyes. Any exposed skin was at risk. If you didn't have gloves or proper boots, your fingers and feet could go numb within minutes, even inside. Shoes, if you had any, were basic leather and often too thin. They let in the dampness, which would soak your socks and freeze by morning. Many peasants stuffed their shoes with straw or cloth, not for comfort, but as a desperate shield against the creeping cold. And if you needed to step outside in the early hours to tend to animals or relieve yourself, the shock of the air could make your chest seize. Frost coated every surface. Wooden beams would crack with the cold. Stone walls seemed to radiate frigidity, stealing warmth straight from your skin. Warm water for washing, forget it. You'd be lucky to pour a trickle from your frozen jug. Most peasants didn't even try. They'd wipe with a dry cloth or snow. Hygiene, a luxury that could wait for spring. This was life when the cold wasn't something you escaped, but something you endured, every breath, every hour, every night. And the worst part, there were still months of winter left. When you think of armor in the medieval world, you might picture shining knights in plate mail. But for peasants, their armor was their clothing, a patchwork fortress against relentless winter's bite. Because fabric was expensive and hard to come by, every piece of clothing was precious and carefully preserved. Instead of owning multiple outfits, peasants wore the same garments for months or even years, repairing holes with patches made from leftover scraps. Winter clothing was built by necessity rather than fashion. layer upon layer of coarse wool, linen, and sometimes fur if they were lucky. Wool was the best insulator available, but even that could become brittle and stiff when damp. A typical winter outfit might start with a linen shirt next to the skin, which absorbed moisture away from the body. Over that, several woolen tunics or cloaks, each adding another barrier to trap heat. Woolen hoods or coifs covered the head, and thick socks or leg wraps protected legs from frostbite. In some regions, especially colder ones, peasants might line their clothing with fur pelts, often from animals they raised or hunted. This was rare and precious, saved for the harshest nights, but the weight of this clothing was burdensome. Peasants had to move, work the fields, care for animals, and cook, all while layered up like walking bundles of rags. The cold demanded this sacrifice. Without it, survival was impossible. Clothing also served another purpose: wind protection. The biting winds of winter could cut through a single layer of cloth like a knife. Dense layers blocked this wind, creating a buffer zone where body heat stayed put. Wool's natural lanolin content also repelled some moisture, a crucial feature when dealing with snow and ice. But even so, exposure to dampness was common, and could lead to illness. Every stitch, every fold was a tiny battle in the war against cold. Peasants' winter armor was less about style, more about endurance, a testament to how vital warmth was in their harsh, unforgiving world. In medieval peasant homes, the fireplace was more than just a source of warmth, it was the center of life itself. On the coldest nights, its glow was a beacon against the overwhelming darkness and freezing air. But maintaining a fire was no easy task. Wood was a precious resource. Peasants had to collect dry branches, twigs, and sometimes even scraps of old furniture or driftwood. The forest was often a community resource tightly regulated by the lord of the manor, so firewood wasn't unlimited. Once lit, the fire needed constant tending. Ashes were carefully cleared so the flames could breathe, and logs were stacked nearby, ready to be fed into the hearth. Too much firewood too fast and the room would smoke, too little and the flames would die, leaving the family exposed to the cold. Inside, smoke did not always escape properly, and the blackened walls and ceiling, smoke did not always escape properly. Beams were testament to years of burning wood indoors. While not healthy, this smoke helped keep away insects and pests that otherwise plagued peasant homes. The hearth wasn't just for heat. It was the kitchen stove, the gathering place for stories and songs, and sometimes the sleeping spot for the youngest children or the elderly to stay warm. Without a robust hearth fire, the house became a cold, dark shell. Fires burned low at night, but embers were kept alive under ashes, or covered with a pot to rekindle quickly at dawn. In regions where wood was scarce, peat or dried animal dung was sometimes burned. These alternatives smoked heavily but provided essential heat. The fire's warmth was fragile and fleeting, but it was a lifeline. Without it, the medieval peasant winter was almost unbearable. The humble peasant cottage, often constructed from wattle and daub or simple timber frames, was a shelter built for necessity rather than comfort. These structures were drafty, thin-walled, and far from airtight, making warmth a constant challenge. Roofs were typically thatched with straw or reeds, materials that offered some insulation but could leak during heavy rains or melting snow. Walls made from woven sticks plastered with mud or clay lacked the dense insulation modern homes enjoy. Inside, floors were usually packed earth, cold and damp. Some peasants attempted to cover them with rushes or straw to soften the chill and provide some barrier from moisture below. Windows were small, often just holes covered with oiled parchment or animal hide instead of glass. This minimal protection allowed precious heat to escape and icy drafts to slip in. The single-room design meant that families lived, cooked, and slept in the same cramped space. During winter, smoke in the same cramped space from the hearth filled the room, hanging low near the ceiling but sometimes making breathing difficult. Peasants tried to block gaps and cracks with rags or moss, hoping to keep the worst of the cold out. Heavy blankets or animal skins hung on walls or doorways to trap warmth inside. Despite all these efforts, the cottages rarely stayed truly warm. The chill seeped into bones, making the long winter nights a test of endurance. The cottage was a fragile fortress, its defenses were meager but vital, and its shortcomings a daily reminder of the hard life medieval peasants faced. In the biting cold of medieval winters, clothing was a crucial line of defense. However, for peasants, the options were limited, and their garments were humble but practical. Most peasants wore layers made from wool and linen. Wool harvested from sheep was prized for its natural insulation and ability to keep warmth even when damp. Linen, woven from flax, was lighter, and, wore next to the skin but offered little warmth alone. A typical peasant's winter attire consisted of a rough woolen tunic, sometimes layered over a linen shirt. On top of this, cloaks or coarse woolen mantles were worn to shield against wind and rain. Leg coverings were made from wool or thick woven cloth, sometimes wrapped with strips of fabric to add extra insulation. Feet were often protected by simple leather shoes, sometimes lined with straw or cloth for warmth. Hats, hoods, or coif were essential. Much body heat is lost through the head, so woolen head coverings helped retain warmth. Gloves and mittens, when available, were rare and treasured possessions. Clothing was mended and patched repeatedly, as new garments were a luxury beyond most peasants' reach. Layering was key. More layers meant better protection against the cold, even if the fabrics were coarse and itchy. At night, peasants often wore the same clothes they had on during the day, as they were the only warmth available. In some cases, entire families huddled under shared blankets and furs, relying on body heat to survive the coldest nights. For medieval peasants, fire was essential, not just for cooking but for survival during the freezing months. Yet obtaining fuel was no simple task. Wood was the primary source of heat, but it had to be carefully gathered, preserved, and rationed. Peasants typically collected wood throughout the warmer months, stacking it to dry for the winter. Dry wood burned more efficiently, and produced more heat than green or wet wood, which smoked heavily and was harder to ignite. The types of wood varied. Hardwoods like oak and ash were preferred because they burned longer and hotter, but they were often scarce and harder to come by. Softwoods like pine burned quickly, but left more residue. In some regions, peasants had rights to collect fallen branches or dead wood from nearby forests, but cutting down live trees often required permission from local lords or was outright forbidden. During winter, wood was rationed carefully. Fires were kept low and tended throughout the day to conserve fuel. Hearths were designed to maximize heat retention, often built with stone or clay to absorb and radiate warmth. In the coldest nights, the fire's warmth might be the only comfort against the biting air outside. Peasants sometimes slept near the hearth to benefit from its heat, despite the smoke and soot. Fuel scarcity meant that peasant families lived with constant awareness of their firewood reserves. Running out could mean a night spent shivering, vulnerable to cold-related illnesses. And so, as the long medieval night stretches on, and the last of the fire's embers glow faintly in the hearth, the world outside grows still. The wind no longer rattles the wooden shutters, and even the livestock in their pens fall into quiet, rhythmic breathing. The hush settles across the village, a peace shaped not by luxury, but by the resilience of ordinary people who endured centuries of hardship with silent strength. Blanketed by rough wool and the breath of animals nearby, the peasant dreams in fits, the straw mat beneath them creaking with every shift. Tomorrow will come with work and weather, as it always has, but for now there is stillness. There is warmth, there is sleep. You too are welcome to drift, slowly, softly, away from the flickering past and into your own quiet rest. Let the rhythms of this forgotten world lull you deeper. The tales are over, the cold has passed, and all that remains is sleep. Good night.